official BSB Partner Series. This is FAB-Racing.
Hello and welcome to the fifth round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. We are here up in the Lake District. It is Rowrah. My name is Gareth. I'm being joined this weekend by Ross McIntyre making his commentary debut for what is set to be an absolutely scintillating rounds action. Ross, you've had to look at the circuit for the last day or so. What are you thinking? You must be enjoying it.
Oh, it's been brilliant so far. Obviously, as you said, my first time here with FAB-Racing. The circuit couldn't pick a better place. Rara is such a fantastic track, you know. Coming through that first section is so much fun. Then through the tight and twisty middle sector, back on the fast bit for the back end. And as well, it's windy, not so bad today, but it has cooled off. That being said, it is only about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, but it will get hotter throughout the day. And again, the rain coming down tomorrow as well, from what we reckon. So it's really going to be all at sea for the riders, frankly.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, and we are set for such a stacked weekend of action. And we're just making our way through the likes of the Paddock, and I'm just coming up to some of the riders as well. Here we go. Here's my co-commentator from Clay Fishing. I've got Luke Fitchett here. Luke, you must be feeling a bit better being back in the leathers.
Yeah, it does feel good to be back riding because it has been quite a while since I've ridden. And it's just nice to be back on track with my friends.
How's the wrist feeling? Obviously a little bit banged up. Feeling all better now?
Yeah, it's feeling all better. It doesn't hurt to use the clutch now on the Metro kit, and it's all ready to go.
And you've had a bit of time out there on the bike. How's the track feeling? How's the bike feeling?
On the Metro kit, it's feeling really good. It's probably my best track of the year, and on the Mini, we're just getting there, slowly building up my pace. So, yeah.
Well, looking forward to it. You were fantastic in the commentary box. We're looking forward to seeing you back out on circuit. That is Luke Fitchett. Oh, there's Marco Holder's down here as well. Marco, how are we doing this morning? You had a pretty good run out, Clay Pigeon. You must have been pretty happy with that one.
Yeah.
Give us more than that. Come on, you must have been pretty happy. You managed to get one over on Clayton. And equally, we come back since Red Lodge. You had a really good run at Red Lodge, Clay Pigeon. So what are we thinking here at Rowrah?
For me, all we want to do really is just stick with him and just kind of find the way through, really.
Track conditions out there at the moment. It's a little bit blustery, but it's not too bad. Hoping to keep dry throughout the rest of the weekend?
Yeah.
Well, looking forward to it. He'll be out there on the Metro kit bikes a little bit later on, as we've got plenty of these riders in the MK GP50s just chilling out and sitting down as we make our way through this paddock. And Ross, well, it's a weekend where we're going to see the likes of the mini bikes and up to, well, the adult selections. Of course, we've got the senior mini motos, we've got the LC40 Elites, the AC40 Pros, and the rookies, of course, 6 years old. And, well, what have we got? We've got a number of riders that are out there on circuit as they're just taking a glance over the circuit. And, well, we have also had a stunning run this season for the 146 Clayton Edmonds. And Clayton just taking a sit down here. Clayton, well, leading the championship. You've had a pretty good run so far this season. Coming into Rara, how are you feeling?
Good. Very good.
How's the bike feeling? You had a couple of issues back at Red Lodge. I was told your fairings you were keeping between your knees, so you must be hoping for a better run this time out.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't the best. Today I've got back into it. I'm feeling good.
Marco Holt's been looking pretty racy. He's been catching in the last few races, so what have you got to do to keep him behind?
I've got to push on and try my best.
Well, good luck. Hope you have a good run this weekend. So that is Clayton Edmonds, the 146. He'll be out in the MK GP50s and the 70s. Now, Ross, the 70s, I've been giving you a little bit of tips throughout the start this weekend. The fact that it is the premier class here at FAB-Racing as Ronnie Harris on the 66 makes his way out onto the circuit. You must be looking forward to this. This is the final step before these young riders make their way up to the likes of the British Talent Cup.
Oh, I certainly am. Again, I was here yesterday over the practice sessions on the Friday, just watching them go around. And obviously it was windy, so a lot of people are a little bit off the pace, just trying to find their footing. But, throughout the day, it was the top class by, a long way for these young riders. There were a few riders that immediately caught my eye, a couple special, talents out there that were just straight away some of them just the name just escaping for the time being, but it's really obvious out there who's enjoying the circuit, who's enjoying the bike this weekend. And again, obviously with the rain tomorrow, that might change, but looking forward to it. There is definitely going to be a few people out there that wants to be.
As we've got the MKGP 70s making their way out for their practice session this morning, look out for the likes of Mason Foster, look out for the likes of Ethan Sparks and Philip Soroviak. Ben Jolliffe trying to get himself involved in a battle towards the front of that one, as we've got Archie Gibbs over at the side of the circuit, and we'll just go over and have a quick word. Archie, we'll have a quick word with you. Had an issue of the bike out there in the last session. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, it was good. I liked how it felt. I had a problem with it. Low on fuel, and I had to stop near the first corner. It's going all right.
And of course, last time out we saw you on the Metro Kit for the first time. How did you feel? It was, you've had a couple of rounds on it and, a couple of podiums. You must be pretty happy making that move up to the geared bike.
Since Lodge, I feel really good. I'm very happy how it's doing and how I'm performing it. But for the last 2 rounds, I've been qualifying 4th, and today I would like to get a 3rd today.
Well, I'm sure you will, because you've been absolutely mega out there with what we've seen so far. So good luck this weekend. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do on both the minis and on the Metro Kit. So that is Archie Gibbs, who has been absolutely superb this season. He was in a fantastic battle in the early stages of the season with Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien, who we have been talking to throughout the majority of this season, leading the way in the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites on those mini motos, which 40cc engines, the AC's the air-cooled, the LC's the liquid-cooled, the LC's going a little bit faster, and they're going to be pretty mega when they hit the circuit.
Yeah, they certainly are. Again, just saying Archie O'Brien, he is one of the top talents of this season. It's clear to see, he's basically dominated everything he's even touched. And we're expecting the same coming to Rara again. Yesterday in practice, he was one of the riders that was super, super quick, super, super confident. There was a few riders that when they got out on the circuit, obviously it was very windy, the conditions were hard. Everyone was trying to kind of gauge where the bike was at. He was out there and was straight on it, immediately was on the pace, riding on the curbs. It was awesome to see, and he was one of the few that really caught my eye again. We're expecting a lot from him coming into this weekend. Again, just continuing his dominant streak.
Yeah, they have been pretty good so far this season. And, I've spoken to Archie on plenty of occasions, and he's told me that he's ready for this season. He wants to pick home not only the one title on the AC40 Pros, but he also wants that LC40 Elite Championship. And, they're going to have to work pretty hard to catch him up over the final few races of this season. Of course, we've got the likes of Ella Park and Llandau in South Wales to come. So, still a few more rounds to go. But, can anyone catch up to the might that is Archie O'Brien as we make our way through this huge paddock at Rowrah? And, if you tuned in last time we were here at Rowrah, it was absolutely torrential with the rain coming down. I was soaked, we were all soaked, but this time around it looks as though we've just about got away with it, as we've got some of the riders are just sorting themselves out in the paddock, and that's Finley Polehill that's just over in the mini motos, as they're all just fixing their bikes up, and the minis just sorting themselves out. And here we go. Finley, we'll grab a quick word view whilst you're just walking around. You've had a pretty good Red Lodge, you had a pretty good Clay, you must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with Clay and Red Lodge. Red Lodge, I liked Red Lodge more than Clay, just because I think I don't really like riding in the wet, I struggle a bit. But yeah, I quite like this track and it's alright.
And back at Clay Pigeon, you were involved in a bit of a collision down at T1 with a number of riders. So tell us more about it, because it seems as though you all just went down on a puddle.
Yeah, just went down on the puddle. Byron crashed, Archie O'Brien crashed, and I crashed. Even if I didn't crash, I would have bumped into them, so I had nowhere to go.
Tell us, you've been on the bike a little bit so far. You've done qualifying, you've done practice. How's the bike feeling? How are you feeling?
The bike's feeling alright. It just doesn't get out the turns as well as it was getting yesterday. But yeah, we're going to fix that, and yeah.
And what's the goal for the rest of the weekend then? Surely more podiums, maybe even sneaking a win or two?
Get a win and maybe a few more seconds.
Well, definitely got the talent to do. That's Finley Polhill. He'll be on the 199 later on this weekend, so tune in for that. The mini motos, always absolutely stunning in their action as I make my way through. And we've got Bernie Hook, who I'm going to catch whilst I'm on a loop. He's going to try and get away from me. Here we go, unfortunately. And I'm going to get Taylor. Do not worry about that. I want to get Taylor, but you're first because you always try and get away from me. So, Mr. Bernie Hook himself on his bike. Tell us more about it. It's been a pretty good season so far. A couple of podiums, a couple of decent results. You've got the Birkins chasing you down for it, so how's it been?
Yeah, it's been good. We have a laugh, we enjoy it. We don't take it too seriously. It's been going good, yeah.
And senior mini motos, we've seen a bigger grid so far this season, so it must be good for you, as you say, having some fun, having a laugh with the guys here. So what's it been like with a bigger grid than the seniors?
Yeah, it is good. It's good. We're helping all the new people. We really need more new people in. It's a hard thing when you're new, and we're all so happy to help. We help everybody. But yeah, it's nice looking back when you're at the front of the grid and you've got a big field of bike. Yeah, it makes you feel good. It's good.
And tell us a little bit more about the bike for those that are watching and think they might want to get involved.
So this is an Evolution bike made by Andy Whedon. It's a very good bike, very light. It's very good to work on, very easy for the mechanics to work on. Very good bike. IAME engine. You can use a BZM engine, all just the same really. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Get yourself involved in the senior mini motos. You can find it all about on the FAB-Racing website. And to Bernie Hook, he's the one to beat. And the one to beat in the rookies is Oliver Hall. And I'll chat to Oliver, who I usually always enjoy having a conversation with. How are you doing, Ollie? Great to see you. You had a pretty good run at Clay. How was Clay for you?
Really good, really, because when I was at Clay, I liked the track and I seemed to win at it. So it was good and I like winning.
Well, we know that. You've told us in the past that you love to go home with your number one medals. And, well, here at Rowrah, have you been out on circuit? How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm feeling really bad for Zach because he's broken his collarbone, but hopefully it gets better. But, yeah.
Yeah, as you say, Zach Paddock unfortunately going down yesterday with a collarbone break, so he'll be back hopefully towards the end of the season. He will be watching today. I've had a confirmation from his dad. He wants to come and watch us. But for you, we've been on circuit. Where's the places you're expecting to see some overtakes? Where are you expecting the action to be?
On the straights, in the corners, because sometimes on the corners, when somebody's wide, if they're tight to the corner, overtake them. But if they're not tight to the corner, undertake them. And if they were going to bang into you, they would have to turn for it. So that's the easiest spot.
Well, Oliver Hall, who will be doing his stuff out in the rookies, and it is time to. Actually, I want to grab Taylor Lawrence, and Taylor Lawrence, who's just doing some jumping jacks, trying to get ready. The man leading the Pitbike 140 Championship, and Taylor. I just had a quick look as you were there. Are you enjoying yourself here at Rara?
Yeah, just taking it nice and steady in the warm-up, trying to get the feel for the bike, because Rara's quite a cold track usually, so getting the tyres up to temperature and seeing what we can do for qualifying one. Hopefully pole, but Reece Peacock, Jamie King are going to be on my tail again, so maybe, it could be a close fight. We'll see what happens.
And as you say, it's looking pretty close in this P1. You had a slight issue back at Clay Pigeon in race 2. What happened with the bike?
The bike's electronics just filled with water. We didn't, because we left our tyre choice so long, because it was damp, then it just chugged it down. We took 5 minutes to change our tyres, but then we didn't do the suspension and we didn't tape up the holes, so it flooded our bike, so we wouldn't have gone restarted.
And obviously the goal for this weekend will be 3 wins. But what do you think? Where's the challenge come from, Jamie? As you say, Reece perhaps, and anywhere from behind it. Obviously, dry today, maybe rain tomorrow, so it might mix it up a little bit.
I don't mind either conditions, to be honest. Clay Pigeon had a bit of unluckiness, but I do like the wet because I've got my Bambino for the wet now, my new bike. But my main challenges would be Jamie King, obviously. Sean Whittaker's showing pace this weekend, Reece Peacock, Andrew, all the pit bike boys really, all these pit bike boys there are showing pace, and I can't wait for Ella Pot when my boy Rossi Bannon will be back, so we can have a little rematch again. little ding dong.
Absolutely. Rossi Banham, who of course will be up at the BSB paddock this weekend. That's Taylor Lawrence leading the way in the pit bike 140s, doing a stellar job so far. Ross, we've seen the likes of the bigger bikes, the pit bike 140s, Extremes, of course Moto team, they'll be out on circuit as well. So it's not just a place for the younger generation. We've definitely got a place for the adults, the likes of the pit bikes, the Extremes, the Moto teams, and the senior mini motos.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously everyone is welcome here at FAB-Racing, and it's great to, everyone of all ages. Obviously, it's mainly seemingly a junior series. Obviously, again, it's my first time here, so I'm still getting to grips with everybody and everyone's names and the age classes and all that. But, still seemingly, a junior series for everyone trying to progress up the bike racing ranks. But there's still, a big group of, adults here, especially on the sidecars, for example. They're all, getting on a bit, not to be too rude to them, of course. But, it's great to, such a great community of all age groups, and it's just great to see.
Yeah, and it's also great to see Jay King.
Hello.
Great to see you. Not too bad. How are you feeling? How's the bike?
Yeah, it went really well yesterday. Nice, smooth day, no problems. It was just get on and ride. So it's really good. Apart from running out of fuel in one session was a bit my fault, being a wally. But it didn't go too bad.
And how long was your journey up here? It's a long one for you.
7 hours, 20 minutes with a caravan that had flipped over in the country lane. So we're sat behind that for a bit. But yeah, it weren't too bad. I love this track, so it's worth the long journey.
Yeah, as you say, it's a lovely circuit here, and the paddock does allow everyone to almost be together, so you get all the classes together, which is something we don't tend to see across the majority of the circuits. So what's the feeling like in the community? We've got the pit bikes all together, you've got the moto teams all together, so it's great to see.
Yeah, well, it's a good community. Obviously all us pit bike riders, we all get on. We all have a good time. Even Taylor, who's now walking past there, we all have a good time and that. So yeah, there's nothing between. It gets a bit heated on the track, but you would expect that. So yeah, and we got Josh from Senior Mini Motos racing my 125 this weekend because he won my competition on my YouTube channel. So it'd be good to see how Josh Birkin gets on a pit bike instead of a mini moto.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. But tell us a little bit more about your bikes. Obviously, you'll be in you running in both classes. You've got your your pit bike, but you've also got your moto team doing very nicely. Moto team, tell us about the differences between the two.
So obviously, they are both pit bikes. It's just one has a 125 engine and one has a 140 engine. My 125 is actually my bike that you know me from seasons previous, from winning the championships and that. That's my old bike. And when Moto decided to give me a bike for this season, I didn't want to leave that one alone. So I thought, put a 125 engine in it and it can be used as a Moto team bike. So they're pretty much the same. Moto frame slightly different to my old one, but apart from that, they're the same bike, just different engine size. A bit like 1,000 and a 600. If you understand the big bikes.
Well, just about. But, one final thing. Obviously, you've been out on circuit, you've done qualifying, and what are you thinking? Taylor Lawrence, definitely the one to beat this weekend?
Taylor and Reese are going really quick. I think Taylor might have the edge on me and Reese, but I think me and Reese are going to have some good battles. But it's racing. You never know what can happen. We know at Rara the weather can be a bit hit and miss, so I'm hoping the rain does come tomorrow. So it'd be good if it does. But yeah, it should be a good weekend. I think we're going to get some podiums, which is the main thing.
Well, good luck. Great to see you. And that's Jamie King, and Jamie, who will definitely be wanting the rain to come down because he's very much got webbed feet. And who have we got hanging out down here that is trying to get behind the camera? But we've got riders that are enjoying themselves in the paddock, just wanting to have a quick glance at the guys on the camera. And as we make our way throughout the rest of the paddock, Ross, as you've seen, we've got the pit bikes are out there. They had a quick run out, and you were just having a look out the window as we were making our way through the paddock. What do you think from the pit bikes? You were noticing how good Taylor was looking on that bike.
Oh yeah, I mean the bikes themselves are very unique. Obviously, they can use a lot of the curbs which the other bikes can't use. They can really hop over the curbs, run onto the grass as well on some occasions. So you can really use them in ways that the other bikes can't. Taylor was looking very, very quick out there this morning. Immediately we were sitting just outside turn 1, and immediately you could see that his commitment through that corner was just unparalleled. It was really strong. And again, the pit bikes through there, they can hop on the curbs, they can run on the grass, they can really push the limits of the track and the riders as well. So, and again, he was the one, just watching from turn 1, he was the rider who was looking like he's going to be the one to beat out there today. But then again, as we've been saying, possibly going to rain tomorrow, and when the rain comes, it's the great equaliser. It all goes out the window. So today, while he may be the man to beat, tomorrow it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, very much so. And that is the best thing about Rowrah. It's the best thing about Fab. You never quite know what's going to happen. But well, it is the 5th round of the season. We're well over halfway through this one, just 2 rounds to go after the end of this one, and it has been a sensational season so far. 2 rounds, of course, back at Lyd. Then, of course, we had the likes of Red Lodge, we had the likes of Clay Pigeon as well. So we've been to many different circuits that have allowed us to really sample some different racing styles, some different circuit styles, and Rowrah does open up the grids all throughout all categories to this sort of, it's got long straights, it's got tight hairpins. It really does allow some very good overtaking in very mixed conditions. And well, I'm really looking forward to this weekend, because Rowrah last time we did have wet conditions pretty much throughout the weekend, and it dried up a little bit, but we saw a sensational MKGP 70 race, and well, we've got to watch out for that. The premier class of FAB, they'll be out on circuit. Mason Foster's been looking very good so far this season. Can he catch up to the likes of Ethan Sparks? And well, Ethan, he's leading the championship. Mason, however, does he have his number, as a number of the senior mini motos guys hanging out as they usually do? As well, it is, as Bernie Hook said a little while ago, it is a fantastic community here that we have in FAB. Everyone helping each other out, getting the bikes ready, and just making sure that everything is in good condition to get out on circuit. And well, that's the best thing about FAB. It's such a community feeling. You've been here for such a short amount of time, but you can already sense it, that you come around, everyone's here, they've got a smile, they're willing to help each other out. There's people that are on minis helping out on people on metro kits, there's people on bit bikes helping out people on sidecars.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the great thing about FAB. You know, what I've noticed immediately is rivals on the track, friends off it. Everybody here is just helping each other out, making sure, because everyone's here to race. And yeah, you know, obviously you may have disagreements on the track, but you know, off the track, you're not racing anymore. So why is there any point getting angry? You always want to make sure you're competitors. You know, you all want to be out there competing. And you know, why would you rather? Yeah, obviously it's great, you know, running off into the distance, scoring a load of points, and congratulations, you're champion. But you know, it's fun to race with other riders. So a lot of these guys are coming in the mentality, yeah, you know, I could just keep to myself, work on the bike, make sure it's all perfect, and go away and win. But I could have a lot more fun just, you know, hanging back, helping each other out, you know, pushing forward as a community, and you know, just getting out there where you have a great weekend of racing. And that's just what, you know, what I've taken from, frankly, the day and a half that I've been here at the paddock. And it is just really spectacular to see from the whole community.
Yeah, and of course, FAB is part of the Road To MotoGP programme. It's an official partner of the British Superbikes, and we've seen a graduate in the Red Bull Rookies every year of their existence. And I'm just going to quickly try and grab Jason Pugh before he rolls out. Jason, just before you roll the beautiful bike, one of my favourite liveries in the paddock. Tell us a little bit more about tell us a little bit more about your Moto Team bike, and equally how you went into racing.
Oh God, how I got into racing?
Yeah, well, you've got as much time as you want.
I started doing this in '92 because I went to the BMF in Peterborough, and the guy one of the teammates didn't turn up, and I filled in, and then he said, "You want to come do this?" So I've been doing variations of this since then. But I've been racing with Keith since late '90s, I think. So this is his bike. I get on it and ride it. So I'm just pretty lucky. So that's it, really.
And it's a unique category, Moto Team, because you can literally sit anyone on the bike to score the points. So we've seen some stand-ins for you so far this season. So yeah,
actually it was me.
Was it you?
I didn't change the name.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. It really does.
Unless I was not doing well, then it was.
It's a commentary curse, Moto Team. You never know who's on the bike. But yeah, tell us a little bit more about the category itself.
Well, for me, it's bikes with big wheels. Now we've got the ones with the pit bikes and that, which make it hard work for me. So, but like I say, anything, 2 strokes, race frames, road bikes, it's a bit of everything. It's harder work against the little wheel guys, but it's anything that pushes you is good. So I like it. I'm hanging in there, but it's getting harder.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it usually does that. But you had a good run here at Rowrah last year.
Yeah,
So
2 out of 3.
Yeah, you've got to be looking forward to this weekend.
I feel I threw away the second one, so yeah, so hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't know what I'm going to do about a couple of these boys, because Jay King's in there, he's hard work. Jacko, he's on the pit bikes, but yeah, I'm hoping I can go for 3 out of 3 this time. So yeah, I'm still a bit gutted about the second one last time. So yeah, that was my weekend. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good.
Perfect. Well, that was Jason Pugh. He'll be out on the 8 in the Moto Team he had a really, really good run here at Rara last time around, and the FAB-Racing number 8 bike and moto team is, as we've said before, one of the most confusing categories, but one of the most exciting to watch. It really does allow the guys to essentially just jump on a bike, and it is the bike that scores the points, not the rider. So you can find that if you'd like to get involved in racing, well, you can go to FAB-Racing's Facebook page, you can go to their website, and you can check out the registration details. And if you'd like to just get involved, then it is the best place to come and just test yourself out in a competitive but also a very fun environment. I believe this is Paddy Moore that we've got we've got one of the riders on the Metro kits. Are you right for a quick chat? So how's the bike feeling? You've been out and had a couple of sessions so far?
Yeah, it's not bad. I need to get on the gas a little early and brake a bit later, but other than that, it's going good.
So who you think is going to be your main rivals this weekend? Who's looking good?
Well, obviously I want to be at the front with like Ethan and Philip, but it's really hard. But I want to be like top 8 this weekend, but I'm really struggling.
This circuit allows you to open up the bike a little bit down the straights toward the hairpin, so are you enjoying being out there in Rara?
Yeah.
And, well, realistic goal for the end of the weekend then, where do you think you'd like to be?
I'd like a top 10, but then I'd like 8th or a top 8, but it's going to be hard.
Well, good luck. Hopefully we'll see some decent results there. The red, white, or orangey, white and blue livery on one of the Metro kit bikes there as we make our way through the rest of the paddock as the moto teams get ready to send themselves out on circuit at this Rowrah circuit up in the Lake District. It is very much out of the way, but if you get a chance to come and see it, you have to. It is stunning, right in the middle of the Lake District, not too far from the coast either. So if you want to come for a holiday and see some racing, well, come up to Rowrah. Ross, well, we've been through the paddock. You've seen some of the riders. We've got the likes of Ollie Horner, Ethan Sparks leading the championship in the MKGP 70s. They're just making their way behind us. You've got to be looking forward to that one, the Premier Class of FAB.
Oh, of course, Evan. I'm just looking forward to the whole weekend of racing. Again, just watching the practice sessions yesterday, it was awesome to watch. You know, it's a great circuit. The racing's always great here at FAB. You know, coming in, the championships are hotting up. You know, it's going to be super tight racing. The weather's obviously very unpredictable. And with the wind here, it's obviously, Rowrah is not in a great place, really. It's kind of in a pit almost. So the wind is quite a windy circuit, and it's not too bad at the moment. It was really bad yesterday. It's probably going to pick up again today. So the conditions are really against the riders here today. So it's really just going to be an amazing weekend of racing. I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And I just want to quickly grab Ethan Sparks leading the championship in the MKGP 70s. I want to find out how he's feeling, and I'm going to walk towards him ominously and hope that he doesn't start walking away. Ethan, I'm going to grab you for 2 seconds. The man leading the championship in the 70s. How are you feeling? You've got Mason Foster hot on your heels in the championship. How are you feeling coming to Rowrah?
A little bit stressed, but I like Rowrah tracks and I've always done well here, so I'm feeling like I could get 3 wins.
As you say, you've done well here. You did well here last season on the mini bike and up on the Metro kit as well. So you've had a couple of sessions out there. Mason was looking quick yesterday. Philip was also looking quick. So what are you thinking you've got to do to beat him this weekend?
I think I just got to get a good start and just stay in front of them.
And that was something that Mason was getting really good, decent starts back at Clay Pigeon. So for you, what's the game plan for him? Is it pretty much just try and stay ahead of Mason, or is it just trying to pick up points throughout the weekend?
I think I got to stay ahead of Mason and just get some points on him.
Well, good luck. That's Ethan Sparks leading the championship in the MKGP 70s. He'll be out there on circuit, and the battle is heating up in the 70s, and it is heating up across the entire FAB paddock. So make sure you join us throughout the rest of the weekend. Ross, well, what can we say? It's going to be a brilliant weekend's racing here from Rara. What race are you looking forward to?
Well, you know, the 70s, of course. They were the ones that I was watching the most yesterday. That was just when I happened to have free time when we're setting everything up. They were the ones I was watching yesterday, so they're the ones I'm kind of most familiar. But, you know, it's kind of the top class coming into this weekend. But again, every class is going to be superb around here. So ultimately, I'm just looking forward to a great weekend of racing.
Here's more interviews from some of the riders that we caught out of throughout the paddock the rest of Friday. And of course, myself, Gareth Hall, and Ross McIntyre will be bringing you commentary all weekend long here from Rowrah.
Right, so we're here with Ronnie Harrison in the GP70s. Ronnie, how are you enjoying Rowrah on this rather windy but quite sunny Friday?
It's a good circuit. I'm a little bit off the pace, so I'm just slowly building up today, trying to find places to improve my time, ready for qualifying tomorrow.
Yeah, that's great to hear. But I mean, again though, obviously it's due to rain tomorrow and Sunday, so potentially being off the pace today isn't too much of a big deal?
No, I like the wet. I picked up my first podium last round in the wet, so I think I'm going to still try and find pace today, of course, just in case, but if it is wet, I think I have good chances of podiums.
And how does the bike change in the wet? I mean, obviously, they say that rain is the great equaliser of motorsport. How does it make a difference, on the throttle, into the braking in the corners?
Well, on this track, there's a lot of hairpins and straights. The go-karts put down a lot of rubber, so coming into the hairpins, it's usually quite slippery. But in the track, in the wet, you have less grip and you have to be more forgiving to the bike, and you have to be really smooth, and you have to make sure you're just more careful.
And how's your championship going so far, coming into this round?
I had a really good first round and second round. The third round didn't go quite to plan. I was quite a way off the pace, but I settled in fourth, but Clayton Edmonds and Ben Jolliffe are quite close behind, so I need to try and keep them at bay. But I think if I can get some really good positions in the next few rounds, I think I could get a podium in the championship.
Well, thank you for joining us, and good luck for this weekend and for the future.
Thank you.
So, standing here with Chloe in the AC40 Pro class, it's quite a windy day here at Rara. How much is that affecting the bike out on track?
A lot, especially on the straights, because obviously you have to tuck on the straights, but now we have to tuck on the corners as well, so it's really windy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm the one standing here and I'm already not enjoying myself. You're actually out there riding, and especially across the weekend as well. It's expected to rain quite heavily tomorrow and Sunday. Do you think that's going to make it even worse?
A bit, but I really like it in the wet, so hopefully I'll do better in the wet than I do in the dry.
You're possibly the first person I've ever heard say they prefer it in the wet than the dry. Is there any reasoning behind that?
Yeah, because, well, it's the UK, it rains all the time.
That's fair enough. I mean, how much do you think the rain will change the circuit in general? Obviously, tracks change a lot between the wet and the dry, and Rowrah, it's very undulating through the corners. Do you think some corners are going to be very tricky once it starts coming down?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky because there's loads of really hard bends, so I'm just not going to do anything too sudden.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I mean, obviously, if it's raining in the race as well, is the kind of order of the day just trying to avoid the accidents that are inevitably going to happen?
Yeah, last time we were here I crashed, so I stood out, so hopefully I won't do that this time.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Chloe, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
Cameron, again, we're about halfway through the day here on the Friday. How's it been going for you?
All right. I mean, my transponder's not been working for me or my sister, but other than that, fine.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Is it a team problem, or is it just bad luck for both of you?
I don't know. Usually when you put it on charge, there's 3 green lights, but there's only one, and I don't know.
Fix the charger then, maybe.
I've used 3 chargers.
Well, hopefully you can solve that issue, but you're half a day down, half the day to go. This is probably the one dry day of running we're going to get here at Rowrah, so you're just trying to make the most of that.
Oh no, I love the wet.
You're the second person who said that to me. Out of the 3 people asked, 2 of you, why do you like the wet so much? No, usually people hate it.
Well, I'm smooth, okay, and last year it was wet and I put it on the second row in qualifying. So
you're confident going in if the heavens open then?
Oh, I'm not confident, but I'm more confident than if it was dry.
That's fair enough. Here at Rara as well, is this a track that you're comfortable with? It's a very tricky circuit, very fast, can be very precise through a lot of the corners. Is that something you're good at as well?
I guess, not obviously the best, but working on it.
Yeah, of course. And again, with the rain coming down, tomorrow, yeah, it's good being smooth. Yeah, it's good, good that you're comfortable. Well, not comfortable. You enjoy the wet. But is it simply going to be a case of just avoiding the accidents and trying to stay on the road?
When I used to ride the rookies, my dad used to say, to finish first you have to finish.
Well, of course, that's a classic. Thank you very much, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
So standing there with Ben, and again, the clouds coming over, it's windy, but it's the one possibly dry day we're going to get running here at Rowrah. Are you trying to make the most of that?
Yeah, try to get as much practice in as I can, really.
Yeah, that's understandable. And how's practice gone for you in general? Has it been a pretty solid day? How's the bike feeling?
It's been a pretty good day, but I crashed last session, so...
Now, is the bike all okay? Is it all repaired or...?
Yeah, the bike's fine, but...
Yeah, just dented your confidence a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, Rowrah is a circuit where you have to be, confident in the bike, confident in your own abilities, and especially when it's going to rain over the weekend, that's going to be increased twofold. So do you think, the people who are going to perform well over the race days, it's just going to be whoever's got the most confidence?
Yeah, whoever's got the most confidence in the braking.
Yeah, is it just the braking in specifically, or maybe on the throttle as well? Would that be something?
Just getting on the throttle early and braking hard.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, again, in the wet, the bikes, the conditions, it all changes so much. Is it something you're looking forward to, or just a bit scared for?
Well, I did all right last round in the wet, so I don't really mind.
Well, let's hope you do all right this time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
So here with Austin Johnson, who again, one of the riders who's literally doing everything here today. How are you enjoying Rowrah?
Good. It's not my favourite track, but I'm getting on.
And you're doing lots of different classes, lots of different bikes. How are you finding, coping with so much to do?
It's quite easy. I mean, we're not going to practice on the pro bikes because they're not the best bikes, but we're going to just carry on riding and see what happens.
Well, that's obviously what you want to hear. Carry on riding. And on the subject of riding, how are you enjoying it out there today? You said Rowrah's not your favourite, but it's still a fun little track. It's quite tricky, quite precise as well. Is the running going okay?
Yeah, it's quite good, but it's my first time on a 50, so I keep accidentally skipping some gears, but I'm doing all right.
I mean, you seem to be doing okay for the first time on 50s. It's all part of the learning process. Are you enjoying the 50s?
Yeah, it's just a bit difficult to do some stuff, really. Figuring out how to change gear and stuff.
Well, it's all part of the learning process, isn't it? Thank you very much for joining us and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
So here with Archie O'Brien, who's basically doing every class at this point. Archie, you're doing multiple classes, but so far it's been a pretty successful year to you. Now we're heading for Rara. How are you feeling overall?
I feel really happy, obviously, leading both championships. There was a bit of pressure here and there, but I feel more confident now that we're at one of my stronger tracks.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, leading both championships, as you said, a lot of pressure. Do you think you've coped with that well?
Here and there, because sometimes I've felt a bit too pressured and other times I've just not cared about it. So.
Well, as you said, you're leading both championships, so it's certainly not bad. And you mentioned, Rara was one of your stronger tracks. What do you like so much about it here?
Well, it's more of a fast-flowing track than a tight track, and I like the fast-flowing sections of any track, really, so...
Well, who doesn't love a nice little fast-flowing section? That being said, this is probably the only day of dry running we're going to have. It's supposed to rain both Saturday and Sunday. Does that make it a bit worse for you, or do you enjoy riding in the wet?
You don't necessarily have to enjoy the wet. You just don't have to dislike it. You just got to sort of ride as you can and be careful.
That is one of the best answers I've had to that question all day. How do you think the day's running so far? Obviously halfway through Friday. Do you think it's been a pretty solid, practice day so far?
Yeah, well, we're just sort of building into it as the day goes on. So, yeah, pretty happy with how it's gone so far.
And then, just looking forward, is the plan to win all 3 races in both classes and then go and dominate the championship and you all go home happy?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Archie, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
Let's go! The official BSB Partner Series. This is FAB-Racing.
Hello and good afternoon everyone, and welcome to Rara. We are here for the 5th round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships, live from the beautiful Lake District, possibly, I'm putting my neck out here, the most beautiful short track circuit or small track circuit anywhere in the UK. Possibly rivals only the likes of Anglesey, and we are here for another fantastic weekend's racing. It is, as I said, round 5. We are well into this season here for Fab. My name is Gareth Hall, and joining me for this weekend and on his first time behind a microphone is Ross McIntyre. Good afternoon, Ross.
Good afternoon, Gareth. Pleasure to be here. I was the melon with you in the pre-race show, but I think I should be a bit better behind the mic now. I've not got a camera in my face, but yeah, as you said, what a beautiful circuit Rara is. The surroundings are amazing. The track's even nicer. Super fast, super flowing, technical, tricky, but a lot of fun for the riders as well. As we were going through and speaking to the paddock they were all talking about how fun it is. I don't think we spoke to a single rider who this track wasn't in their top 2 circuits that we're going to this season. So, it's great to be here, as always, on this nice and sunny, and hopefully it's going to stay that way Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, quite blustery, as it usually is up in the Lake District, as the wind rolls off of the hills. And, if you've never been here before, I do suggest you come up and take a visit, and obviously you can take in the sights and sounds of the Lake District whilst you're at it. And, enjoy yourself some good racing. It was opened in 1963. It's built into an old quarry, and it's incredibly technical. It's off camber, there's hairpins, there's up and downhill corners. It's a clockwise circuit with 12 turns, and as you say, the riders tend to love it when they're out here on circuit. And we're here currently undergoing the second qualifying sessions, and obviously we'll be lining up for the first races of the day and of the weekend and of the round, of course, in just a short bit's time. We'll have, and I'm just having a quick glance down at my timing of what we've got for this weekend. We've got the likes of the MKGP 50s. They will be up very, very shortly. We've got the AC40 rookies will be coming up first. The rookies, of course, the first of the categories that you enter here at FAB. Riders from 6 years old on those mini motos, so 40cc engines. And, a lot of you might be joining us for the first time, and we say a very warm welcome to you all from wherever you are around the world. We often see a lot of people, family, friends, and even just some casual viewers that have wanted to catch some grassroots motorsport. And what is FAB? FAB Racing is the official partner series to the British Superbikes. It's part of their part of Dorna's talent promotion program of Road to MotoGP, and it is the best pathway for young British talent to get into the British Talent Cup. Of course, that first step on the road to MotoGP. It was formed in 2004, and FAB has provided an opportunity to young riders to gain experience, insight into the world of motorcycle racing on kart tracks and equally on national tracks from a very, very young age. And they'll be looking at being the likes of the next Jonathan Ray's, Cal Crutchlow's, Carl Fogarty's, but of course FAB has created the likes of Danny Kent, Scott Redding, and congratulations Scott Redding, who got engaged on the podium last time out. Congratulations, a former FAB competitor here. And it equally provides training and proving grounds for all of those riders wanting to make their way up through the likes of the MotoGP, World Superbike, CEVs, and of course BSB. And from 6 years old, the likes of Archie Gibbs will be here, Archie O'Brien, Aidan, Austin, Byron Johnson. So I'm looking at a list of names and looking up at a screen as well. Finley Polehill and Luke Fitchett, they're out on circuit as well for their second qualifying session. It really is the perfect place for these young riders to come and train and aim for greatness.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, as you said, we've had riders getting up into MotoGP, World Superbikes, British Superguides, and even more. And these kids, they're much, much younger than I am. I still think myself pretty young. They're much younger, much smaller than I am, and they're out there doing things that I can only dream of. Oh, big wobble there for someone there. And it's awesome to see them getting started so young. Obviously, the mantra nowadays with motorsport, and that includes grassroots motorsport as well, is the younger the better. You want to get started at basically the second you can get on a bike if you want to progress up the ranks. And that's what these riders are doing already, even though they're young. Some of these guys are as you said, 6 years old is the youngest you can enter into a FAB championship, and some of these guys are already looking spectacularly talented at such a young age as well. So it really is such a great proving ground for young riders, and as well, just seeing who might possibly come through the ranks in the next 10-20 years. We could be seeing one of these riders in 10 years, in 20 years on the British Superbikes grid, on the MotoGP grid. So it really is a spectacular way for young riders to come in and work their way up through bike racing.
Yeah, and the Red Bull rookies, that has had a FAB graduate in it in every single year since its inception. And so if you've just joined us, welcome. This is the second qualifying session. You should not miss any racing just yet. And we've got the Johnson brothers on screen. We've got Byron with the black helmet. We've got Austin with the white and the red. They were out there just testing each other. We know those two very well on circuit. They've made their way through the rookies into the pros and the elites, and we've even seen them moving up onto the geared bikes this season as well, which is great to see the progression that the brothers from Charlie Bassett in Oxfordshire have been making. Finley Polehill, who I spoke to earlier on, and you would have seen it if you caught the Paddock walk, he's very confident coming into this weekend. He's definitely targeting some wins. Had a bit of a tumble in one of the races back at Clay Pigeon in the previous round, and just caught out with 3 riders going down all at once. Unfortunately, no collections. They didn't actually crash into each other, but one went down and it caused a little bit of a chain reaction. They all went down in a puddle going down to T1, but all up, dusted themselves off and back on the bike, and the likes of Finley Polhill and Luke Fitchett on the 7. And Luke, who is a superstar commentator in the making, joined me on commentary. He was out for the round at Clay Pigeon with a wrist injury. He's back on the bike, but joined me in commentary. And well, I would say if you'd like to go back and watch someone that's clearly got a talent behind the mic and on a bike, check out Luke Fitchett's commentary back from Clay Pigeon on the LC40 Elite class, which of course you can find over on FAB-Racing's YouTube and on their Facebook pages. And of course, you can listen live on motorsport.radio, where you get live video and audio. Motorsport Radio, the world's only 24/7 live or dedicated motorsport radio station with all things from 2 wheels to 4, but it's 2 wheels that we're focusing on this weekend, and even a little bit of a 3-wheeled action. And well, I've been talking up over the last 12 months or so about the fact that the last time we were here at Rowrah, that my usual co-commentator Tristan Finocchiaro got to be a passenger on a sidecar, and well, it's my turn this year. So hopefully, at the end of the day, I'll be getting on a sidecar, and we might even get a few clips of it, and go try and mic up my helmet so you can hear just a man just screaming his way around this Rowrah circuit. It's a bit of a late 32nd birthday present to myself, but well. Quali 2 underway for the LC40 Elites, and Archie Gibbs out there on circuit on the 3 machine. Archie, he's decided to only focus on 2 categories. He was racing in the pros and in the elites this season, but he's decided to drop the pros. He's just focusing on the elites, and also up onto the Metric, the MKGP 50s, where he's already picking up podiums. He's had a slight issue with the bike this morning on his practice session, his warm-up session, but it looks as though he's back underway and everything's sorted. He was pretty happy when I was chatting to him in the paddock, and well, he's clearly got a talent. He's very, very smooth on the bike, and around this very technical circuit as he comes in towards the chicane, towards the end of the lap down at the exit of St John's and into Paddock Bend. And you were noticing, as you were having a quick glance around, of course it's your first introduction to Fab, Ross, that you were saying that you already noticed a few riders are looking confident, are looking pretty quick out there on the bikes.
Yeah, exactly, and Archie Gibbs was one of them. Obviously, when we came here yesterday to set everything up for the live stream, and you know, Archie Gibbs immediately, when I was just glancing down at the track, was one that I saw how confident he was on the bike, saw, you know, how well he was getting down, getting through the corners. And there was a few as well. It was the in the 70s later as well. There was a few in there that they'll talk about when they come up for their qualifying session. But you know, Archie Gibbs and Archie O'Brien as well. I mean, obviously we'll talk plenty about him. He's a superstar in the making, isn't he? Currently on provisional pole with a 52.703, 4/10 quicker than Archie Gibbs. It's the 2 Archies, and then we've got a 2.5 second gap back to Austin Johnson. So the 2 Archies currently running away with it a little bit here in the LC40s. But yeah, Archie Gibbs was definitely one of the ones. You know, he's just coming in. He's clearly very confident in his bike. You know, just getting down into corners. You know, he's you know, not showing zero fear out here. And obviously, Rowrah's a circuit, you've got to be brave. You know, a lot of the corners very undulating, very up and down, especially this opening section. You can just see here right into turn 1, then just slightly off camera there is a blind left, and then quickly another kink right as well immediately after that. And it's a very, very tough section to get right, but you know, Archie Gibbs was straight on it through there with no fear, on the pace immediately, and it was very impressive to see from someone so young as well.
Yeah, and you're not wrong when you say that it's a very hilly circuit. And your eyes don't deceive you if you're watching the pictures. It is very much that off camber. As you can see, an uphill turn 1, then it goes from a quick chicane into a flick right, left, right, onto two straights down towards double hairpin. And well, that's going to open us up for the best overtaking on the lap. But watch out for the final corner. We've seen multiple overtakes last season at the final corner here, coming out of St John's down in towards that kink to the left-hander and sweeping around Paddock Bend. We've seen moves made around that final corner coming up to the line. It's a short run from the final corner to the line, and the finest of margins tend to always happen in Fab. Of course, last time out we had one of the closest finishes we've ever had in Fab. It was southwards of 200ths of a second. And well, it is still the LC40 Elites that have got a minute left to go in their second and final qualifying session. Archie O'Brien leading away half a second ahead of Archie Gibbs, and Then behind you've got the Johnson pair of Austin and Byron. Austin in third position, Byron in fourth position. Luke Fitchett and Finley Polehill are your six in the LC40 Elites. The Elites, liquid cooled 40cc engines, no restrictor plate on the exhaust, so they can go upwards of 56 miles an hour. They must have done a minimum of 1 year on the AC40 Pros, as we've got one of the riders down. Is that Austin Johnson? It is Austin Johnson, has gone down at the final corner, just got it slightly wrong. Here's something we've seen over when we were here yesterday in practice, a couple of riders going down, one of the seniors going down at the final corner, the bike tumbling into the wall. As you can see, Austin's back on his feet, just having a quick look. Just dust himself down and he'll get back on the bike, I'm sure. And, Checkered is now out, so he won't be going any faster. So can Byron overhaul him? There was a half a second gap between the pair of them last time around, but it looks as though Austin might hold on to third position in this one. Of course, 2 qualifying sessions here at FAB. They've done one this morning already. They've got their second ones now. They'll amalgamate the 2 of them, and that will be your grids for all 3 races this weekend, which hopefully we'll bring to you as soon as we can. But plenty of racing left to come. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you're watching from around the world. There we go. And equally, whoever you're supporting, and if you're supporting someone, why not drop into the comments of the live stream if you're watching over on YouTube or over on Facebook. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and equally, we hope you're having a very lovely Saturday afternoon wherever you are, and do all the good stuff you do on the social media channels. We always see you enjoying yourselves watching the streams, but like, share, subscribe. If you're new to FAB, welcome. This is FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. It is the official partner to the British Superbikes and part of Dorna's Road To MotoGP programme, the home of grassroots motorcycling excellence, really, because we've seen some titans make their way up into the BSB paddock. The likes of Brad Ray, Denny Kent, Scott Redding have made their way up, and equally we've had the likes of Charlie Nesbitt, and then now in the British Talent Cup it is just full of ex-FAB graduates. You've got the likes of Evan Belford's up there, of course, former champion. We've got Johnny Garness, Lucas Brown, last season's 70 champion as well. We've got Holly Harris, the first ever female race winner at FAB. She's in the British Talent Cup now. And Harrison McKay, and there's so many, Rossi Banham, so many. I lose touch of the size of the grid now, because they're so used to coming down and coming back. And we would love to see them doing well up in the Talent Cup. Now, pit bikes, they'll be out next, as it's a bit of a smaller grid for pit bikes this time around. There's maybe not as many as we're used to seeing, probably due to the fact that the majority of them, we spoke to Jay King, who's in the pit bikes. He said it took him about 7.5 hours to get here, and it is a long way away, but it is worth the wait, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. I mean, I think a lot of people's journeys, as mine was as well, was affected by the M6 being closed outside of Preston. There was miles and miles of delays. It took me 10 hours to get up here yesterday. It was quite a trek, but it's definitely a journey worth having. Obviously, this is kind of the most north track we have on the FAB-Racing calendar. You can see there, we've actually got a live onboard footage from one of the pit bikes. Jay King, who we just talked about, has agreed to I'd say it's interesting to let them have a GoPro, because knowing these things running all over the curbs, you can see they're onto the grass, it might get shaken into a million pieces. But he's agreed to let us have a live GoPro footage on the pit bike, so you'll be getting some live action. You can see there, rounded so look how uphill it is, then coming left it's blind, and then bang, immediately a right kink. It's super tricky through there, and if you get it wrong, you're in a lot of trouble. And then again, coming into the hairpins as well, so we'll just go round for this onboard lap. And again, these pit bikes can run a lot of the curbs, and now we're not going on board, so I can't talk about the next bit I wanted to talk to after turn 5. But this bit is very tricky into the turn 5 hairpin, because obviously it's a hairpin, so it's very tight, very slow, but it's actually uphill on the exit as well. So you need to make sure that you're carrying that momentum round, or it's really going to cause you a lot of trouble running into that final section when you lose all your momentum. And something to note as well is actually earlier on this morning there was a lot of gravel around the outside of turn 5. That now has been swept off, but it's still going to be dusty on the outside. So if you get it wrong on the brakes heading into turn 5, you're going to be in a bit of a sticky situation. It's especially potent in the race, and again tomorrow in the race as well, it is due to absolutely hammer it down. We might be getting a little bit of rain later, but it should stay dry. But tomorrow the rain is definitely coming, and it's going to be very, very tricky. One thing to note is, again, we can see here on board with Jay King in the number 76 bike. One thing to note, coming into these hairpins, I was talking to one of the riders yesterday, and he was saying the carts around here, they lay down a lot of rubber deposits. So coming into the hairpins especially, there is a lot of rubber on the racing line, and when it rains, that rubber just turns the track into an ice rink. So it's really important that you stay off the racing line when it's wet into those hairpins.
Yeah, and Jay King, who, as you say, has got that GoPro strapped to him, and I'm going to ask my producer nicely if we can do an entire onboard lap with Jay in a bit, so we can tell you all about, as Ross was almost got a lap round, but yeah, I'd love to see an onboard lap fully with Jay King so we can show off this Rara kart circuit. And well, Jay is making his way across the line now. As you say, going up through that quick chicane. It's very easy to get it wrong here. Quick left, right, left, and down towards the hairpin. It's taking a tight apex. You really want to straighten that bike up, get back on the power as early as possible. You can use a little bit of the runoff down towards the next hairpin at Ardale's. You go through McRae's hairpin into Ardale's hairpin. This is where we'll see a lot of overtakes this weekend. Then it's a long back straight all the way down to the back end of the quarry. Watch out for the left-hand side. There's a big pond there. You don't want to end up in that. We sweep around the exit of the Stuart S's and down towards St John's, and it's a kink to a right-left turn going back down the hill, and it is a lot steeper than it looks. And Jay King using as much of the track as possible and coming into the final corner at Paddock Bend. Here once again off camber. You pretty much on lean the entire time, opens the throttle up and takes to the line, and Jamie King with the third fastest time of the session is last time around was 54.202, which was a little bit slower than his best time of 53.762, but it's currently Taylor Lawrence leading away. Taylor Lawrence, who is leading the championship, and well, he's really got to make up some decent points because he's been in a title fight with Rossi Banham all season long. Rossi, of course, up at the BSB Paddock this weekend up at Donington. So what can Taylor do? Because Taylor didn't have the greatest of clay pigeons. He had the chance of extending that gap out to, well, almost uncatchable for Rossi, but a retirement in race 2, and he told us the electrical systems for his bike just did not want to play, switched the bike off, and that was him done for the race. But he managed to come back and pick up some decent points in race 1 and race 3. He's leading on currently from Owen Mellor in 2nd position. Reece Peacock, watch out for Reece in 4th position this weekend, and Nathan Riggy equally having a good run in 5th position. Taylor was also saying that Sean Whittaker on the 12, he's currently in 8th position. He might be one to watch out for this weekend. And well, the pit bikes, they are running their own, they've got their own category within their category, so they've got their rookie category as well. So I'm just quickly checking over to find my notes, and it's Matt Lindley that's leading the PB140 Rookie Championship at the moment. So Matt Lindley on 215 points, ahead of Andrew Graham on 188 and Nick Shaw on 177. So they are having their own battle for these guys that are entering their first season on the Pit Bike 140s. And it's great to see that the Pit Bike guys have decided to recognise that it is perhaps a little bit eye-opening for these guys that are coming in for the first time onto these bikes, and just give them something to fight for.
Well, exactly. I mean, Fab's obviously very, very competitive. So, if you come in and you're not expecting it to, you come in, you're just going to, be floored almost, frankly, because the guys that are at the front have been doing it for a few years. They're going to have the experience on the bike, the experience with the tracks, and just the racing experience in general. And if you're kind of just a newbie to racing, or if you're new to Fab, new to the track, new to the bike, it's you're obviously not going to be on the pace. So it's important to the top riders to look back and go, you guys are well off the pace, but it's your first or second season. You're still trying to learn the bike, still trying to learn the tracks, and it's great to see that sense of community that they've got. Because in a lot of championships they turn around and go, you're all in the same championship and we're going to win everything. But no, it is great to see here that they've come in and they've decided that there needs to be a separate rookie championship within the championship, and that is great to see. Obviously in the championship proper, it is as you said, Gareth, Taylor Lawrence leading the way with 216 134 points, then Rossi Bannon behind on 172. This is a great opportunity this weekend for Taylor to pick up a big haul of points and really streak away at the front. And then Chris Wells as well in P3 with a total of 141. So it's not too close at the top, but then as you get further down the order, it starts to close up. Jay King as well in P5 with 114. So kind of, third, fourth, fifth, they're all quite close together. And obviously these pit bikes as well, not only are they great in terms of a championship perspective, but they're great to watch out on track as well, because they can do stuff that the other bikes can't. They can run on the curbs, they can run on the grass if they really want to, and they can use so much runoff that on the other bikes you wouldn't even dream of doing, because you just get thrown straight off. So and you can see there Jay King having a little bit of a look on the inside and then deciding against it at the last minute. And they really can do so much. They're great to watch, because even looking out of our window from our commentating studio, you can see they're just coming through turns 2 and 3, which got a really good view of. They're just running all over the turn 3 curb that the other riders are just not even thinking about in the other classes, because if you did that in any other bike here this weekend, you get thrown straight off. So it's a great spectacle to watch. Obviously the championship's great as well, and that sense of community, that they've got the rookie championship in that as well. But it is currently Taylor Lawrence on the pole with a total of a 0.5 of a second gap to Mella behind. So currently he's taking full advantage of Rossi Banab's absence, and looking like he's going to start from the front this weekend.
Yeah, Taylor with a very good run. Of course, you'll be able to see him out there on circuit very, very shortly. They'll be out for their first races of the weekend a little bit later on today. Taylor, well, he's got that 62-point advantage in the championship. Of course, no Rossi Banham or Chris Wells. Chris Wells recovering from a broken collarbone he suffered back on Friday practice at Clay Pigeon. Came into the commentary box for the race on the Saturday with me and did a great job. And well, Chris, you're always welcome back if you are watching. But he currently sits on 141 behind. We've got 133 to 234. So 101 points splits Taylor Lawrence and Reese Peacock. So Taylor, if you can pick up 3 wins, that's 25 points, that's 75 points for the weekend. Well, the championship can be sewn up next time out at Ella Park. I believe it's Ella Park. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's Ella Park that's up next, and we're going over to Jamie King's home circuit. And Jamie, who took her first win at Ella Park last season, now was very, very happy indeed. He'd never won at Ella, but well, what can he do from his home circuit? He's the current reigning pit bike 140 champion. However, Taylor Lawrence is the one to beat. 2-3-4 in the championship, and on the 10 machine himself. So, well, pit bikes, they've got a little bit more time, as we've got their final qualifying session coming to an end shortly. There's 37 seconds left to go. So we've got Jay King on his final lap. So what can he do? Can he improve on his lap time that has netted him? We've got a rider down underneath. There we go, just getting pinned by the back, but up we get. So that's the 112 that's gone down of Keaton Payne. So Keaton that's back up and underway, and that's going to have brought out the yellow flag, which means that no one else will be going quicker on this one. Looks as though all riders are up okay. You can see one of them just jumping off the bike to get the others up. So there we go. Yellow flag has come out, and now the checkered flag has come out. So that is the end of qualifying for the pit bike 140s. They've completed theirs as Jay rolls up into the pit lane. He takes the other route into the pit lane. You should be taking the I'm pretty sure you're meant to take the one nearer to the paddock entrance, Jamie King. That's a bit naughty, but we'll find out if that's the case as he goes around the back end of the karting section. But well, pit bike 140s, they are done, and well, they'll be out for their races later on this afternoon. Of course, all the race 1s today, and then tomorrow, of course, you can join us for the race 2s and the race 3s. We'll be bringing you all throughout Sunday morning and afternoon, before I'm sure we all try and head home in a timely fashion. We tend to power through here at Rowrah, so yeah, strap yourselves in for some fast-paced action here from Rowrah tomorrow, because everyone, I think, by the end of the day, they've enjoyed their racing, but they just want to go home and get on the motorway and head back down the M6 or the M1. But yeah, it's going to be a great day's racing, as usual, that you get from FAB. So, welcome to everyone joining us, wherever you're watching, as Taylor Lawrence pulls up alongside the 29. I believe that's Reese Peacock on the 29. I'll not double check, but and then you can see everyone just getting a little bit of a practice start in. This is going to be one of their only ones they get to do before their races later on today. But thank you very much for joining us. My name is Gareth Hall, joined for the first time by Ross McIntyre. And Ross, Well, you've had a little bit of on-track action. You've had a little bit of time just wandering around the circuit and wandering around the paddock and trying to meet all these new faces and trying to work out who all these new people are and what these new bikes are, and how are you finding it?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, very welcoming community I've found here at FAB-Racing. I've felt right at home, to be honest. And again, Rowrah, it's a great race circuit, very easy to get sucked into the action. You know, I've just been walking around. I was helping set everything up yesterday, and I was just walking around and seeing some of the corners from the different angles, having a look at a few lines you could take through as well. One of the best places to watch, actually. You can't actually get there, obviously, if you're just a spectator, but the inside of turn 1 is brilliant, because, you know, it's great standing on the outside because you can see who's good into it, but then if you stand on the inside, because I had to run across the circuit the other day to go help set up a camera, you can see all the way into turn 2 and 3 as well. So it's great seeing who's good in turn 1, but often the top riders actually maybe sacrificing a little bit of speed in turn 1 to get quicker through turn 2 and turn 3. And again, I think that'll come up in the GP70s, because there's a few riders in there that I was watching their first practice session and was immediately noticing how strong they were out there. So it should be interesting. I believe having the AC40 Pros out there now. Yes, they are. So out they head from the pit lane. But yeah, it's been a very, very welcoming community here at Fab, and yeah, I've been really enjoying myself, and yeah, I think it's a great track to make my commentary debut at as well. Yeah, and you know, surrounded by great series with some great on-track action, and frankly, it's been really, really good so far. Qualifying's been great, the practices have been great, and you know, we've not even started the racing yet, so we've got all of that to look forward to this afternoon, and then tomorrow as well. Probably going to be a bit wet, so the spirits might be a bit dampened, but I'm sure that would, if anything, make the racing on track even better.
Yeah, there's Chloe Sue on the circuit. You spoke to Chloe on Friday, and she seemed pretty happy with how her season's gone so far. Of course, her older brother running on the Metro kits in the 70s. I want to say Cam's in, but yeah, Chloe, what mood was she on Friday? She was pretty happy with how it gone.
Yeah, she was pretty confident. Likes the circuit. She was also pretty confident herself going into the wet. You know, she was saying that she likes the wet quite a lot. As we see a bike there just diving straight back into the pits. I'm not quite sure who that was, but potentially a problem out there for whoever that was. But yeah, she seemed very confident. She was saying, you know, she likes the circuit. You know, she was saying even if the rain's going to come down, at the time on Friday we thought it was going to rain today as well. So we were looking at 3 wet races. Now it seems that the rain today is only going to come down potentially in the evening or the early end of night time. So we should have all dry running today, fingers crossed. But you know, she was confident coming in anyway. You know, she was enjoying it in the dry. She enjoys it in the wet, and you know, she was just in good spirits. No, and it was great to talk to her. She was the first rider I had the pleasure of interviewing in my Fab career, and she was nice to talk to. You know, very nice girl as well. You know, very full of energy. I found, you know, pretty positive looking forward as well. Because you know, bless them, a few of the kids out there seem to like a one-word answer. I think you know that very well as well. They're obviously all learning their way around the media things, but she was very confident as well in answering my questions. So it was great to speak to her, and yeah, hopefully she has a good weekend. She's not had the best of luck this season. It's been good, you know, but you know, it could have been better. So hopefully she'll come into this weekend and she'll have a really great weekend.
Yeah, she picked up her best result at Clay Pigeon last round, where she came home in 7th position in an AC40 Pro class that is very, very competitive. And well, talk about professionalism from the young man Ross McIntyre. Well, we've had him setting up cameras, he's been running around commentating, he's been running around interviewing new people. That's what happens when you pick up the rookies. You send them out and get them bedded in very early on. He's been doing a stellar job, and well, even when he was, as he says, set up that camera, he's analysing what's going out on circuit. That's better than I do. He's going to be looking after my job soon. But well, here we go. We've got the AC40 Pros out on circuit. Of course, this is the second category in Fab. It's the step up after the rookies. These bikes are those 40cc air-cooled engines. They have a restrictor plate on the exhaust that just limits a little bit of speed, not too much, only down to about 52 miles an hour. So they still go pretty quick if you want to stick a 6 or 7-year-old on them. But they are absolutely superb bikes. They are a lot of fun to watch, and it is the 91. It's that man, Archie O'Brien, that is the one that can handle them the best out of all of them at the moment. He is currently leading the championship by a huge margin over everyone else. It is very much the Archie O'Brien show in the AC40 Pros this season so far, and I'm just scrolling up to my table to find the gap that Archie's currently enjoying in the championship. Well, it's 63 points over Harrison Day, and well, Archie, he took the first 9 wins on the bounce in the opening rounds at Lids, and then over at Red Lodge, and then back at Clay. Didn't have the greatest of weekends at Clay Pigeon. He said that his one of his bikes, the LC40 Elite bike, had blown up, so he had to use the air-cooled bike in the LC, so that was causing him some issues. Obviously, he'd be down on power, and then equally in the AC, he just wasn't quite on the pace like he wanted. I had a quick chat with him after the weekend, and he was beating himself up a little bit, just saying that maybe he didn't work as hard, or he didn't made a few more mistakes. And I just said, look, keep your head up. You're leading the championship. All you've got to do is come home and pick up points. And it's one thing that we've seen in the senior mini motos, and I always talk about it, is that Bernie Hook. He's won the senior mini motos a couple of times now. He doesn't always think he needs to win the race. Of course, you always want to win a race if you're part of it. Everyone wants to win the race if they're part of it. But Bernie's just very good at making these decisions where, okay, I'm just going to let you go. If you're going to win this, I'm not going to push too hard. I don't want to make any mistakes. He picks up the points where he needs to, picks up the podiums, and sneaks a win every now and then. That's what the likes of Archie O'Brien needs to do on this bike. He doesn't need to win every race. He just needs to finish in those points and stay ahead.
Well, exactly. And even though by his standard, the clay pigeon round wasn't the best, he still picked up a third place in race 2 and a win in race 3. So he still came out with a very, very good weekend on hand. And that being said, that's part of Bernie Hooks. That's part of, I guess, that experience that he's got. Obviously, he's been around for a long time now. Archie O'Brien is still very, very young, and obviously it's great he's got that young competitive spirit. He wants to come out and he wants to win. And yes, as you said, everybody wants to win. But then again, you got to think, in winning terms and championship terms. Yeah, Archie O'Brien's won, every race at the first 3 rounds of the season at Lid and Red Lodge. So he's obviously, he's streaking away in the championship. He's got that mentality that he basically has almost the right to win every race, frankly. He is that quick. But, once you start to come up against competition, I'm sure this is what he'll learn as he begins to age and progress up the ranks. Once you start to come up against that competition, you're not just out there winning every race by an absolute country mile. You start to think in terms of not race wins but championships. I know this is just a bit out of left field. In Formula 1 terms, that's how Alain Prost always used to beat Ayrton Senna. But he was smart. He didn't over push the car. He didn't overdrive. He just sat there and got the points he needed, and he came out on top. That's the same thing that Archie O'Brien will learn. That's the same thing that Bernie Hook has done. That's the same thing that all of these riders and race car drivers in the world have learned at some point. Is overall, yeah, it's great to push for wins. You want to be on the top step, you want to bring in that glory, but then there's the point where you start to override and overdrive the car and the bike, and you start to make mistakes, you start to fall off, and then suddenly you're not winning every race, and that's what messes up your championship. So in the end, sometimes it's better to sit there and you think, yeah, I could push for first, I could go all out and really try super hard because I want to get the glory, I want to be on the top step of the podium. But then sometimes you just need to sit back and think, what, I'm in a comfortable second, I'm in a comfortable third, I'm on the podium, I'm still going to be getting a trophy, and it's good point for the championship. There's no point taking the risk of potentially having an accident, potentially falling off, and getting no points whatsoever when I could come home in second, come home in third, and still pick up a decent haul of points for the championships. And that's what Archie will learn over time. Of course, he's still had a very, very solid season so far, as we've said, and leading the championship by a log old way. Give him some time. Obviously, as I said, they're young, they've got that competitive spirit, they're obviously very, very hungry, these riders, they want to win, but they just need to learn to just hang it back a minute. If they're in a position where they're not going to win the race, there's no point just to aimlessly push to try and get that. You just need to sit there and think, what, I'd be happy with second today, I'd be happy with third. You don't need to win every race.
Yeah, well, that was perfect analysis there. If you didn't commit sacrilege of talking about Formula 1 while still talking about bikes.
I was trying to think of what I could say.
They'll be at the door with pitchforks and torches soon, don't worry. But you've got 2 commentators who cut their teeth with sim racing commentary on 4 wheels, so we may make our way over to 2, and hopefully we're going to bring you a mega day's action with the likes of Archie O'Brien out there, Chloe Sewell out there getting some laps in their second qualifying session. Of course, they've had one this morning already, and they're going to mix the 2 times together, find out which one's the fastest one, and that will make up the grid for the 3 races this weekend. Well, if you want to get yourself out pen and paper, and you can write down what order we're going to have the racing in this weekend, just so you can set yourself a timer. Roughly every race is around 10 to 15 minutes long, so you'll make a rough guess of where everyone will be. So first up will be the AC40 rookies, so the youngest class, the first class here at FAB. They will be kicking off the weekend. They'll have their race 1s. Then we go up to Metra kits, so we go MKGP 50s. So the first appearance of the geared bikes for a number of these riders, they will be coming up second. Then we go back down to minis for the seniors. They go out on their senior mini motos for race 1. And then 4th race of the day will be the LC40 Elites. Then we go back up to the pit bikes. Pit bike 140s, we've just seen them out on circuit. And then now, as we see out on circuit, this is where will be the AC40 Pros. They'll be coming out before the premier class of FAB, the MKGP 70s. They come up with a little bit of a gap between them at the end of the day, so I'm sure they'll be able to go back and rest and set themselves up for tomorrow, because after them is the Sidecars. So Sidecars, if you've not managed to catch any of the action over the last 2 rounds, have provided some of the funniest, some of the most insane, death-defying racing that we've seen in FAB for a long time. We've seen crashes, we've seen spills, we've seen all-time funny moments in FAB from a number of the Sidecar races. And as we say, hopefully I'm going to be able to go out and get myself a passenger lap on 1 or 2 of these at the end of the day. And they will be out for the penultimate race of the day, and then Extreme 200s and Moto team. The Extremes mixed in once again with the Moto teams like they were at Clay Pigeon. They will be your final race of the day. So if you're waiting for Moto team, you're going to have to wait right till the end of the day, where you can sit and you can pour yourself a drink and you can watch some great racing here from Rara. It's a little bit blustery, as it usually tends to be up in the Lake District, but everyone is getting down to business on the circuit in the paddock. And we had a quick walk through the paddock earlier, Ross, and you could see, and we spoke to Bernie Hook, and he was saying he just likes to help everyone out. You could see he was having a chat to Taylor Lawrence, of course, Pit Bike 140 championship leader. You see a lot of the riders that are perhaps made their way up through into the BSB paddock, coming down, helping and mentor these younger riders, the 6 and 7 year olds. So it's a very, very good community feel here at FAB.
Yeah, indeed it is. You can see the checkered flag coming out there. It is just one big community. And, as we were saying, we were talking to Bernie Hook, and that I think is one of the real strong points here at FAB. Is you could keep yourself. You could just work on your own bike and do your own thing, and then go away and win the championship by sweeping every race. But that's not fun. And what these guys think is, let's all be friends. Rivals on the track, friends off the track. That's the mentality that they've got. And they're coming in, they're helping each other out, they're helping each other with the setup if they need any parts, any assistance if the bike breaks. They're all coming in to help, and that's great. And not only does it just enable a really tight knit, close community, but it allows really close racing on track as well. So not only does it benefit the riders, it benefits us here and helping us see what's going on. It helps everyone at home as well, and keeping up the action. And it is just great to see overall. I believe you've got the Mini GP 70s coming out now in just a short moment's time. So this obviously being the kind of the class that we're all waiting and expecting to see. And this is the one that I've got a few riders I'd like to talk about through the session as well, because this is the one I got the most viewing of just purely by chance over Friday practice. So it should it should be interesting to see. But it's a very, very tight-knit community, and it is great to see everybody here at FAB helping each other out.
Yeah, as you're very much correct, it is the 70s rolling out on to track. And the first qualifying session, it was Filip Sorowiak that took the provisional pole position in that one. So we're going to have to watch out to see what he can do in this second one. Will his time be beaten? Well, leading this one in the championship is still Ethan Sparks, but after a brilliant race at Clay Pigeon, Mason Foster hot on his heels now. The gap is only 9 points, and Mason Foster, who moved up to the 70s last season, he's battling with Ethan Sparks. Ethan Sparks, of course, last season's MKGP 50 and AC40 Pro champion. They're very much split by a head's breadth in first and second. Filip Sorowiak 38 points behind. He finished on the podium in every race up until race 2 at Clay Pigeon last time around, where he finished just off the podium in 4th and 5th position. But he's had a breakout year here on the 70s, and he's definitely looking at one to watch for the future. I had a quick chat with him yesterday, and he said he's not quite happy. He could be better, but he's pretty sure that he can stick with the likes of Ethan and Mason throughout the weekend. The 76, and there's the 62, your championship leader Ethan Sparks just ducking underneath him at Ardale's hairpin as they stretch their way down the back end of the circuit. The pond on the left-hand side, and you sweep around into the back end of the circuit on the right-hand side. You don't really want to turn left, you get pretty wet, but Well, Ethan Sparks leading there. He's, of course, this is Q2, so the second qualifying session. So Ethan's given himself a little bit of breathing space out front. Philip, this is where you see, and this is something you'll see from the riders, is that they'll follow each other as if they're racing in qualifying. They want to find out where they're losing time, where they're gaining time, and this is good for Philip because he can follow Ethan's line, knowing that Ethan's quick, knowing that Ethan's very, very consistent. Just see where he might have a slight edge and see equally where he might have the advantage over the championship leader around this circuit. They'll race each other in qualifying session. They want to just get in each other's heads and say, look, I can get down the inside of you at this corner, I can get down the inside of you at any corner if I want to. And this is what's great to see in qualifying. It's almost like a mini race.
Yeah, indeed it is, and you always want to be just kind of niggling away at your opponent's minds, just letting them know that you're there. It's all about, when you get to something like the GP70s, it's all about getting in each other's heads. It's all about playing mind games. I know you can do that in practice and qualifying. It's not just about coming into the race and blitzing everybody. You do need to come in and you need to get into the back of their heads, because if you've got a weak mentality, if you're struggling mentally, then you're finished on the racetrack. Because come race day, if you look behind you and you see someone who's just been there all weekend, you start to panic, you start to get nervous, you make mistakes, and bang, that's it, they're going to get past you superbly quickly. Someone who's coming in that's got a very, very good mentality that I've found is Mason Foster on the 88. He was the rider that immediately struck me in the first practice of these guys as the one to beat this weekend. They all came out the pits, the track's green, it was kind of cold out still at that time in the morning as well, so every rider kind of tentatively making their way through turn one, checking where the bike's at, how the tyres doing, what the track feels like. Mason Foster comes out first time, bang, on the curb, and over the course of the session, the riders slowly started to get onto the curb once they got more confident in the bike. But Mason Foster was straight out there and straight on the curb. And as well, he's just been doing really, really well overall. And it's been great to see from him. And another rider as well that has been doing pretty well, Philip Rowrah, as you said, was fastest in first qualifying, currently second fastest here, and Ethan Sparks leading the way as it stands by 1.5 tenths of a second. Cameron Sewell as well in P10, a pretty good job from him in P10. He's just a bit over 2 seconds off the pace at the moment, but that's pretty good for him. He's doing pretty solidly in P10. Obviously 13 riders out here today in the GP70s. I believe we might have a few more yet to set a lap, but the one that struck me immediately was Mason Foster, definitely, and he's just been really good as well. Ollie Horner in P4, another driver in the second practice session that was noticeably quicker through the hairpins than anybody else on the track. You could see him just pulling away, especially coming out of turn 5. He was just really, really quick. He was keeping the momentum up. When I said earlier, turn 5 is uphill on the exit, so you want to keep that momentum up coming through the corner. And he was just getting it bang on every time, getting right to the edge of the track and just powering away down the back straight. And that was where he was really strong. So those top 4, Ethan Sparks, Mason Foster, Philip Rowrah, and Ollie Horner, who's actually now just been put down to P5 by Ben Jolliffe. Those are the guys that I saw in practice when we were like, they're looking very quick out there this weekend.
Yeah, it really is. The 70s is always a fascinating watch. You never quite know who's going to be leading, who's going to be fighting for podiums. Of course, Ben Jolliffe had a very, very good run in Clay Pigeon just a few short weeks ago, where he managed to get himself a second place finish in race 3. He was delighted with that when I had a quick chat with him earlier on in the weekend, and he said, well, if I can get myself involved in that battle, then I can definitely fight for the podium. He just needs to get a good quali result, and currently it's Ethan Sparks with the best quali result out of everyone. A 49.678 is just 0.06 of a second faster than Mason Foster. It shows you just how close it is. It's hundredths of a second. It's not just tenths of a second here at FAB, the Premier class. These guys looking to make their final appearances in FAB before they head up to the likes of the British Talent Cup and beyond. We've seen last season's champion and runner-up in Lucas Brown, champion Johnny Garness, runner-up. They're now up in the British Talent Cup. Equally in the past, we've seen the likes of Casey O'Gorman, Evan Belford making their way up through from the 70s into the British Talent Cup, and all these riders will be hoping on doing the same. And third place at the moment in quali is Philip Rowrah, fourth for Ben Jolliffe, as you say, fifth for Ollie Horner. Ollie, who's maybe not had the season he's wanted to so far. He's kind of been stuck in that mid-order as well. Ethan Sparks down at one of the hairpins. So that's your championship leader's gone down at McRae's hairpin. So that's going to be, that would have gone in there a pretty hefty speed. You can see he's gone up against the covered tyre wall. And they're just trying to bump start the bike, but well, championship leader down in qualifying session. He's got in fact, I would say he's got the fastest time. He hasn't now. Mason Foster, and that last time around, taking the provisional pole position at 49.590, might have just taken pole position away from Ethan Sparks. And with 3 minutes left to go, can Ethan get that bike restarted? Will they need to get it back into the pit lane to clear it of some of that wood chips and all the dirt and debris? As you can see, Ethan is up on his feet, and he just wants to get back on the bike, and that's exactly what 99.9, if not all of the riders. You can see there we go, shaking all of the detritus out from that bike. They don't want to get anything into the engine, sucking into any of the filters. But well, there we go, back on his feet, and he'll try and get another lap in. But Mason Foster on the 88 as he's following there the 145 of Paddy Moore. And he's looking at trying to pick up pole position, because at the moment he's got an advantage of 800ths of a second over Ethan Sparks. Philip Schroeder out 0.4 of a second back from the leading pair, with Ollie Horner in 4th position. I was just talking about Ollie before. Ollie, whose best result so far this season has been 6th position, which he picked up a couple of times. In fact, he's picked up a 6th place in every round so far this season. So he wants to break that top 5 duck that he's been looking for all season long. He had a big crash here last season. The throttle stuck open. He went straight into the tyre wall in the final corner. Hopefully, new livery, new bike, and it won't happen this time around. But, well, you were saying earlier, Ross, that Mason Foster caught your eye for someone that was looking switched on this weekend, and you can see his title rival to the side of him there. He just knows he's just going to keep it on 2 wheels and pick up pole.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely destroyed Ethan Sparks. Just looking at him out the window, that is just the dejected body language. He's absolutely furious with himself, I'm sure, just disappointed as well. You know, he punched the barrier as well, and you know, they're just pulling the bike down. He's you know, I think his session's over, looking at the time that's left as well, just over a minute. So that's obviously really gotten into him. He's very upset about that one, and as well, that's going to put him down for the race, because now Foster has the upper hand. You know, he's got the momentum at home. He's bringing the momentum with him from last weekend anyway, you know, with 2 wins and that 2nd place. He came away with the most points of anybody in the championship from that weekend. And you know, Sparks needed to respond, and he's put it in the gravel, and that's his session over. So Foster now really has the upper hand. So Sparks is going to need a very strong performance later on in race 1, but that could be his weekend overdone there, because you know, mentally, once you're destroyed, that's it. You know, there's no coming back for the rest of your weekend. There is Philip Soroviak coming across the line there to set, I believe that was a 50.647, a little bit off the pace of his best lap time. His best lap time currently being a 50.078, but there is still time for one more lap, just 20 seconds to go in this qualifying session before the checkered flag comes out. Can he jump Sparks as well? Let's try and find out with Sparks. Yeah, that is a dreadful end to his qualifying session for him. You really feel for him. He's obviously very upset about that. You can just tell from his body language, you know, just the way he was walking down the straight. He was just absolutely, I could tell he was destroyed. That's really got to hurt him. But what he needs to do now is he needs to come out into the next next race, even, apologies, and just get out. Oh no, and that is that's Ollie Horner down there.
Ollie Horner has gone down, going into the downhill section of the chicane towards the end of the lap. So another rider that's slipped off and gone into the wall. So not the session that Ollie Horner was looking to finish off. He was in 4th position, so it was a good running quali for Ollie. But well, you can see that that 70 machine is once again getting cleared out. Well, we're built into the side of a quarry here, so you do find that there is a lot of dirt, debris, stones, as qualifying does come to an end with Mason Foster, your provisional pole sitter, as they all line up onto the back straight and chat about how the session went. And equally, this is where they're going to get a final practice start before their first races, which will be coming up in a few hours' time, as they're all going to go at the same time and test each other who gets the best launch. And you can see everyone just gauging themselves in, ready for this weekend's racing. We've got the 19, the 87 and the 100s. Clayton Edmonds there on the 146 pulls to the side as well. Oh, we're going to even get a double one there as Clayton waits for the others to turn up. guns it down, and Clayton get a good start. Clayton Edmonds, who watch out for, as I'm giving Ross tips as we're commentating, Clayton Edmonds always gets some absolutely blistering starts. He is very, very quick, as there's Ollie Horner's bike getting wheeled back to the sides. As we're going to empty it out. I'm sure it's full of everything that you don't want to be in there, as looks as though the bike is still all in one piece. It might have just been a slight error from Ollie going into the downhill braking section, but they'll be back out. So plenty of racing left to come, so make sure you pour yourself a cup of tea, grab yourself some lunch, and get ready for the race ones, which will be coming up a little bit later on. We're expecting to go racing just past around about 3:15ish, I think is the time we've got allotted for the first race, which will be the AC40 rookies. Well, Mason Foster, Ethan Sparks, Philip Soroviak, and Philip Soroviak, who's got fans all around the world, it seems, and equally they turn up to a lot of the races in good numbers. And Philip, who is he's just done a great job. I've been really impressed with him so far this season. He is incredibly hardworking. Off the every time that he leaves a Fab event, he seems to be racing somewhere else during the week. At the weekends, he's putting in a lot of bike time, and it's paying off. He's currently third in the championship, third on track in qualifying. And what can he do from that position come the race? Now, next up, we're waiting, of course, for the green flag to come out for the final qualifying session for the sidecars. Now, sidecar action. How much do you know about sidecars, Ross?
I actually know surprisingly much. Bear in mind, this is my first Fab event. My granddad actually used to race sidecars. He was the rider, and I actually believe he still actually holds the lap record for Mallory Park. I might need to double check that one with him. But my producer just told me I kept that one a bit quiet in my ear. But yeah, bit of a motor racing history in my family. My parents met at a kart circuit, so it's in the blood, I suppose. But yeah, it's these guys are mental. The guys on the actually in the sidecar are some of the most insane people in the motorsports world. Again, quote from my granddad. My stepdad went to him one time and just said, Terry, you must have been mental, riding around in sidecars, in the 70s and the 80s, that's a lot of work to do. In the 60s, well, there's not a lot of protection. He just turned around and went, I was fine. It was the guys on the sidecars. They are genuinely insane. First of all, it's tough, to be on a bike when you're not controlling it anyway. Your natural instincts just stand in. You don't want to be there. Then you're literally leaning off the side of it. They're absolutely insane. And you'll see, obviously, you're going to experience this later. I'm getting you all hyped up for this now, aren't I? But it is genuinely some of the most ludicrous forms of motorsport. Like, look at that, they're just hanging off the side of the bike through the corner. That's what they've got to do to be quick, and it's such a unique form of motorsport. And as well, it's and actually I think that was the 44 of Mick Lay clipping the grass there on the way into the big right-hander there. I believe he's actually clean swept this season so far. So they're obviously taking very aggressive lines around here at Rowrah. But, these guys are just absolutely bonkers. Unfortunately, it seems a bit of a kind of a niche kind of thing nowadays. It's slowly kind of starting to get the grids are getting kind of smaller and smaller, which is a shame. But obviously you've got to look forward to this later, haven't you, Gareth? You might be watching some tips and tricks from the guys on the sidecar.
Well, I feel like I've kind of set myself up for this one, because of course, if you have been avid viewers of Fab, you'd know that my usual co-commentator, Tristan Piaro, was able to. He's a rider himself. He's a recently retired rider, I say, but he has been up in the stock 600s, and he got to go on the sidecars. I was incredibly jealous. I was sitting there watching him go around, and I've been saying I'd love to have a go. And equally, I've been saying, well, I could do better than Tristan. He sat there like a statue for the entire lap, and he came off and said, that's the scariest thing I've ever done. And I was like, well, it can't be that scary. And I've been given the opportunity. Both John Hosker and Adrian Evans both have said, well, let's see if you're up to it. We'll go out for a lap. So hopefully I'm going to get a couple of laps on after the end of the racing today. So I will. If I'm not here tomorrow, you'll know exactly what happened. I'll be in the A&E, probably getting all bandaged up in casts. But yeah, really, really looking forward to this one. The 127 of John Hosker. He's very, very accommodating to Motorsport Radio, getting the commentators out there. And as you just alluded to, you've got a history in motorsport. So tell us a little bit more about yourself, where you come from, how you got started in commentary, how you got started in motorsport, and more about your parentage with a lot of people working in the motorsport world.
Well, I'll try not to go on a 10-minute rant about who's doing what nowadays. It's a bit complicated. But yes, hello, I'm Ross. This is my commentary debut. As you mentioned earlier, Gareth, I was the melon standing alongside you in the pre-race interview section. So I've come from sim racing like you, actually. Over lockdown, I kind of got into the sim racing side of things. Somehow wound up on commentary and have just kind of gradually worked my way up there. Then got the job over here at Motorsport Radio, and it's just been this is the first time they decided to take the gamble and throw me behind the microphone in real life. So that's my background, as you said. Big motorsport family. My parents met at I believe it was Wilton Mill. I think my mum used to help run Wilton Mill, I think, with my nan. As I said, my granddad used to race sidecars. My uncle, my mum's brother, used to do karting and did quite well at the World Champs one year, I think. My dad, there's too many things to talk about him. He ran Fullerton karting back in the 90s. He's actually Oscar Piastri's manager over in F2 now as well. So a lot of motorsport heritage in my family. Obviously, the only one that's relevant here, of course, is my granddad in the sidecars, because the rest of them, they're all four wheels. They're all pointless here at FAB. Just looking back onto the sidecars on that topic, we've got 6 minutes to go, and it's who else would be on the top? It's the number 44. It's Mick Lay with a 1 minute .876. Who's 1.5 seconds, apologies, quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. Jason Greenstreet in P2 at the moment. And then Mark Parker, who's again very, very close to the back of Jason Greenstreet, only about half a tenth off with the best lap of a 1:02.443. And then there's a bit of a gap, so Adrian Ems behind, then John Hosker a little bit behind them as well, and then Dave Glover at the back with a 1:07.843. So a bit of time to find there for Dave Glover, but I'm sure that Rowrah is one of those circuits where the more you push, the more it rewards, and there is still plenty of time left in this qualifying session, of course. 5 minutes and 19 seconds to go as I glance down at the time remaining. So still plenty of time to get more confidence, especially for those in the sidecars. It's all about the confidence for them, all about how brave they are, essentially all up onto two wheels there, I think I saw for the red number 230 of Mick Parker, and it's all about how brave they can be. So it's about how low to the ground you get, where you lean. So it's all really depending on whoever's in the circuit and how brave they are. So there's still plenty of time for them to gain more confidence, and as they get out there and lean over, and it's really important that they get down and just have the confidence to do so. So there's still plenty of time for them, still time left in the session for them to believe more in themselves, believe more in the abilities, and believe more that they're not going to fall off the bike. Of course, if your grip's tying off, I'm sure you won't. And these guys obviously been doing it for a while. So you tomorrow, you might have to be a bit of a statue as well in comparison to these guys. I'm sure you'll do better than Tristan did last year. He was an absolute statue from what I've heard. But yeah, still time left to make up time in this session for the guys in the back. As that's the 76 of Mick Williams, or not Mick Williams, apology, Adrian Ems, apologies, going quite slowly. Not sure what's happened there, if they've had a bit of a moment potentially, but they're going quite slowly down the back end of the circuit, but they seem to be getting going again, and no, they're actually pulling off into the pits. A potentially problem there for Adrian Ems.
Yep, so that's the 76 just having a slight issue as they roll back in, but not coming up on our timing screens just yet. However, very much comes out usually is the 26, the Red Bull livery, Mick Williams and Michael Elms. Now, for the uninitiated that have, it looks as though they're all, it might be the end of the session for the sidecars, but just for the uninitiated that have never watched sidecar racing here at FAB before, they are your New York Yankees, your Manchester United, your Valentino Rossi. They are the ones to beat. They have won every race so far this season. 300 points out of 300. Last season they won every race bar one when the bike broke down. And I was speaking to Roger Keys, and he was saying he can't remember the last time they won a race when they hadn't won can't remember a season where they hadn't won all races. But is this the weekend? Because as you were just saying there, the likes of Mark Parker was doing well, Mick and Danny Lee, they were running very nicely indeed. Is this the race where we see that dominance from the 26 come unstuck? But in the championship, it is already, it can be sewn up this weekend. I'm just double checking. So 150 points still on offer at the end of this. So it can't be sewn up this week. It can be sewn up the next round. 150 points at the end of this round will be on offer. Of course, 75 points for all three wins. He's leading by 126 points ahead of Adrian and Claire Ems in second position in the championship. So Mick Williams will be looking to sew up the championship at Ella Park in a few short weeks' time, as Jason and Leo Greenstreet still out on circuit. Let's see if they make it through the first two corners, because it's something that they struggled with last time we were here at Rowrah. Unfortunately, they got left on, the passenger got left on the side of the circuit. But we do see in the sidecars, it's very much a family affair. Quite often we see the likes of husband and wife pairings, we see the likes of father and daughter pairings, we see father and son pairings. So it is that very family affair in sidecar racing. It is great to see, and we've had some sensational racing from them so far this season. We've had some bikes up on their nose cones over the top of barriers, and we've equally seen some side-to-side panel bashing between a lot of the bikes going, especially at Red Lodge. Red Lodge was probably the best round that we've seen from the sidecars in a long time, as the Green Streets on the 90 machine making their way around, and possibly the loudest bike anywhere in the FAB Paddock, the Green Streets 90 sidecar, as there's the checkered flag. So that ends their session. So they will be out later on today for their first race of the weekend. But it was Mick Lee who was given the provisional pole position. However, Mick Williams and Michael Elms not coming up on timing, so perhaps having an issue with the transponder there. So we will have to find out if Williams does take pole position for that one. If not, Mick Lee on the 44 from the 230 of Mark Parker, then Jason on the 90 in third position. So, well, sidecars, they will be out later on today. And over to, and here we go, looking down at the schedule, we've got the Extreme 200s and Moto Team Race 1s, as they will be the final ones up for the final qualifying sessions. Of course, all the Q2s, and then we go around into the Race 1s. So, well, here we go, practice start for the Green Streets as they gun it down the back straight. But welcome everyone, wherever you're watching, whether you of course are at home, whether you're in the paddock listening live. My name is Gareth Hall. You're listening to the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship Round 5. I've been joined by Ross McIntyre for this weekend, and we'll be bringing you all the action throughout the race 1s, 2s and 3s here from Rara, as the Moto Team and Extreme 200s get ready to finish their qualifying session and get us ready for the first round of races. And we hope you're having a lovely day wherever you're watching. And of course, do all the good stuff you do on the socials, like, share, subscribe, all that stuff that we always see you do. Equally, drop into the comments, let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. It's always great to see family members supporting, and equally, even if you're not watching, give us a thumbs up and give us a support for all the younger riders making their way through. Very, very brave riders. In fact, just out my window, I've got Zach Pennegar, and unfortunately Zach Pennegar in the AC40 rookies going down in practice yesterday. He's broken his collarbone, which is a real shame for Zach, because he is having a season to remember in the rookies. He's picked up his first win, and well, unfortunately for him, he's going to be out this round. He's looking at coming back for the next one at Ella Park, and he's got third in he's currently sitting in second in the championship, just a very, very small amount ahead of Finley Bardell. Well, he's looking for Bradley Curtis to have a good run. What can Bradley Curtis do? We'll find out. They'll be up next for their first race of the weekend. However, this time around, it is Extreme 200 and Moto Team. And, well, Moto Team, it's a multi-category class. So there's some what looks like some GP bikes, what looks like some pit bikes. It's not the bike that scores the points, or it's not the rider that scores the points, it's the bike that scores the points. So it is very confusing. It's commentators, pretty much the category to confuse all the commentators. Everyone uses all that runoff area. And, well, we're going to have the likes of Reece Peacock on the Extreme 200, and equally back on Moto Team, the likes of Jamie King and Jason Pugh. Ian Jackson equally back on Moto Team as well. So, split category. This one is going to melt your brain, I imagine, if you start working on this.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got used to this. You've been here a while. This is my first time, so still trying to wrap my head around it. Obviously, the Extreme 200 should be quick around here. Obviously, they can use a lot more of the curb, can run a lot wider than the Moto teams can, because they've got that softer suspension. They can get away with that, so they should be quicker around here and be running a lot wider. So if you're interested in bikes right on the edge, they'll be the ones to watch. If you're more interested in GP style bikes, then you'll be interested in watching the Moto team stuff going around. They're both out on circuit at the same time, and well, at the moment in the Extreme 200, they've got Owen Miller on pole in the Extreme 200 class, the number 30, and then on the Moto team, we've got Jason Pugh, the number 8, who's currently on pole in that category, and then Jay King as well in the number 76, the man who was very kindly had our GoPro on earlier in the pit bikes. Doesn't have the GoPro on the Moto team bike, but he's doing us a favour early. I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of onboard action across the weekend, as this is currently P2 in the Moto team classes. Unfortunately, we can't distinguish the classes on our timing screens. You just have to go with what you can see in terms of what looks like a pit bike and what looks like a GP bike. It really isn't that easy. There we can see one of the Moto team bikes. But yeah, as I said, Owen Miller currently just on provisional pole in the Extreme 200. And that is a bike off the road there. I think that's
the 108 of Ashley Thompson down to the side. Ashley, who, he's had a bit of an off few races. He went down in the Cine Mini Motos when we saw him at Clay Pigeon. He's having an issue here out there on his Extreme, so hopefully he'll be able to get back underway. And there we go, he was just clearing some dirt from the bike. Bike's restarted, and
someone else just pulling up there as well.
I mean, these bikes are very temperamental. They're very, very easily to just get slightly wrong, and it's easier just to stop them and get it sorted before more things go wrong. But I was chatting to Jason Pugh. Jason, who's had a pretty good run so far this season, picked home a couple of podiums, well, a decent handful of podiums, and one win back in the first round of the season at Lid. He's been racing for is almost, he said 1992. So I was 3 years old at that.
I wasn't even a twinkle in my father's eye at that point.
Not even clear.
My time.
So he has been racing a long time. And he says he just loves it. He comes back and, he's been doing a great job there. He's been involved in the battle for the championship with the likes of Jamie King. Equally, him and Simon Clowes last season was one of the battles to watch all season long. And but it is just one of the best categories. It's so much fun to watch. Well, at the moment, Owen Miller leading away on the 30. And he is currently holding on to provisional pole position by 0.004 of a second ahead of Reece Peacock on the 29. So Reece, who's we've been told is one to watch this weekend, he's looking very good here at Rowrah. And in fact, Reece has had a pretty decent run across all categories for the last few rounds. And he'll be looking at making up some decent points in the championship. But just going off track slightly. It's going to make you up a little bit of time there, but perhaps won't be counted at the end of this one. But there's the 29 of Reece Peacock, and Reece, who's gone quickest, is with a 53.475, and the rider from Littleport looking at taking provisional pole position in this one. He's half a second faster than Owen Miller. Nathan Riggy 1.7 back, so it looks as though we've got a bit of a breakaway from your top two, but great lap there from Reece.
Yeah, that's a great lap. He's pulled that one out the back completely. I mean, they were very, very tight, and he's just gone almost 6 tenths quicker. Great stuff. Then there's a bit of a gap down to Nathan Riggy in P3 on the 59. He's 1.7 seconds back from 1.75 seconds back actually from Reece Peacock. We've got Sean Whitaker, who again another second off of Nathan Riggy. Before we then got the leader of the Moto team category, Jason Pugh, who's out there with a 56.4. Moto team looking a little bit closer potentially than the Extreme 200s, but don't let that take away from you that the Extreme 200s all spread out. It's still going to be very, very close in the racing, of course. Just over 4 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. Looks like there was somebody off, but I think they've got going again. And actually, that's just something I want to mention quickly. I think how the track's evolving, because we saw in the GP70 qualifying, we saw two riders go down right at the end, two top riders as well. And obviously, Rowrah, it's in the Lake District. It's very temperamental. The weather, it's windy because of location. The track's going to get hotter and cooler as it continues. So it's so potentially the track is not just evolving over time, evolving with every session. So potentially you're going into a corner and it's just completely different from what you're expecting it to be. So potentially something to watch out for in the races as well. We've got a lot of cloud cover. It's kind of cloudy, then sunny. Every second is changing so quickly. So that's something to watch out for. And again, tomorrow it's going to rain. It's going to rain hard. So tomorrow the order's going to be totally shaken up as well. So across the races we could be seeing some very, very different results.
But you know what? I'm putting a bet down now. It's not going to rain at all tomorrow.
Now that I've said it, yeah.
You've been building this up. I'm excited now. I know, because we know that rain is a leveller. Well, will it come? We are in the Lake District, so it does tend to get quite wet up here quite often. I've just
put my weather app, and it's saying 80% chance of rain tomorrow, and it's going to be raining all night as well. So even if it doesn't rain tomorrow, it's going to be a wet track.
Well, meteorologist McIntyre over there is going to find out. But we go. out on circuit, with 2 minutes and 38 seconds left to go in their final qualifying session is the likes of who have we got leading Moto team? We've got Jason Pugh, who's managed to get himself up into 4th position on the baby blue number 8 machine. He's out there ahead of the likes of Jamie King and Ian Jackson, so good laps so far from Jason Pugh. In fact, Jason Pugh has managed to get himself up ahead of a couple of Extreme 200 runners, so that's a really good run for the but he said he likes the Moto team. Big wheels on these bikes, of course they look the most like those MotoGP bikes that you're used to seeing on the likes of the GP50s, and but it is him leading in the Moto team pole position race between himself and the 76 of Jamie King. However, it's not Jamie King on the bike. It is one of the other riders that won a competition for Jamie's YouTube channel. So check out Pit Bike Sonic over on YouTube, Jamie King's YouTube channel, and he does giveaways. He does a lot of behind the scenes of not only here at FAB but also up in the BSB paddock, where he's working with some of the riders up in the BSB paddock as well. And it's always a good watch Jamie's channel. I like to quickly tune in every now and then and just find out what's going on in the J King world as he works out his new bike, the Pit Bike 140s, and the Moto team bike, and equally everything in between. And looking forward to seeing his 7.5 hour vlog I'm sure he did as he drove up here. But we got just a smidge over 1 minute left to go in this one. It is Reece Peacock from Owen Mellor, the 29 from the 30. Nathan Riggy is your top 3 in the Extreme 200s. Of course, they've already had a qualifying session earlier on this weekend, so it will get all mixed up together, and we will find out who gets pole they'll be the last ones up. And Reece Peacock, the 29, coming across the line. He's just going to make it to the line for one final lap. Best lap for him has been a 53.475, so this is last chance saloon for Reece if he wants to improve that time. What can Owen Mellor do? He's going to come across the line and see if he can improve. He's half a second behind Reece now, so Owen with some work to do. Half a second is quite a bit of a gap. As you can see, backing out of it is the 29, so he's not going any quicker, and in fact just comes back onto the racing line and perhaps just catches out one of the riders making their way through Ardell's hairpin. But 14, 13, 12, 11 and 10 seconds left to go in this one. It looks as though it's going to be Reece Peacock taking pole position.
Indeed it is, and what a lap as well. The only rider out there in the 53s, and that will be a very worthy pole position as well, unless Owen Mellor can pull something absolutely spectacular out of the bag in these last few seconds. Checkered flag is now out. That is the final qualifying session of the weekend over. Owen Mellor looks like I don't think he will improve, but we'll see in a moment. No, he does not improve, so that is it. It will be Reece Peacock on pole, Owen Mellor alongside him in the Extreme 200. Nathan Riggy will be third as well. Jason Pugh looks like he's set to take pole position in the Moto team category there, and we've got Sean Whittaker fifth in Extreme 200, and then Jamie King second in the Moto team. Ian Jackson third in the Moto team as well. Looks like nobody is quite improving as it stands, so it's that looks like that should be it. I think the track may have just potentially not been as quick at the end as all the riders would have been hoping, but the checker flag is now out, and that is it for the weekend's qualifying sessions here. And it's been an interesting set of qualifying sessions here at Rowrah. We have certainly seen some action. We've seen a few tumbles here and there, and we've seen some spectacular laps as well, but that's FAB-Racing for you. It always provides the spectacular laps, and now we should be getting underway, I believe, with the AC40 Pros, I believe.
Rookies, there you go. Knew I was going to get it wrong somewhere. Rookies up first for race 1 and the first race of the weekend as well here at Rowrah. Potentially the only dry racing that we're going to see. Obviously, Gareth's now got a bet on that. I'm going to be completely wrong, and it's not going to rain tomorrow at all. I'm still trusting in a ye old weather app on my phone, but only time will tell if it's going to pour it down tomorrow or not. But we are going to get dry running here for the time being today at least, and it will be a dry race 1. And as we just see there, that's the 107 slowly pushing their bike up the background there, so I'm not too sure what's happened there as they push it up the pit lane. Potentially a problem in the last few seconds there. We can see the rookies making their way out onto the grid, and I believe it's Ollie Hall who's going to be on the pole position for race 1.
as they line up there, and all the marshals helping them stop in the correct places. And this will be your first race of the weekend, of course, and what a race to kick it off as well. The AC40 Rookies will be a top quality race, as it always is, Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking forward to this one. They'll be out for a green flag lap before they go around to take the green lights and red lights on, red lights off, and then they'll head off for their first race of the weekend. But, well, thank you very much for joining us wherever you are around the world, wherever you're, of course, you're listening in the paddock. And I'm sure we'll be blasting out of the loudspeaker PA, and you can hear hopefully every word we're saying throughout the weekend. Or, of course, you're watching at home, and you're well, if you are, make sure you get in touch with us. Drop into the comments, let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and hopefully you're all having a lovely Saturday afternoon. We've got the AC40 Rookies up for this one. So, AC40 Rookies, it will be Oliver Hall on pole position for it, alongside Bradley Curtis. Bradley Curtis, who has been tipped for the win by a new co-commentator of mine. I've got Speed Pennegar, Zach Pennegar, alongside me. How are you doing, Zach? Well, you had a problem down in on Friday. You've unfortunately gone down, broken your collarbone. So how are you feeling at the moment?
Not the best because I can't really ride, but at least I get to support my friends.
Well, you do indeed, and you're looking at Bradley for a good result in this one. He'll be lining up from second on the grid. Oliver Hall on pole position with Bradley in second, with Beth Ashby in third position, Harley Baker in fourth with Jensen Bishop in fifth, Rex Austin in sixth with Annabelle McCarthy in seventh, Matt Thomas in eighth, Chloe Gleason in ninth with Matt Jennings in ninth. Then you've got Josh Perkins, Seth Mason Hayward, Archie Hooper, Taylor Riley and Peyton Richards are your the rest of the grid for this one. And well, you're having a quick look at the grid there. Who are you expecting to do well in this race?
I'm expecting Oliver Hall. Probably 100% Oliver. He's going to do brilliant. Bradley, he's going to do quite well. Matthew's going to fly it. Probably. He's on a brand new bike. Well, not brand new, but engine new built bike.
So what I'll do, just for Oliver's help, I'm going to try and angle our TV, our monitor down, so for Zach, sorry, so Zach can see what's going on. I was thinking about your Oliver Hall there for a second. So it will be Oliver Hall on pole position alongside him Bradley Curtis. Bradley Curtis, who is trying to reel in some points in the championship. We're about to kick off the racing here at Rowrah for the first race of the weekend. Is Oliver Hall, who gets a great start. Bradley Curtis filters into second position. Beth Ashby's dropped down behind Harley Baker into fourth position. Beth Ashby, only the second ever female race winner at FAB. She's currently down there in fourth position, but it's a good getaway there from Oliver. That's Harley Baker, I think, who's gone down at the first hairpin. So Harley on the 27. There we go, back underway and back in the fight. From your point of view, Zach, you've had a couple of falls on the bike occasionally. What is it like when you go down? Does it hurt? Do you just want to get back on the bike and back in the race?
It depends. If it's like a not really bad one, I just grab the bike, even if it's down, brake's not working, I just grab onto it. At least I get some points if I finish it.
And let us know, because someone's been using your bike today. So what have you been doing sharing your bike? Who's been sharing it with?
I've been sharing it with Matthew, but at the first lap he crashed it, so he didn't like it, so he went into pits and got a little bit moody.
So that's what this is why I love having Speed alongside me. No filter whatsoever. But where we go, lap one has been completed, and it's Oliver Hall leading from Bradley Curtis. Beth Ashby now up into third position with that fall for Harley Baker, and Harley's dropped right down to the back of the order. Annabelle McCarthy running her best race so far, and the young lady from Swindon is making some moves, already up into fourth position. Matthew Jennings now up into fifth position. Rex Austin and then Chloe Gleason in seventh. Josh Perkins, Jensen Bishop and Taylor Riley. Now, Zach, you've raced against Oliver Hall for quite a while now, over a season. What's he like to race against? Is he fast? Where's he good? Where's it hard to overtake him?
It's hard to overtake him on... It's probably really hard to overtake him on the corner where he broke my collarbone.
Well, it's going to be even harder now with broken collarbone. So
yeah,
you're obviously you're missing this round. You're planning on being back at Ella, I suggest.
Yeah.
So there we go. We'll hopefully see Speed Pennegar back out on circuit shortly. But Beth Ashby now starting to try and put the pressure on Bradley Curtis. Bradley, who had a really, really good run back at Clay Pigeon. He finished on all steps of the podium, a win, a second and a third place. And, he's got Beth Ashby behind him. Beth, who picked up her first win of the season, her first win overall, and equally, as I said, only the second ever female race winner at FAB, behind Holly Harris in the senior mini motos. What can she do? Chasing down, but Oliver Hall's breaking away at the front now, 2.9 seconds ahead of everyone else and circulating comfortably 2 seconds a lap faster. And Zach, when you're racing, tell us more about the bike. How did you get into racing yourself?
I used to watch quite a bit of MotoGP. Then my dad put me on a dirt bike, and I liked it. But the company just got shut down, and I tried mini motos, and I liked it quite a bit more.
So what's the plan for you then when you're racing? Do you want to be up in the British Talent Cup in MotoGP? Do you want to make your way up to MotoGP in the next 10 years?
Yeah.
So, Beth Ashby getting a wobble there on the exit of the final corner, chasing down Bradley Curtis. Is Oliver Hall still leading away now? 4.1 seconds. He's starting to check out at the front. Bradley Curtis in second. Beth Ashby in third. Annabelle McCarthy trying to stay with these the pair of them, as we've got a yellow flag down at the hairpin at the first of the hairpins, but it's Oliver Hall shrieking away Bradley Curtis. Then we've got Beth Ashby bringing Annabelle McCarthy for fourth position, and Annabelle starting to get involved in this battle for the podium. She's only got to make up one position and she'll be able to get up onto a debut podium. Her best result so far this season has been, I'm looking through my notes, 9th place. So at the moment, 4th place is a stunning run for the 113. And here comes Oliver Hall starting to make his way up to almost clips the rear end there as he's starting to make his way up to some lap traffic. But, Oliver doing a good job on circuit, and Bradley Curtis, you were wanting Bradley to pick up some good points in the championship. He's running in second at the moment. So here we go, Bradley running, trying to run away from Beth Ashby and Annabelle McCarthy as they cross the line with 4 laps left to go in this one. Now, what's the game plan for you, Zach? Do you count down how many laps are left to go? Do you wait for that last lap flag to come out and then you push a little bit harder, or are you just going flat out the entire race?
Flat out the whole race.
Well, it's great to hear. Well, here we go. Bradley Curtis, he's going to have to do work. You can see Beth Ashby, there we go, bobbing ahead, just trying to get more and more power, but it's going to open the door. But here we go, Annabelle McCarthy's going to come down the inside. Pardon?
Matthew just tried to do a risky overtake on Bethany. That's what I tried to do at Clay Pigeon, and I got off.
Well, there you go.
It ended up on the grass.
Well, it's worked. It's now up past Beth Ashby, so it's the 128. So it's not Annabelle McCarthy, it's the 128, which isn't showing up on our timing screen. So it is maybe a transponder issue there for the 128. But so it is. My apologies, but it's Beth Ashby now down into 4th position. So she's going to have to try and come back at the 128. And, we're coming around to start. 3 laps left to go, and it's starting to bunch up. Bradley Curtis, a little bit of a breakaway now with some lap traffic behind, and that's allowed Matthew Thomas, and there we go. We've got Bethany Ashby behind. The battle is still going on further down the order. We've got Chloe Gleeson with Josh Perkins. Harley Baker's making his way through the field, back up into 7th position after going down on lap 1. Then Jensen Bishop is across the line. Harley Baker now up into 6th place, making his way down. So clearly, Zach, after going down on lap 1 to get back into 6th position, it's a good run so far for Harley.
Yeah. Harley crashed at Clay Pigeon, I think it was.
Did indeed, and so it's great to see Harley back up and getting some decent results and picking up some points in that championship. Now, you've been on the podium in almost, on every round so far, apart from, I say you've picked up some thirds, some seconds, you even picked up the win. How did you feel picking up your first win back at Red Lodge?
I felt quite giddy and surprised because I didn't thought I was doing it. I thought I'd win again on the second race, but then my photo cable snapped, so couldn't really win the race.
No, not really, but a good go nonetheless. And there you go. There's your expert opinion from Zach Fenegar, Speed Fenegar. Well, the man leading this one is Oliver Hall by a country mile now. It's 5.7 seconds between himself and Brad Curtis in second position. Then we've got what should be Matthew Thomas in third place ahead of Beth Ashby, but Matthew on the 128 transponder not showing up. So will Beth be able to come back? Just tries to get down the inside going into the second hairpin. Doesn't quite work out, but Oliver Hall checking out the front, really enjoying himself here at Rowrah. He did say he was enjoying the circuits and he was looking for some wins this weekend, and without the likes of Speed Pendergast racing alongside him, it might mean that Oliver's got an easy run to the flag, because I'm sure if Zach was out there, you'd be trying to challenge Oliver for the win.
Yeah, Oliver's a little rocket, he is. So is Rex.
Rex Austin, yeah, absolutely, and that's a really good point actually from you. Rex Austin, who's turned up and, back at Lid, he finished on the podium every race in only his second race of his career here at FAB. So Rex Austin will be looking at picking up some decent points as well. So, here we go. On to the final lap comes Oliver Hall, and Oliver is storming his way around down towards Ardale's hairpin. And the young rider on the 3 machine from Findon Wellingborough is absolutely blowing away the rest of the competition here in the AC40 rookies class, looking at coming home and picking up he picked up the final win of the weekend back at Clay Pigeon. Before that, it was all the way back at round 1 at Lid, where he picked up a hat-trick of victories, and he's only got a few more corners to do so, and Oliver Hall will be your race winner here at the AC40 rookies. And Oliver Hall, he has been the class leading away from start to finish. Here we go, pole position to the flag. Oliver Hall is your winner for the AC40 rookies as we open the weekend, fist bumping his way up to the checkered flag. He is going to come up to the line, and he is your winner. Behind the battle still going on for second position, but it's Bradley Curtis in second position. Beth Ashby, what can she do? She's trying to go around the outside of Matthew Thomas up to the line. Is they going to come to the line? It's going to be Matthew Thomas takes it on the nose. Beth Ashby just into fourth position, just misses out on her podium, but a really good race there, really good weekend.
Yeah, Jensen's having a quite nice battle over there.
He is indeed. Jensen Bishop, who finishes a tenth of a second behind Josh Perkins for 7th and 8th position there. So Jensen, whose best result, 4th place back at Clay Pigeon, finishes down in 8th. I'm sure a little bit more work to do this weekend, but it's been a solid start to the weekend for the rookies. They'll be out tomorrow for their race 2s and race 3s, and
He's gone over the finish line.
There we go. A fantastic start to the weekend. Thank you very much for joining me, Zach. It's been great to have you alongside. Good to have you behind a microphone.
Thanks.
Well, I'm sure you'll be welcome back any time, but it's been there you go. That's Zach Pendergast, who should be racing. Unfortunately, an issue for him means he'll be missing this one, and you're welcome back anytime. Superb from Speed Pendergast, one of the younger riders in FAB. And clearly another one, just like we've seen from the likes of Luke Fitchett, is quite happy to get behind a microphone, got the confidence just to talk away and to even just discuss who I'm not talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to take my job at this rate. I mean, obviously, Zach unfortunately broke his collarbone yesterday, and we've been speaking to his dad. He's sounded like he was being really, really brave. And the only time he actually cried was when he told that he couldn't race next round because he knew that was his championship out the window. But he's done a great job out there as Zach, and fair play to him. He was looking quick yesterday. Obviously, got very unlucky with his accident, and obviously, breaking your collarbone is never fun. So obviously, hope he has a very speedy. Hopefully, has a very speedy recovery, and he's done a great job behind the mic, so fair play to him. He's done himself proud there, and he's even though he's obviously had that devastating accident, really not great. Obviously, he wants to be out there on track, he wants to be competing with everyone else, he still wants to be involved with the community, and he's come up here and he's done a great job, so fair play, Zach, and great job out there. And mate, we're obviously, everyone here and everyone at FAB wishing you a very speedy recovery.
Yeah, speed indeed, Speed Pendergast there. Up next we have got the MKGP50. So usually we run on all the minis and then we move up to the Metro Kits. This time we're gonna just whet your appetite for some Metro Kit running. We're gonna bring out the 50s. So the first step of the ladder. We always talk about the ladder here at FAB, and it starts with the rookies. Well, this is their first step on geared machines up on the MKGP. They look like mini GPs. Is very much as the name suggests, mini GP bikes, and that's what they look like. And what's certainly how they drive. But they are going to be making their way out to circuit. We've got the likes of Clayton Edmonds. Clayton, who is having a stunning season here in the 50s. He's had a season already where he picked up a couple of wins in 2020, notably a very good one back at Wilton Mill last time around. Well, he's leading this championship to Marco Holt by 44 points, and then 114 all the way back to Harry Payne. And Harry Payne, who's gotten under a radar somewhat this season, picking up some solid results. Third in championship, and equally Isaiah Devine, fourth in the championship, is a brilliant upturn in form for Isaiah there. And they will be leading way, but it will be Clayton Edmonds on pole position with Marco Holt and Harry Payne in third position. Archie Gibbs back in fourth place as well. Watch out for Archie, as he'll be looking at making him up some moves. Archie is only in his third race on the MKGP 50 bike. Then we've got the likes of Luke Fitchett behind. We've got the likes of who else is out there on seconds as they're making their way around? Bill Harris is going to be out there. Ollie Sims is out there. Ollie Sims, who's not had the greatest qualifying session, had a very good quali back at Clay Pigeon. Maybe not so much this time around, but what can Clayton do from P1 on the grid? Marco Holt, his closest challenger in this championship, and you've got to think, and I've got the current standings and wins and losses and where everyone's finished. You can see Clayton, a lot of goals next to his name there, so you know that man is the one to beat.
Well, yeah, of course, he's been the dominant force in this championship. Again, one of those riders that he's been on the podium every single race bar one. That was race 2 at round 3 over at Red Lodge. Every other race he's either won or been on the podium, and even again, the only time he was on the podium and didn't win was at race 2 and 3 last time out, when he came in second. So he really is the man to beat in this championship, and you will definitely be seeing him putting in a very, very strong performance. Of course, Marco Holt, I'm expecting big things from as well. He was looking very tasty in practice, but we're going to get the race underway in just a moment's time. The red lights will go on and then they will go out. We are just waiting for the start of the race. Here we can see the lights going on now. They go out and we're underway, and it's a very, very good start from the inside by the number 58. It looks like a few slow starts at the back. Now I think that was Clayton Edmonds getting the door closed him in at turn 1, but it is going to be the 58 that leads the way into the first turn. The first hairpin, even, apologies. Marco Holt with a great start there, and he's doing very, very well. Clayton Edmonds behind him now in P2, and Archie Gibbs in P3. It's all clean so far on the first lap. Marco Holt was a rider I was expecting big things from. He was pushing very, very hard in practice earlier. Whoa! Really, really closing down there on the exit of the hairpin there. I'm not too sure what happened, but I think one of the riders got bogged down and then just brought everyone else back with him. Somehow, no accident. Very, very lucky there, but it is Marco Holt that leads the way coming up to the end of the first lap.
Yeah, great start there from Marco Holt, getting up past Clayton Edmonds, and the top 4 broken away from the likes of Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett now leading a train of 5 bikes behind him. But across the line for the first time is Marco Holt, Clayton Edmonds, Archie Gibbs and Harry Payne, your leading 4. Then comes the fight for 5th down. Luke Fitchett, Isaiah Devine, who got jumped by Luke off the start. Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson making their debut weekend as a pair in the 50s. Of course, we saw Byron in the 50s last time out in Clay Pigeon. This time we see Austin here, Noah Guillory and Bill Harris involved in that one as well. And you can see Austin Johnson on the bike that we usually see. There's I thought it was Ollie Sims there, but it is Austin Johnson is on that bike. You see, I'm so used to seeing different colours of different bikes, and then you've got a different rider on it. But Austin running very nicely in 7th position in this one. But it is Marco leading away, 54 seconds across the line last time around, was 7/10 of a second faster than Clayton Edmonds. So Clayton with some work to do. Can he overhaul Marco? He's got, in fact, it looks as though Marco might be extending that gap this time around. It is. It's moved up 0.3 of a second to about, or just over 1 second. So it's Marco from Clayton, from Archie, Holt from Edmonds, from Gibbs, then Harry Payne down in 4th position. Harry, who will be looking for another podium position. He picked up 1 at Clay Pigeon and 2 at Red Lodge, and he's been solidly in the top 4 positions all season long. One of the smiliest lads in the paddock. Always lovely to have a chat with Harry Payne, and well, he's looking at the rider that's got a lovely sponsorship package from Blair Irwin, is doing a great job out there. And well, it's the 14 fighting with Byron Johnson. That's Bill Harris fighting with Byron Johnson. Bill Harris, who seems to have been involved in a battle in every single race. There's no chance of Bill not getting any
any time working out how to defend and how to attack, because he always seems to be attached to someone else on circuit. And the 14, of course, younger brother of Ronnie Harris, who we saw in the MKGP 70s in their qualifying session. They'll be up for their races. And, well, there we go. Here comes Archie Gibbs. And in fact, Archie Gibbs, who's bringing Harry Payne, and they've been dropped by your leaders, Clayton and Marco Holt, have checked out at the front a little bit. They've extended the gap between themselves and Archie to 3 seconds. So Archie Gibbs now trying to defend from Harry Payne. So Harry, with a bit between his teeth, trying to attack Archie Gibbs, but Archie putting that bike in all the right places.
Yeah, he certainly is. He needs to put on a big defensive effort here. You know, Harry Payne is going to be looking this way and that to try and get past that number 3 bike. Obviously very recognisable with its yellow wheels and the St George's Cross helmet. But, you know, Archie Gibbs just needs to make sure he's riding in all the right places. But then again, when you're defending, you start losing time because, you know, you have to cover the inside of corners, but then you go off the racing line, so you lose grip, you take the corner more slowly because your entry is poor, then your exit's poor because your entry is poor, and it just continues, and you start to lose time. So yes, defending, you're keeping the bike behind you, but you're also losing time on the riders at the front, and we can see that already. You know, Gibbs is already about 5 seconds back off of the leaders in front of him, so they've already lost a big amount of time there. Holt and Edmonds have absolutely bolted off into the distance, almost a whole straight ahead of the pair of them now, and we can see their Payne trying to have a look on the exit of the corners. He seems to have a bit better traction, having a nose up the inside there, definitely having a look, not deciding to go for it this time by, I think Gibbs firmly shut the door there anyway. Payne definitely seems to have the pace advantage at the moment. He's all over the back of Gibbs as we come into the very fast back end of this circuit. You have to be super precise into this section here and make sure you get the bike right over so you can draw to the left again. I don't think Gibbs actually did that, so he'll lose out of it there. He wasn't quite far right enough into the final few corners, but there we can see Marco Holt leading this race, and Holt was really pushing in practice, like almost too much, definitely overriding the bike. He had a big moment into one of the hairpins. I have no idea how he caught it, actually. I was convinced he was going down, but managed to catch the bike superbly well. But he really needs to hang back and really not override that bike. And here we can see Payne potentially having another look into the hairpin. No, decides to not even have a look this time, too far back. But he is all over the back of Archie Gibbs as it stands, and Marco Holt, again, the gap now slightly closing between himself and Clayton Edmonds. Edmonds just closing up. It's now 9/10 of a second between them as we have 7 laps remaining here at Rowrah in race 1 of the Mini GP 50s. And there we can see it once again, Payne and Gibbs. I think Payne was a lot better into the left hand at that time, got a lot further over to right on the engine, yet he's a lot closer coming into the final section. If he's good through the first few corners, he's got a very good chance of an overtake coming into the hairpins. Let's see what he can do. We can see there coming out of the first few turns there, and there they are. And how far back is Payne? Potentially, if he's brave enough to have a look. No, decides against it. But again, watching that traction zone, he's so much better on the exit of that corner than Archie Gibbs is in front of him. But once again, no. I think Gibbs now is really firmly pushing hard to try and keep him behind. So once again, it will be Harry Payne remaining behind Archie Gibbs in this fight for 3rd place. And that being said, as I said, still 6 laps to go here, still plenty of time. And what Payne can do now is just apply the pressure and just wait until Archie Gibbs makes a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. So stunning run there from Archie to keep Harry behind, because Harry Payne is putting the pressure on. Well, another man that's putting the pressure on is Clayton Edmonds, who's close right up to Marco Holt in that last lap. He's been on fire these last few laps. Clayton just took stock over the last few laps or so. He dropped to about 1.1 seconds behind. Then he's been putting in some purple laps. He's now closed the gap up to 1/10 of a second. Marco, perhaps a little bit of a mistake on that last lap. And, well, the rider with the very luminous yellow Minions helmet as they fly down the back straight towards the back end of the circuit is being chased down by, it's almost very ominous, isn't it, Clayton Edmonds with that black tinted visor as he closes in. You can see he's just laser focused on the back end of the 58 of Marco Holt, and these are the two that are battling out for the championship lead. Clayton Edmonds leading that championship. Marco Holt has just had a very good run of results in the last 5 or 6 races or so. He picked up 2 wins back at Clay Pigeon. He picked up 1 back at Red Lodge. Clayton Edmonds equally, he's picked up 2 and two in second place finishes. There's results all over the place. I've got numbers in front of me. It's like looking at matrix code, but it is Marco Holt that just seems to have the rub over Clayton Edmonds at the moment. What can Clayton do as he closes in? But Luke Fitchett is in 5th position. He's got Bill Harris company. I told you, Bill Harris likes himself a battle, and he's got Luke Fitchett for company. Luke making his return to the bike after missing Clay with a wrist injury, and doing an absolutely stellar job in the commentary booth with me for the LC40 Elite class. Well, he's back on the Metro kit. He said he was looking forward to being back on the big bikes. Well, at the moment, he's holding on to a top 5 position in the race, and he's got Bill Harris for company in 6th position. They've dropped Isaiah Devine down to 7th position. Isaiah, who's in a comfortable 6th position. Then you've got the battle between the Johnson brothers. Austin has got ahead of Byron, but well, here we go. Battle for the lead is hotting up. Marco Holt with the fastest lap is immediately snatched away by Clayton Edmonds. Last time around, the gap between the pair of them was 3/10. The gap between their previous laps was about 0.05 of a second. So with 3 laps left to go in this one, it's about 2.5 left to go. It is going to go right down to the wire. We've still got a battle for the podium as Archie Gibbs trying to hold off Harry Payne as well. So Harry still trying to find a way past Archie Gibbs. And of course, this is only Archie Gibbs' third round on a geared bike, so he's learning with every single lap where to put the bike, where to get the power down, where to defend, where to attack. And well, a man that knows very well how to do that is Clayton Edmonds, and he's starting to put the pressure on Marco Holt. We're about to go on to the penultimate lap.
Indeed we are. Here we can see onto the penultimate lap we go. Marco Holt still leading the way, but Clayton Edmonds right on his tail as they come through the opening few sections. Actually could be potentially having a look, and he is. He's going to try and have a look into the inside. Isn't quite going to be able to pull it off this time, but if he gets a good exit to the corner, no, I don't think he will. He's going to drop back a result of that, I think, just from the poor exit. But he was well, now we know that he's got the pace to challenge Marco Holt. But after this, it will be the final lap of the race, so he's going to have to go again as Marco Holt having to lap some bikes there. So potentially traffic potentially potentially traffic getting in the way a little bit there. And Edmonds actually, he's dropped back quite a while there actually, so I think that move, or potential move, that actually really hasn't helped him now. And 2/10 back at the last timing screen, but visually it's a lot more than that. I can see a bike there diving into the pits as well, not sure who it is. And as we see there coming to the line now, and he's a long way back, is Clayton Edmonds, 7.5 tenths now. So all Marco Holt has to do is get past the lap traffic and bring it home, and he will have a very resounding race 1 victory here after Clayton Edmonds has dropped back. I believe Payne and Gibbs have actually swapped places there. So Harry Payne has finally got through as well into 3rd place after they've been attacking each other all race long. So Harry Payne finally gets up into P3, but it will be Marco Holt now, who's just got about half a lap left to run, who looks like he is set to win this race.
Yeah, absolutely so. Marco Holt, he's held off Clayton Edmonds after getting the jump on him into T1, and he's going to look to pick up another win to make it the last 3 wins in the MKGP 50 Championship. What can Marco Holt do? 1 final corner to go, and the 58 is about to take the checkered flag and is a winner here in category. Clayton Edmonds has the second for second. There you go. Marco delighted with that one. You can see him slapping the bike. He was made to work for it, and it is, well, you can see just how much it means. He has a look back at Clayton Edmonds there. The two of them sharing Clayton. Well, let's just wait until we get after a corner, and then I'll give you a fist bump. Well, behind you can see Clayton not happy there with Austin Johnson. Perhaps thought that Austin caught him out of the hairpin as they were lapping each other. There you go, fist bump between the pair of them. There's Noah Guillory making his way past. Noah finished in 9th place. So Clayton perhaps not thinking that he was given the room from the lap bike, but well, nevertheless, Marco Holt, he got through, and he is your race winner. He's taken the last 3 wins in the category, and we'll go into tomorrow's race 2s and race 3s with a pretty decent boost in his confidence. But as you can see, the pair of them just having a quick chat between the pair of them. I'm sure they'll be finding out where it all went right, where it all went wrong, as they're going to go for another race. Clayton's going, no, I want to get the better of you. I want to get back to the pit lane before you do.
Yeah, exactly. Very tight, this little drag race they've got between those two. Harry Payne as well, getting up to P3 in the end and actually put 3 seconds on Archie Gibbs. Just shows how fast he was, but just could not get past that number 3 bike. But that will be the MKGP 50 Race 1 and the last of their action for today. Of course, they'll be back for tomorrow for probably quite a wet Race 2 and Race 3. But
Stop
we'll just
doing it. It won't rain.
I know, but I'm trying to make it sound interesting. Now it's almost a competition between us whether it's going to rain or not. We'll just have to see what's going to happen. But now, of course, we've got the senior mini motos at Race 1. Of course, you can see rather big men on rather little bikes, and they'll be heading out onto the grid very, very shortly. And of course, this is always a great race as well, so that'll be lots of action, and of course lots of action across the weekend here at Rowrah. Thank you if you've been watching along, and hello and welcome if you are just joining us here for this is round 5 of the FAB-Racing Championship, and the senior mini motos now going out onto the grid. And I'm sure once again we'll be seeing what a very strong race from these guys. Of course, they Bernie Hook once again leading the way in the championship standings, but will he be able to have another good round? We'll just have to wait and see as they do head back out onto the circuit now. And you see there he is lining up on the pole position on the right hand side on the all black bike in the all black leathers that we were talking to earlier, and he was running us through his bike. Very detailed explanation of his bike actually, which is very interesting to listen to. And we now will just wait for, of course, the one green flag lap, and then red lights will come on, and then we will be going racing, of course, here at Rowrah. Race 1 for the senior mini motos. Of course, 3 races across the weekend for each of the classes. 1 race today after we've had qualifying and a bit of practice earlier, and then all of the practice yesterday. And then next up tomorrow we've got race 2. They get on the way for their green flag lap, apologies. This is definitely not a red flag lap, just their formation lap, trying to see how the bike handles where the track is at. As they just head round, and it is Bernie Hook leading the way from the pole position. And as we just sit and wait for what's going to happen, it's sure to be a very, very interesting one there, Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely so. And with Matt Birkin lining up in pole position with Bernie Hook in 2nd place. Josh Birkin in 3rd with Simon Huntingford. A good qualifying session from him, setting his best result in Q2 in 4th position. Nick Bennett and Ashley Thompson, row 3 in 5th and 6th position, with Mark Payne in 7th. Keaton Payne in 8th with Ross Michael and Callum White, your 10 runners here at Rowrah. Well, we've seen the battle of the Birkins rage on, and equally Bernie Hook equally. So, Matt and Josh shared the spoils back at Clay Pigeon, with Josh taking 2 wins, Matt taking 1. Bernie Hook, however, didn't have the greatest of weekends. A 4th place, a 3rd place, and a 2nd place. He'll be looking for more this weekend. He's got to get past Josh Birkin off the line. Matt Birkin, he's got another set of leathers. So here we go, getting ready for the race here, and it's a great start from Bernie Hook. It's not a good start from Matt Birkin. He's going to drop down possibly into 4th position. Sweeping around the outside goes Simon Huntingford up into 2nd position. Great start there from 4th place on the grid. Simon Huntingford up into 2nd. Then we've got the Birkins, Josh and Matt sweeping their way through McRae's hairpin, down the back straight towards Ardale's hairpin, but it's Bernie Hook leading the way. Yeah, what a great start. Just completely got the jump on everybody else, and now streaking away at the front, or he hopes so anyway. It has only been half a lap after all here at this senior mini moto race 1, but yeah, what a great start he's had, and not a great start for Matt Birkin whatsoever, down into P4 I believe it is, and he'll be desperately trying to look at the gap that Bernie Hook has already to 2nd place. He is absolutely streaked away from Matt Birkin there, and that is a great start for him on that all black machine and all black leathers, and he'll be hoping to just maintain that gap, obviously, and just pull away maybe a little bit over the course of the race. Still quite a lot of time left to go, 8 laps left here, and it is Simon Huntingford in P2, Josh Birkin getting the jump on Matt Birkin in P3, Matt Birkin all the way down to P4. That's really not the best start at all for him, but it was made to look even worse by just how good Bernie Hooks was off of P2. It was a phenomenal getaway for Mr. Hook, and he now leads this race. It's Nick Bennett in P5, Ashley Thompson P6, Mark Payne in P7, got the jump on Keaton Payne in P8, then Ross Michael and Callum White bringing up the rear of the field in P9 and 10. Yep, Bernie Hook, Mr. Senior Mini Motos, leading away. He's not won a race since race 1 of round 2, which was that double weekend back at Lids, so he's not won for a long time. Can he do it here? He's not, of course, Red Lodge, which usually, we saw him do very nicely at Red Lodge, but here comes the Birkin sweeping around. In fact, Matt goes around the outside of his brother into the final corner. It's absolutely brilliant move there from Matt Birkin, and does it with the fastest lap of the race. So even making an overtake offline, he's gone quickest, so you can see that he's clearly got some speed under that bike. He's now got to attack Simon Huntingford. Simon, who's had a clean run so far, he has a quick look to the left-hand side. You're going to have to look to the other side of you, because here we go. He's going to attack going into the hairpin. Not this time around. Simon defends the apex. You can see Matt Birkin's got a good run. He's going to try and stay in the slipstream of Simon Huntingford, of course, dad of Charlie Huntingford, who you can see in the MKGP 70s later on today. He has a quick glance and you can see alongside him goes Matt Birkin. Matt, who started on pole position, dropped down to 4th off the line. He's now trying to make back some position. 7 laps left to go. It's about to become 6. We've got Bernie Hook leading from Simon Huntingford. Matt Birkin and Josh Birkin are your top 4. Nick Bennett trying to stay in this battle as well for the top 4, or potentially even a podium position, but it looks as though he might have just been dropped on this last lap down to a lonely 5th position. And then we've got the battle down the order between the likes of Mark Payne and in fact Nick Bennett might have dropped down the order as well, because he's dropped down all the way down to the bottom of the timing. So has Nick Bennett. Nick Bennett, of course, who has had some really solid results so far this season. It looks as though he might not be going any further in this one. Simon Huntingford, however, he's holding on to that 2nd place, desperately wants it. When he finished on the podium earlier in the season, when he was back at the 2nd race at Lid, he was punching the air. He was absolutely delighted with 3rd place. So at the moment he's holding off the men currently 2nd and 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, indeed, the Birkin brothers working very well together, working very hard. Oh no, he's gone down! Oh, and he's gone down, coming through the left-hander there.
That's Matt Birkin that's gone down on the 5. Just the slightest of errors. You can see it just all went wrong, and he's going to drop to the... You can see it's almost completely just resigned to I've gone all the way to the back. I'm going to have to fight through again. This is what we saw from the Matt Birkin last year. I believe here at Rara, he did exactly the same thing in the wet. Well, what can he do as he makes his way across the line? Frustration from Matt Birkin. He needed to reel in Bernie Hook for some points in the championship, but it is Bernie Hook leading away from Simon Huntingford. Josh Birkin now becomes a de facto 3rd place, and the man that goes on the dominant attack against Simon Huntingford. Behind there is there's the 711 of Nick Bennett. So Nick, perhaps an issue with the bike, because he's dropped down the order behind Ross Michael. Ross Michael making his debut here in FAB in the senior mini motos, and it's great to see on the 79 Keaton Payne having a good run. Keaton, who's looking at picking up his best result of the season. It was 11th place was his best result. And at the moment he's running in 6th. So yeah, the man from Dudley in the West Midlands. Oh, we've got a big crash at the final. Two riders down in the final corner. Is there oil down at the corner? We can see 2 riders down. That was a big roll with the bike going.
No!
There goes the Birkin. It must be fluid down at the final corner, because we've got one of the Birkins. That's Matt Birkin that's gone down as well. So surely you can see fluid coming out of one of the bikes on the exit. And well, yellow flag's out at the final corner. In fact, we're going to have a red flag coming out. So red flag, clearly some fluid down, and it was causing the riders completely lose adhesion to the race surface. And yeah, there we go, red flag out, nullify the race from there. A really unfortunate crash. You can see Matt Birkin in the background just having a quick look down there. And well, we had 4 laps left to go in this one, as Josh Birkin just has a quick chat to one of the marshals. Was well, a real shame for the senior mini motos, because that was shaping up with Simon Huntingford having the likes of Josh Birkin chase him down. Bernie Hook I'm sure will be hoping that race is classified as is from now, so he can pick up his first 25 points of, well, what feels like forever in the senior mini motos. But well, you can see 3 riders down at the final quarter, and well, red flag, as we say, so they all go back to the paddock, and we'll find out if we are restarting. If not, that will be your race classifications. It will be Bernie Hook from Simon Huntingford and Josh Birkin, your podium finishes in that one. So another podium on the season for the 47 of Simon Huntingford. Mark Payne then promoted up to 4th position, and Keaton Payne up into 5th, with Ashley Thompson, one of those that looks as though might have gone down. Nick Bennett and Callum White was down the order as well. So yeah, a couple of riders going down the final corner. Looks as though we might have had some fluid put down. That was surely, that's me, well, it was a spurious claim, but you've got to think that was the issue. So many of the bikes going down to the final corner. So yeah, race result for race result for the senior mini motos. And Bernie Hook is the man that takes home that win ahead of Simon Huntsman. Simon Huntsman, another podium for him. Then we've got Josh Birkin in third with the Payne pair in fourth and fifth. We've got Mark Payne and then Keaton Payne in fourth and fifth. In sixth position on debut goes Ross Michael. So good result there from Ross. And then Ashley Compton, Nick Bennett, Matt Birkin and Callum White, your top 10 in this one. As you can see, just some concrete dust being put down at the final corner. You can just see a little spotting as you get down towards the that corner. That's just what's caught everyone out. That's clearly some oil or some fluid that's been spilt out of one of these bikes has just caught them. So it could possibly be from Matt Birkin's bike, could possibly be from a GP50. We do not know, and we're not going to speculate, of course. Unfortunately, nothing you could do about that one. You're going to get caught out where just can't see it, can you? That's the problem with oil being on a circuit. It's invisible until you're on your backside.
It's kind of one of those things. It's like one moment you're on the bike and the next minute you're on the floor, in the gravel, in the wall. Obviously that's not ideal on a racetrack. You want to be on the bike at all times, going around as fast as you can. Just unfortunate for the three riders who went down there. Again, as you said, nothing you can do because obviously these guys are on slick tyres. So when you come up against anything that's wet that's on the circuit, they cannot get rid of it. So it's just like going onto an ice rink. They go straight on and that's that. You're in the wall, you're in the gravel, and potentially you're out of the race. A big shame for Matt Birkin as well from pole position, just having a dreadful time with that. He was clearly the fastest rider out on track, and then a tumble sent him to the back, and then obviously the red flag scuppering his hopes as well there. And you can see just the concrete dust being swept around there, so we can only assume that was oil being put down there as the marshals attempt to clear that up. Obviously a big thank you to the marshals big thanks to the marshals as well as a whole for this weekend. They're obviously doing a great job out there, and without them this weekend wouldn't be happening. So our thanks extend to everybody involved with the marshals team. You're doing a solid job, so thank you very much, guys.
Yep, the Orange Army, the marshals, the medics, all doing a great job. Equally, of course, out to the production team and the cameramen that I'm sure they're pretty happy with as they're standing out there in the breezy conditions, probably getting a little bit chilly, thinking, I don't want a red flag right now, they'll get to watch some more racing. Don't worry, guys. And as you can see there, everyone's just trying to get us back underway, and we'll be out for the LC40 Elites coming up next. And that is a championship that's being led by 36 points by Archie O'Brien. Archie O'Brien, it's the first time we're seeing him here in a race conditions at Rowrah. We are at Rowrah, we're at Cumbria Kart Circuit at Rowrah, up in the Lake District. Everyone enjoying themselves in the paddock, and one of my favourite paddocks on the calendar, due to the fact that everyone is all in one place, so it's very easy to find everyone. And equally, it means that we see a lot of there's no splintering. You don't seem to find the mini motos just disappearing off into another position, and then the pit bikes are in another. They're all together, they're all helping each other out, and all the riders usually sit at the side on the banking next to the pit lane and have a chat about how the racing went. And one of the if not the most beautiful circuit in the UK, probably rivaling Anglesey in Wales. As we can see there, Harry Payne, Ollie Horner, that's Ronnie Harris, Philip Soroviak with the blue hair, and Marco Holt making his way over, Archie O'Brien, Archie Gibbs there, and they'll all be celebrating. And even Oliver Hall's dad there, just standing at the side. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with how Oliver's rookie race went as well. So in fact, we've got the seniors rolling back out. So are we going to get a restart for the seniors for a 4-lap shootout for the seniors? So we might have to go running around the paddock and saying, you're going back out, guys, because at the moment we've got Simon Huntingford that's going to upgrade his second to a first if we don't see Bernie Hook coming out shortly.
Yeah, that's definitely a surprise to us. We all thought that was going to be it, but there's clearly the guys out there who think it's going to be a restart. But they're now turning round.
No, they're going the wrong way, Simon. You need to go the other way.
That's the wrong way around the racetrack. So maybe we're not getting a restart, and there's just a bit of a miscommunication because they definitely seem to be heading back up. But then there's more riders coming back out. So maybe they've just been sent out.
It's chaos. It's chaos.
We have no idea what's going on. Senior Mini Moto is out of control. We've got no idea. So they're clearly having a bit of a conversation over there. Some of them are heading off. Some of them are coming over. We've got no idea what's going on here in the commentary box.
Well, see, if I know Matt and Josh Birkin I know that they would much prefer right now to be going and sitting in the caravan and getting warm. There's Bernie Hook as he makes his way past. Of course, you can always recognise the black lid with the gold lid. So we will be going back to LC40s next up. So I'm sure they'll be getting the hurry up. But back over, you can see there some of the GP riders. Filip Sorowiak, he'll be looking at getting a good result, lining up most likely from third. Ollie Horner in the yellow leathers. You can see there he'll be looking at picking up his best result of the season. Has gone well here previously. Ronnie Harris on the you can see the 66 on the back of his leathers. It's very easy to work out where Ronnie Harris is. He runner-up in the GP50s last season to Ethan Sparks, and well, they got Harry Payne having a chat there with one of the other riders, and the seniors making their way back over. So there's the paddock with a beautiful backdrop of this old quarry. Of course, Rara opened in 1963, and it's been, well, part of the Racing for Buttons Foundation, which was originally, when back in the 90s, was looking for the next F1 star starting in karting in the north. So there you go, there's a little bit of knowledge if you're not. But well, it actually was about Jenson Button. It was where Jenson came through. As of course Jenson from Froome down in the southwest, but came up and said he always loved racing at Rowrah. But well, there you go. There's Roger Keys there, series director and all-knowing expert of FAB. He's the man that makes everything tick around here. Of course, you'll know him very, very well all throughout FAB and throughout the paddock. I'll get a wave there from a fan in the audience. He's always a man in demand, is Roger. And, well, as we said, big thank you to everyone for making everything go pretty smoothly. I say pretty smoothly. So we've got, of course, the marshals, the medics, the cameramen. We've got Rob Keys that's out there on the grid as well, who'll be trying to get everything sorted. And, well, we've got Finlay Polehill making his way round to the circuit. So Finlay currently trying to make his way out on circuit. And that's the 199. Then we're going to have the likes of the 91, Archie O'Brien. Byron Johnson is rolling into position as well, and Luke Fitchett. And, well, there is the LC40 Elites. The final step before these guys make their way up to geared bikes.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the elite in the name surely is a clue to what these guys are in terms of the junior mini moto stuff. These guys are the elite end of the younger riders before they get their way onto the mini GP bikes, the geared bikes that we'll be seeing some more action of later with the mini GP 70s, which is the top class here at FAB. And obviously, this is a very, very competitive class. That's to be sure. You know, these guys are, these guys are the ones that are, they're still very, very young, but they're still also very experienced on these bikes as well. It's not quite like the mini GP50s where some of them are still trying to learn the bike. These guys have been on these things for a while now as they head out onto the green flag lap, and it will be Archie O'Brien, who else on the pole, followed by Archie Gibbs in P2, Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson being P3 and 4, and Luke Fitchett and Finlay Polehill rounding out the grid here. Only 6 riders out there today, which is a shame because usually it's a lot more affluent, this class, and and I'm sure it won't take away from the excitement, I'm sure. And of course we can't talk about LC40 Elites without talking about Archie O'Brien, have we? He's again one of the classes that he's absolutely dominated. Swept the first round at Lid, podium at every race, at the second round at Lid, only podium in fact at every race apart from race 3 at Red Lodge where he DNF'd. Didn't win last time out at Clay Pigeon. I'm sure he'll be looking to take some wins here today to rectify that, and he's going off pole today, so he's got the best chance to do that, Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely so. And, going from pole, Archie Gibbs in second position, and you say that it's a smaller grid, and it is from what we see from the LC40 Elites. However, this is 6 of the best on the mini motos. These guys really know what to do, and it will be Archie O'Brien, Archie Gibbs, Austin and Byron Johnson in 3rd and 4th position. Luke Fitchett has swapped the microphone for the bike as he comes back from that wrist injury, and Finlay Polehill in 6th position as we're getting ready to kick off their first race of the weekend here, the LC40 Elites. Lights on, lights off. It's a good start there for Austin Johnson. He lifts the front side, he's going to drop to the back of the field going into T1. It looks as though he'd had a good launch, but just in that second phase didn't catch it. Archie O'Brien leading away now. Byron Johnson's had a good start. He's up into 2nd position, getting past Archie Gibbs. So, and then we've got Luke Fitchett making his way up through the order as well, as Finlay Polehill goes a little bit deep there into the first hairpin as they go down towards Ardales. Here comes Austin Johnson trying to go down the inside of Luke Fitchett. Doesn't quite get the move done. There's Finlay Polehill. You can see just bobbing his head there. Come on, Finlay. Let's get going. Let's catch him. But here we go. Leading away is Archie O'Brien. Archie Gibbs now up back past Byron Johnson. And Archie
Archie O'Brien getting into the groove. You can see tucking in already. He knows where to hit his markers here at this Rowrah circuit, at Cumbria Kart Circuit in the Lake District. Coming around for the first time into the final corner to lead away, and he's going to come up to the line very, very shortly. And from pole position up to the line, he's got that gap over Archie Gibbs, and then there's a little bit of a gap forming between Archie Gibbs and Byron Johnson in third place. But it's a great start for Archie O'Brien.
It is indeed, and of course, when is it not a good start for Archie O'Brien? The kid is absolute dynamite, and we're seeing that once again here at race 1 at Rowrah, streaking away at the front. He's got Archie Gibbs on his tail for the time being. Gibbs got a very good start as well, managing to stick onto the back of the 91 bike. But it is still Archie O'Brien that leads this race. Of course, Brian and Austin Johnson as well swapping places on that last lap, I believe. So the Johnson brothers changing around Luke Fitchett and Finley Powell making up the back there. It's a bit of a gap from Luke to Finley. Maybe he's just struggling out there, potentially a bit of an issue with the bike, or just not too confident around here at Rowrah. It is a very, very tricky circuit, very, very technical. So it's it's one that's hard to master. I think it's not even it's not easy to learn hard to master. It's hard to learn hard to master. As I eventually got the thing I was trying to say out of my mouth, but it is Archie O'Brien that leads the way with Archie Gibbs. Actually, a bit closer this time by, I think. Just looking out of our window here, he actually said the fastest lap of the race that last time was a 53.005, so 0.3 quicker than Archie O'Brien then. So he's actually looks like Archie Gibbs is the rider with the pace advantage at the moment.
Yeah, Archie Gibbs looking very good on that bike. He has had a couple of issues with this mini moto in the past. Of course, 2 DNFs back at Clay Pigeon when the bike just didn't want to work. He was not happy as he pulled up to the side of the circuit, and equally he's had an issue in practice already on this mini, so hopefully it carries him to the end and we can see this battle between the two Archies, because this is the battle we've enjoyed all season long. Archie Gibbs has taken 3 wins, Archie O'Brien has taken 7, but he hasn't won for the last 4 races, and this is a man that's leading the championship but without a win in 4 races. Of course, last time out he had an issue with the LC and he had to use his AC in the races. There's the Johnson brothers fighting over third position as Austin came across the line with Byron 12 thousandths of a second behind him, but Byron's the one that's come out ahead. So Byron with the black helmet, Austin with the white and the red. That's the easiest way to tell them apart, because apart from that, until they get off the bike and take the helmets off, it's almost absolutely identical. But they're being chased down now by Luke Fitchett. Luke, who's back on the bike after that wrist injury, holding on to 5th position. Luke, who'd picked up, until he missed Clay, a podium in every single race bar 1. And, he's now got the Johnsons. He's got to make his way back past, and they're looking pretty racy this one. But, we've talked about the Johnson brothers countless times in the past. The riders from Charlie Bassett in Oxfordshire, they do not like to be beaten by the other one, and they were involved in the closest finish that we've ever seen in FAB-Racing, less than 1/100th of a second. And here we go up to the line once again. They're split only by 600ths of a second, and the pair of them, they're very evenly matched, and they're fighting their way out for a podium finish.
Indeed they are. They need to be a bit careful though. It's going to be a rather awkward car journey home tomorrow. There you can see Austin once again trying to have a look but can't do anything, and having to back off there. Actually massively backs off. That was a bit weird. Not too sure what happened there, but he massively backed off about halfway down the straight, so he's potentially got a problem. He looks like he's going quite slowly actually. So I think there might be a problem there for Austin Johnson in the number 27. He's really dropped back, so I think there's a big problem there for him.
Yeah, cruising is Austin Johnson. It looks as though we might have lost Luke Fitchett as well. I can't see him coming up, so yes, Finley Polehill's now making his way through. So Finley is up as there goes Austin Johnson into the pit lane, and there is Luke Fitchett. So disappointing for him. He'll be gutted of that. He was looking forward to get back racing, and unfortunately his bike has come to a halt. But it is Archie O'Brien leading away from Archie Gibbs now. 4 laps to have to go in this first race of the weekend of the LC40 Elite class. The final step before these riders head off and work on the geared bikes, something on which we've seen the likes of Luke Fitchett and Archie Gibbs already doing. And I'm looking forward to, and Byron and Austin Johnson as well. So really it's only Archie O'Brien that's got to make that step up shortly, and so I'm looking forward to that. So it's great to see these guys. They get a lot of track time on the minis and up on the geared bikes as well, as Archie O'Brien comes around to start. 3 laps left to go. He's being tailed by Archie Gibbs. It's half a second and across the line. Archie, well, he's led from pole position. Archie Gibbs just hasn't quite able to reel him in. He got within a couple of tenths of a second. He's now being held at arm's length by Archie O'Brien. Archie just takes a quick glance behind him, has a quick look down at the bike. As you can see, a clear visor for Archie O'Brien. He wants a clear run throughout this Rowrah circuit behind. You can see Archie O'Brien, black tinted visor for him. He wants to, well, make no measure about it. He will be firmly focused on the rear tyre of Archie O'Brien, wanting to find any chink in that armour. And well, he's got about 2.5 laps left to do so. He's going to make it close. I'm sure he's going to wait for the final lap and then put a serious charge on. This is what we see from Archie Gibbs quite often. He sits behind Archie O'Brien, and then that final lap or two, he really goes for it.
Well, actually, his fastest lap of the race was 2.
No! Gibbs is down. Gibbs down on the exit of the, where's that, St John's. He's gone down on the downhill section. So just as we were saying, he was about to go for it. There's the commentator's curse. That's the first one of the weekend. Archie Gibbs goes down. So unfortunate for the young rider. As you can see, just trying to empty the bike. He will not be happy. And there's his dad trying to get the bike restarted, get him back in the race because he needs some points in this championship. So with 2 laps left to go, surely that means that if he can keep it on 2 wheels, Archie O'Brien will be coming home and picking up his first win in 4 races. That now means Byron Johnson is in second, and Finley Polehill now up into a podium.
Indeed, not great at all for Archie Gibbs, unfortunately. Archie O'Brien, though, looking back and probably just having a little sigh of relief. He's had all that pressure taken off him, and now he just needs to bring the bike home. He's got 2 laps to go, shortly going to be 1 lap to go. And yeah, that's a real big shame there for Archie Gibbs. He will still come home in 4th place, still pick up some decent points, but, you know, that's, not what you wanted. You know, he's in 2nd place, going to be fighting for the win. You know, you want to be on that podium, you want to be getting those trophies. And, that's more points with it as well. So big shame for Archie Gibbs. And as well for Austin Johnson and Luke Fitchie, who lost early on, I believe, through reliability issues for both of them. So big shame for them. Big shame for Archie Gibbs as well. But Archie O'Brien, I'm absolutely certain, will be rather relaxed now as he's going to bring it home for a very nice and easy, most likely, as long as he keeps it on the bike, a win here.
Yeah, here comes Archie O'Brien. Just a few more corners left to go for him as he comes down the hill, misses that concrete dust, and as he tries to hug the inside line. Just one more corner for Archie O'Brien here. You can see already he knows that he's just got to make that final corner, and he can cruise to the checkered flag. Archie O'Brien back on top in the LC40 Elites. He is your race 1 winner here. Behind him, you've got to wait a bit of a time, but it's going to be Byron Johnson in 2nd place. Byron's making his way downhill in towards Paddock Bend, the final corner, and Byron Johnson, well, unfortunately, his older brother had a bike issue, and that's allowed Byron to take home 2nd place in that one. So that's Byron's 3rd, 2nd place in the category. And Finley Polehill, and Finley, who looked as though he was down the back end of the order, is going to come home and take home an unlikely podium finish. Here we go, checkered flag for Finley Polehill as Archie O'Brien gives a wave to the camera there and celebrates a win that looks a lot more comfortable than it actually was. He was put under pressure from Archie Gibbs right down to the final moments there, but the 91, Archie O'Brien back on top in the LC40 Elites.
And what a performance again from Archie O'Brien. You know, he's one of those riders who's just an absolute mercurial talent, and I cannot wait for when he progresses up to the geared bikes. He will be an absolute gift to the grid. And once again, what a performance. A bit of luck with Archie Gibbs going down there in the last few laps. That was just a lot of pressure off his shoulders that he was very comfortably handling, just absorbing it all. He was, his fastest lap of the race was slightly slower than that of Gibbs, but he was taking all the pressure, consistently lapping quicker, and just sitting out front and doing what he does best, and bringing it home in 1st place for yet another win in the LC40 Elites class. That'll be his 7th win this season after 5 overall at Lydd and then 2 at Red Lodge. Didn't win at Clay Pigeon whatsoever, unfortunate for him, but he's back on the top step here at Rowrah with a very nice performance and a very interesting LC40 Elite race there. We saw a rider we didn't expect to go down, and 2 reliability issues. Very strange to see 2 there. They happened almost exactly at the same time, actually, so a bit unlucky for them. Very weird result there. But now I believe we're going to have the pit bikes heading out, and there we can see them on their way to the grid, the PB140 class, the pit bikes. Here we can see our onboard camera. That's right, we've got an onboard with Jamie King That's
on.
a nice sound, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, it's a very nice sound, isn't it? Onboard, live on board in the race, only here at Motorsport Radio here at Rowrah. And of course, if you're just joining us, welcome along. It's race 1 of the PB 140 class here at Rowrah for round 5 of the FAB-Racing Championship. And boy oh boy, as I said, an onboard camera, straight away an onboard camera makes this the most exciting race so far. But it is going to be an awesome race, of course. The pit bikes, what a spectacle they are to watch. And there you can see there on board with the number 76 bike, Jamie King lining up P4 on the grid. And it's, well, we'll see in a minute, hopefully with some onboard action, just how crazy these things are out here. You're riding all of the curbs and then some. It's sure to be one hell of a race. Yeah, absolutely so. And it will be Taylor Lawrence lining up on the pole for this one. As you can see, this great onboard show. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be the first time we see onboard in anger from Jamie King. And, well, he's got to look at the back end there of the 29 of Reese Peacock. Watch out for, that's the man to beat, the 10, the grey helmet, just to the right-hand side of your picture. Taylor Lawrence just having a quick glance back just for the camera, but they start to get everyone into a grid order. And luckily, there's these, I say there's luckily, we would love to see more of them, but it's a slightly smaller grid here at Rowrah compared to what we used to see, where they tend to make their way around the back end of the circuit. There's about 30 to 40 of these, as there's Jay King, and alongside him, Owen Mellor on the 30 as well. Of course, this would have Chris Wells as part of it, I'm sure, but Chris missing the race due to a broken collarbone that he picked up in Friday practice at Clay Pigeon. But here we go, green flag lap, and it will be Taylor Lawrence on the pole for this one. He took a solid quali result that picked him up a 52.650. Reese Peacock in second position with Owen Mellor in third. Jamie King will line up in fourth position. He is your Motorsport Radio onboard camera for this one. Nathan Riggy in fifth, with Marco Pandolfo, one of his best qualifying results, in sixth position. Equally, Giorgio Scalata in seventh position. Matt Lindley leading the PB 140 rookie category. He's in eighth, with Sean Whittaker back in ninth. Eden Katz in 10th. 11th place goes to Ian Jackson, Andrew Graham, Keith Payne, with Roger Monks, Harrison O'Keefe, Darren Anderson, Dave Glover and Gary O'Keefe. Are your grid for the pit bike 140s. Taylor Lawrence, can anyone beat him? He's looking in great form. It tends to be, if that bike works, Taylor takes the checkered flag. What can we see from the likes of Reese Peacock? Taylor was saying that he's expecting Jamie King, Reese to look good. He's expecting Sean Whittaker to come through from ninth position. Sean maybe not having the best qualifying result. What do we see from the 12 machine back in the back end of the top 10? But it will be your reigning champion in the pit bike 140s, Jamie King, in fourth position, looking at the back end of Reese Peacock and Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence leading the championship away from Rossi Banham. What can he do off the line here as we get ready to kick off the pit bike 140s? Lights on, lights off, and it's Taylor Lawrence with a great start. Here comes Owen Mellor down the inside of Reese Peacock into second position. Jamie King filters into fourth, and here we go, sweeping through the chicane down towards McRae's hairpin for the first time, goes to 76. He's trying to tuck inside. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there between third and fourth, Peacock and King, but it looks as though King's going to have the inside line going down into Ardale's hairpin. And here we go, sweeping round comes the thundering sound of around about 19 pit bikes. Jamie King has managed to get up past the 29 there of Reese Peacock. So Peacock not with a great start. Oh, gets all over and out of shape, crossing over the rumble strips, and so he's going to lose himself some time. But up in front is Taylor Lawrence, that's now under real pressure from Owen Mellor.
Indeed, and our producer sitting next to us giggling like a kid at Christmas. He's just as excited for this onboard camera as we are. But it is Taylor Lawrence that leads this race from the pole position, crossing the line now. Owen Mellor sets the fastest lap so far with a 54.906. Only man in the 54s at the moment. Jamie King, our onboard man, in third. We are on board with him now on the way into the first hairpin. We can see here as he just turns in. Bit of breakup from the camera, unfortunately, but we won't get to see how much on the rumble strips he runs. But these bikes can go absolutely anywhere, and they do go anywhere. They are all over the show. These things will take curves that every other bike won't even dream of looking at. This weekend around, we can see a few bikes changing positions there on the way out of the hairpin, trying to use a switchback there. But it is, as I said, Taylor Lawrence leading the way from the pole position. Reese Peacock losing out big time on the first lap, down to P4, and as well Marco Pandolfo down to P7. A few riders up the top there just not doing what they would have wanted. But as I said, it's Lawrence, Mellor and King, your top three.
Yeah, great start from Taylor Lawrence. He's leading away, and in fact he's starting to gap a little bit between himself and O'Malley in second position. Jamie King back in third, 2 seconds down now. Reece Peacock, he's really not enjoying this one so far. He's dropped down behind Jamie King, and Jamie a little bit clear, and now he can focus on trying to catch up to O'Malley, who jumped up ahead of Reece Peacock off the line. But here comes the 76 and the 29, so Reece not giving up on that podium finish behind Jamie King. Jamie, who's picked up some solid results all throughout the season. He was third place all throughout Clay Pigeon, 3 third places. He's picked up a third place back at Red Lodge, but it's maybe not been as successful as he was hoping for on this bike. He's had the likes of Taylor Lawrence, Rossi Banham doing very nicely indeed. Reece Peacock had a brilliant Clay, 2 seconds and a win. Well, what can Jamie do as he sweeps his way back downhill towards the final corner? Jamie King, in fact, loses the position there. Can he go for the under and over back on Reece Peacock? That's how close it is. Just to the left-hand side is Reece Peacock. And, well, Reece is now up ahead. So now Jamie's getting a face full of exhaust from the 29. Can he get down the inside going into the hairpin? It looks as though he's going to get his nose cut off right at the last second there from the 29. Jamie slapping the handlebars as he tries to change up through the gears. You can see his feet moving, you can see his arms moving. It is a very physical sport, this one. There's a quick glance back from the 29. You can see that Jamie King is still hot on his heels. Jamie trying to get his knee out early to go down into the back end of the circuit. You can see a great move there from the 29. He's gapped him around about a tenth of a second or so, but Jamie coming back under, and he's going to try, and as we go down the hill, flick to the left, and we sweep downhill into the right-hander for the final corner. And it's still Taylor Lawrence leading away from O'Malley. Reece Peacock now in third position ahead of Jamie King.
Great defensive performance there from Reece Peacock. We've just seen shutting the door right at the last second. I actually thought, looking out the window, there was going to be contact between Peacock and King, but it was great little battle, and King not giving up yet, trying desperately to get back on that third place. And but Peacock, he's going to be defending as hard as he can, and we've seen it already at a few corners, and I'm sure he's absolutely not going to give that up whatsoever. But as you said, Taylor Lawrence, this is a prime weekend for him with Rossi Banham not showing up. Rossi had won 4 races on the road, going from Lid to Red Lodge, and didn't start a claim. It isn't starting here either, so this allows championship leader Taylor Lawrence a perfect opportunity to just try and draw away at the top of the table, and that's what he's doing at the moment. He's trying to run away at the front. He's got 1.6 second gap already to Mella behind in second. Peacock and King still going as well. We can see there, and we'll get some of the riders a little bit further back down the grid, trying to all sort of positions. It's all a bit of a mess coming out of that corner there. And there's they head now into the downhill right-left section. Very tricky. We've seen a few riders lose it here and come off the bike earlier today, especially in the Senior Mini Moto, and there was some oil down on the track. But now as they run their way into the final corner, the 87 trying to find his way past there as well. The 142 holding desperately of Matthew Lindley in P6, and he's just doing what he can from back in front of Pandolfo and Scarletta. And at this point in the race, it is just trying desperately defend behind you, because there'll be riders who on the first lap got a bit lucky, they don't have the pace for the positions they're in, and they're just desperately trying to keep the faster bikes behind them.
Yeah, Matt Lindley, who's leading the Pit Bike 140 Rookies Championship as well, and he's got the very, very fast Giorgio Scalata and Marco Pandolfo behind him. Marco, who's having a much better run here. He's had such an on-off last year or so on the bike. He seems to really switch it on at some circuits, and he's going to get past Matt Lindley. But here's King fighting for that third place, but he's dropped now behind Reece Peacock now, so it's 1.2 seconds. He's dropped down the order. Taylor Lawrence starting to catch up to some lap traffic, and the man that is he said he's looking forward to Rossi Banham being back here. They're very, very good friends off track, and they love fighting on it. We've had some sensational battles between the pair of them. Of course, Rossi up at the BSB paddock this weekend, and of course you can catch all of the BSB action with Tristan Finocchiaro, Motorsport Radio commentator, covering the British Talent Cup for the rest of the season. Stock 6 rider as well, retiring from that one. I say retiring, I'm sure with his broken leg he's been put on the shelf, but into the commentary box. But he will be covering that up at Donington this weekend. But this time around, with Rossi up there, Taylor is, as we said, in the pre-race coverage. He just needs to be picking up some results. Goes very wide there into the hairpin. It's lucky that there's a lot of runoff there that we've seen used a lot last year when it was raining. That runoff area was used pretty much exclusively by the pit bikes, because it didn't really seem to hold as much water. But Taylor Lawrence running away with this one now, 3.4 seconds on the road from O'Malley. Reece Peacock now comfortably ahead of Jamie King And then the four of them, well, they've got a big gap between themselves, and there's now Giorgio Scarlata that's moved up past Marco Bandolfo, who's got a rider that's just got the bike restarted, just trying to use their body weight to, there you go, just shaking the cobwebs out there, perhaps just a little tumble, but there is Jamie King on the 76 in 4th position. Last season's Pit Bike 140 champion, this season running looking for some decent results, but it looks as though the championship might be a little bit too far away. He's 120 points away from Taylor Lawrence. He's fighting out between themselves and Reece Peacock for perhaps even Chris Wells. With Chris Wells missing this one with a broken collarbone, they'll be looking at reclaiming 3rd place in the championship, but it is Taylor Lawrence, Rossi Banham in the championship, Reece Peacock, Jamie King, and then Jack Andrews trying to get involved in that one as well. Jack Andrews, who's equally missing this one, but there we go, battle down the order. That's Owen Mellor making his way through some lap traffic a little bit further down. I believe that's Dave Glover that's out on circuit as well, trying to get himself involved in that battle as Dave is fighting with Darren Anderson down in towards the back end of the grid. And well, it is still Taylor Lawrence as we come on 3 laps left to go. He's going arm up in the air there, so is that a bike issue, or is that he's just taking it so easily because he's comfortably leading this one? Because across the line, Owen Mellor 4.1 seconds behind.
Maybe he's just trying to relieve some tension. Obviously, these riders are gripping these bikes super hard. They're in total control of the machine under them, and you get this a lot. You just get so tense, you just need to let go of the bike sometimes. So potentially that as well. He's racing super hard. He's now got a 4.2 second gap behind him to Owen Mellor, but he's been phenomenal so far, hasn't he? Taylor Lawrence hasn't put a foot wrong all weekend, frankly. That being said, obviously Jamie King, our favourite riders today, carrying the Motorsport Radio onboard camera, which is obviously a very special treat, and obviously we thank him for letting us bang a GoPro on the front of his bike. But it is Taylor Lawrence, as I said, who's just been out the front and has been dominating this race so far. 4.2 seconds, and then again 8.2 seconds to Peacock in 3rd, 13 seconds back to King in 4th, and then 24 seconds back to Pandolfo in 5th. So those top 4, although they seem spread out, they've actually bolted frankly from the rest of the grid. So they're the 4 to beat out there today. Actually, I think Jamie King's just been lapped as well, potentially, according to our timing screens. I'm not too sure if that's right.
Oh, don't worry about that. I believe that's just the timing. I'd be impressed if Taylor has managed to lap the entire field and Jamie King. I'm sure we'll find out, but yeah, I doubt that's the case. I think that was just the timing glitch. But however, still leading away is Taylor Lawrence, Owen Mellor in a comfortable 2nd position, Reece Peacock in a comfortable 3rd, and Jamie King in a comfortable 4th. Then the battle is very much for the top 5 position. Marco Bandolfo and Matt Lindley are fighting over 5th position. Pandolfo on the 21, Lindley on the 142, as they are going at each other. Matt Lindley looking to pick up his best result of the season. Marco is equally, his best result has been an 8th place finish, so to finish in the top 5, I'm sure he'll be going back to the paddock very happy indeed. And well, we've got last lap flag has come out for Taylor Lawrence, and the number 10 is making his way around the circuit. Well, it's been easy for Taylor Lawrence once again. He's been just cruising up after getting ahead at the start of this one, held on to pole position. And he's just going to make his way around the final few corners. Here we come. Takes a drag out of Ardale's hairpin. In fact, he's just bringing some riders along with him. Come on, guys, I've been on my own for the majority of this one. Let's have a little bit of fun. But he's out there just sat up easily, as you can see. He can just cruise to the checkered now. And you can see already very happy with his day's work here on the bike. He was looking for the wins. He knew that this was the weekend that he needed to start building that gap out over Rossi Banham to make it hard for Rossi to reel him in. Rossi effectively to win the championship needs Taylor to miss or retire from a lot of races. Will it happen? It doesn't look likely, because Pit Bike 140 winner for race 1 is Taylor Lawrence. Here's Jay King on his final lap here as he makes his way down through the final corner. Jamie King, who's going to miss out on the podium, unfortunately for Jamie. That breaks the streak of 3 that he picked up back at Clay Pigeon. But across the line, using the Motorsport Radio onboard, and Jamie King in 4th position. And I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that. It picks up some solid points in the championship. But there is 1st and 2nd. There's Taylor Lawrence. There's Owen Mellor. Fist bump between the pair of them. And then equally Reece Peacock. Well, he may not be as happy. Started in 2nd, dropped to 3rd. However, Owen Mellor, fantastic race from him. As there we go, showing off. I can ride with no hands, can you? And there's Taylor Lawrence, arms up in the air, getting a photo up there. But Yeah, fantastic race once again, Taylor.
Yeah, indeed. What a performance we've just seen there from the pole position. Away he went. Not really much else to say, is there? It was brilliant from Taylor Lawrence. Let's not discount Owen Mellor, though, in P2. He also put up a solid performance. Jamie King and Reece Peacock having that fight early on as well. Of course, Jamie King, special thanks to him for carrying the Motorsport Radio onboard camera today. But it is Taylor Lawrence that takes the win. And it's Peacock in second. It says King's in third there, apparently. I think that's because the timing board's having a moment and Mellor's just dropped off the face of the earth, apparently. But it was Mellor actually in P2 and Peacock in P3. I think, again, very big thanks to Jamie King for carrying the Motorsport Radio onboard camera with him today and tomorrow as well. And again, our producer is loving life at the moment with that onboard camera. He thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread, and I'm going to have to agree with him. It's not often you get an onboard camera here at Fab Racing, so it was great to see some driver's perspective there, and great to see there Jamie King as well, coming home in a very solid P4, and it will be Pandolfo P5, Lily P6, and I believe it was Scarletta coming home in P7. But again, it appears our timing boards have a bit of a moment and just thrown all the positions out the window, so not too sure there. But we're going to go ahead into AC40 Pro for the next race, race 1, of course. All the races today being race 1 of the weekend, then 2 more races for each of the classes tomorrow. We've obviously had qualifying 2 and qualifying 1 earlier today as well, and then all the practice sessions yesterday. Obviously you can watch all of the rest of today and tomorrow live here on Motorsport Radio here on YouTube. Of course, you can listen along as well, and we're also live on the Fab Racing Facebook page, I do believe. And of course, if you're just joining us, hello and welcome here to Rowrah for round 5 of the Fab Racing Championship. If you've been watching along all day, thank you very much for joining us. We do, of course, appreciate it, and don't forget to keep commenting, keep liking, keep sharing and all that. We do appreciate it, and we always love to see what our audience thinks, so make sure you're listening along. But it will be Archie O'Brien on the pole position here in the AC40 Pros. Finley Polo lining up alongside then Hamish McIntosh in P3, and Chloe Sewell will be in P4 down the back of the grid. And then it would appear that our timing board hasn't updated properly, because there's a load more riders out there, and apparently only 4 on our timing suite, so not too sure what's going on out there. But it will be Archie O'Brien coming off the pole position, and Philly Polo will be taking second alongside. So we can tell you those 4 at least. But
well, I can tell you that we've got Austin and Byron Johnson out there as well. They just didn't qualify. So Austin, Byron Johnson out there, as you can tell, black helmet for Byron, white and red for Austin, and in between, I'm trying to work out if that's Harrison Day that's joined us or not. We will find out very shortly. However, it will be Archie O'Brien on the pole position for this one. So the Johnson brothers, they're very busy this weekend on the 50s, on the LCs, and racing in the ACs as well. So keeping themselves very busy on the bike, which is great to see. Of course, these young riders getting that seat time that we often hear from all the riders is so crucial to their development as riders as they make their way throughout their career here on the bikes. Well, Archie O'Brien from pole position, AC40 Pro action. He's leading the championship by a comfortable margin to Harrison Day in second. Can he make it another win? He's already picked up almost every win so far this season, bar 2, but it's Finley Polhill who gets a stunning start up past Archie O'Brien into the lead of this one, but Archie's going to come back at him, going down into the hairpin, and he gets a superb launch out of the chicane. And there we go, Archie O'Brien retaking the lead past Finley Polhill. Byron Johnson now up into 3rd position.
Polhill trying to fight back round the outside, got the switchback when it was done, but Archie O'Brien will have the inside into the next hairpin. Going to try and push Polhill out, but I think it will be Archie O'Brien leading this race. No, Polhill still trying to fight round the outside, but I think he's going to have to concede that after a spectacular start, and it will be Archie O'Brien leading this race from Finley Polhill. And it sounds like Chloe Sewell might have a problem down the back. Yep, she's definitely dropped back there on the pink bike, really gone backwards, so not too sure, but she's going very slowly, so I'll be surprised if she doesn't pull into the pits here. And she doesn't actually. Okay, so maybe she's gone down or just made a mistake somewhere, not too sure. But Chloe Sewell really struggling out there, it would seem. But it is Archie O'Brien who leads this race, crossing the line. Finley Polhill P2, then it's Byron Johnson, Austin Johnson in P4. Hamish McIntosh didn't have the greatest first lap there, down in P5, and Chloe Sewell bringing up the rear with some sort of problem, not sure what. Maybe it's solved itself, but they seem to be lapping quite slowly. But Archie O'Brien, Finley Polhill got the lead from the start and is still putting the pressure on. But right now Archie O'Brien leading this race. We saw earlier that he was absorbing that pressure super well from Archie Gibbs, and I'm sure he's going to do exactly the same thing here with Finley Polehill.
Yeah, Finley Polehill, who's been pretty good in the last few rounds or so. He picked up 3 second places back at Red Lodge, 2 second places back at Clay Pigeon, so he's no stranger to the podium here in the AC40 Pros. And well, he was punching the air with delight when he picked up the results back in Clay Pigeon, because he knew with the likes of Archie O'Brien maybe not having the best weekend. Archie, who had that issue with the bike in race 1, had issue with the bike would go down in race 1, sorry, with the spin that he or the crash that he had with the likes of Philly Polehill and Byron Johnson. Well, as there's a change for the lead, as here it goes from Polehill, goes back down the inside of Archie O'Brien, but once again, like we saw off the start, Archie goes back down the inside into the hairpin, but this time around Finley gets the switch back on him and goes back up into lead. Do we see another change into Ardale's hairpin? No. So Finley having got a really solid run in this first race of the weekend. Archie O'Brien's going to have to work for this win if he's going to finish up ahead of Polehill. Because Polehill, well, he's clearly got the wind behind him, and Archie O'Brien sending it down the inside. He's going to have to go the long way around to get this move done, though. Here we go down into the downhill section, and Philly Polehill holds onto it. The pair of them are finding routes and ways around every single corner. This is the best thing about watching these young riders. They're basically almost playing a chess game out there. It's just they find these lines that no one seems to find throughout the rest of the weekend. They have to work out where can they put their bike, because of course the leader is going to hug every apex and make it as difficult as possible. But Archie O'Brien, he seems to have the advantage coming out of the first chicane going up the hill, but Finley Polehill this time around holds on to it. The 199 leading from the 91.
Indeed, Polehill again, great overtake there, being very smart on the defence. And now it's O'Brien who's going to have to put the pressure on. Can Finley absorb that? Only time will tell as they head down the back straight now. But a lovely move from Finley Polehill, who's just been clearly watching where O'Brien's good and where he isn't, and just capitalising on where he's faster on that 109 bike. And again, O'Brien having a look down the inside into the right-hander in the downhill section. That was very brave. Decided to back out of it quite smartly as well, I believe, because that could have been a bit nasty. And again, getting a huge launch out of the corner, taking very wide lines, getting all the momentum and firing it back up the inside. It's O'Brien back to the lead as they cross the line once again, and we know he is superb out of this opening section. Polehill, though, trying once again to have a look, but it is O'Brien who leads this race with 5 laps to go here. And it is Polehill, however, who has the fastest lap of the race with a 55.737, and O'Brien's best is a 55.958. So it looks like Polehill actually does have a pace advantage here over O'Brien. O'Brien swept the first 3 rounds of the season, then of course had that DNF in race 1 of Clay, and then came back with a P3 and a win to cap off what could have been a better weekend, but still wrapping up some solid points, and he has dominated this championship so far. There is the Johnson brothers having a bit of a go as well. Again, these two love to race. It's currently Austin leading the way as he gets past Byron Johnson, and they've just swapped round, actually, my apologies. It's Byron Johnson who leads from Austin, and these two in 3rd and 4th fighting over the podium places once again. We saw that earlier in the elites as well. We're seeing it here now in the AC40 Pros.
Yeah, don't worry, 2 years and I still do the same between the two Johnsons. Austin, however, the older one, unfortunately dropping down. Byron getting a really good run out of Ardale's hairpin, in fact now streaking away. Austin's going to have to work harder. He looks slightly better in the first sector, but it is this second sector where Byron seems to break away. That's Hamish McIntosh. Sorry, apologies, I thought it was Harrison Tate, but it is Hamish McIntosh making his debut here at FAB. He's in 5th position, holding on to that ahead, of course, Chloe Sewell. Chloe, who looks as though she is still out on circuit, so the bike's still running, so great to see Chloe getting some laps in the 101. But Hamish McIntosh with the electric blue bike and the grey lid making his way around for a top 5 finish here in the AC40 Pro category in this debut weekend for FAB. But it is still leading away. Archie O'Brien from Finley Polehill, Byron and Austin Johnson still battling it out in the battle of the brothers once again, as we see in almost every single category. But well, Archie O'Brien, what can he do as he comes up to Chloe Sewell now on the exit? And Chloe pulls to the right hand side, so nicely there from Chloe, sees the leaders coming through and gets out of the way. Will it catch out Finley Polehill, because Finley coming around the hairpin and he gets down the inside of Chloe Sewell though, so Chloe out of the way of the leaders, but it does mean that Finley Polehill has now got a bit of a mountain to climb, because that gap between himself and Archie O'Brien across the line last time round was 9/10. It looks as though it might have extended out to at least a second and a half now, as the 101 Chloe Sewell there, of course, her the younger sister to Cam Sewell, and she's definitely got a a target. She knows where she wants to finish, and she's been fantastic so far. You've got to get out there and get the laps in, and it's great to see. She wants to add her name to the list of the likes of Holly Harris, the likes of Beth Ashby as female race winners, and it's something that we've seen this season in FAB, especially this almost explosion of female talent coming through. The likes of course, Holly Harris making her way up to the British Talent Cup, the likes of Beth Ashby, race winner. We've seen Annabelle McCarthy, we've seen Chloe Sewell, we've seen Beth Ashby making their way into the paddock, and it's great to see that the females are really starting to stand their foot in FAB and say we're here too, and we're here to come for race wins and to challenge the likes of the guys as they head up towards the MKGP 70s. Well, the 70s is the goal for all these riders, and two of these riders will be the likes of the Johnson brothers. Byron leading away from Austin with 2 laps left to go. It is still Archie O'Brien leading from Finley Polehill. Finley now 2.5 seconds behind, but Archie O'Brien, now he's got to the front, he's got into his groove, and this is something that I've talked to him about previously on many occasions. It's as soon as he gets into his rhythm, no! That's Byron Johnson that's gone down. The engine was still running, so you can see he's back up, but that just means he's lost the podium to his brother. So Austin now up into 3rd position as Ross got very excited seeing that go down there. But engine is, you can see that's where he went, just straight back up on the bike, and he's going to chase him down. We go on to the final lap.
Indeed, what a shame there for Byron Johnson, and sacrificing his podium position there, but what can you do in those scenarios? Final lap of the race, here we go, and what a shame, those two having a great battle, the Johnson brothers, and real shame to see it end that way. Of course, you never want any battle to end in an accident, but that's how it is sometimes. Archie O'Brien goes on to the final lap of the race, and as you said, Gareth, he is streaked away from Finley Polehill. Now he has got into his groove, and we can see there as well, just making his way around now. Frankly, nearly 4 seconds now. 4 seconds to go as he comes round to the last corner, and what a performance we've seen from Archie O'Brien, who wins here race 1 of the AC40 Pros, and what a performance you saw there after that early battle with Polehill, and he just streaked away, and what a great performance from Archie O'Brien there. It will be Finley Polehill still finishing in P2, Austin Johnson as well after Byron had a bit of a tumble coming home in P3, and then Hamish McIntosh will come home in P5, and Chloe Sewell will be rounding out the grid today in P6. But what a great race we've seen here, race 1 in the AC40 Pros. Of course, they'll be back for race 2 and 3 tomorrow on the Sunday, but it is Archie O'Brien once again taking the win in the AC40 Pros and starting off his weekend where he means to continue it with a fantastic victory. He didn't sweep the last round at Clay Pigeon, of course, had a DNF in race 1 with bike problems, then came back for a podium in race 2 and a win in race 3, and he wants to continue that streak, wants to continue building forward after he swept the opening 3 rounds of the season, and he takes the win here in race 1 at Rowrah at the Cumbria Kart Club, and what a performance we saw there. But what a battle he had with Finley Polehill as well, and all credit to Polehill for that. He was really superb in the opening few laps, and while at the end once O'Brien found his rhythm and really started to pull away, Polehill stuck with him for quite a while, led a few laps of the race as well, and we had a superb battle on our hands. So fair play to Finley Polehill, and obviously kudos to him for a great race. And of course the Johnson brothers as well, while it ended in tragedy for Byron Johnson, it was still a great battle we saw between them as well. As always, those two love to have a good fight out on the racetrack, and they didn't disappoint here once again. And I believe now, of course, we've got the Mini GP70s coming up. This is the one that we're all looking forward to. And, it should be very interesting as Filip Suraviak starts on the pole position.
Yeah, Filip Suraviak will be absolutely elated with that. He put in a solid lap during Q1 to take pole position by 200ths of a second ahead of Mason Foster. That's how close it is in the 70s. It really, really is close. So, the 75 hashtag FS75 is used all across Filip Suraviak's social media, and do go and check out his social pages. He's always uploading where he is and where he's practicing. It's great to watch these young riders, and he's often out with the likes of Ethan Sparks and Harry Payne and Ollie Horner, and they're always out working with each other and getting some laps in. And the likes of Roddy Harris always seems to be involved as well. So it's great to see these guys enjoying their racing, not only off track but off it. But of course, these guys will be heading off. They'll be hoping to head off to the likes of the British Talent Cup, wanting to be the next Scott Reddings, the next Danny Kents, and of course we send our best wishes to Scott Redding, former FAB graduate, who's got engaged on the podium last time out in the BSB paddock. So, but yes, he will, I'm sure, be a very happy man. And will Filip Suraviak be a happy man at the end of the day today? As there you go, hashtag 75, and it is Filip Sorowiak on the pole with Mason Foster on the 88 in second position. Championship leader Ethan Sparks in third place, with Ollie Horner, his best quality result of the season, in fourth. Ben Jolliffe, who picked up a podium in the third race of Clay Pigeons, in fifth on the 125, with Charlie Huntingford in sixth position, looking to emulate what his dad did in the senior Moto and getting on the podium in this one. Clayton Edmonds back on the 146 in seventh, with Ronnie Harris, of course, from last season's runner-up in the GP50s, in eighth, with Harry Payne and Cam Sewell ninth and 10th. With outside the top 10, we've got Greg Marshall, Paddy Moore and Felix Dorling. And watch out for an attack from the likes of Paddy Moore and Greg Marshall. They've been looking very racing quality as well. Felix Dorling has been getting quicker and quicker on the bike. He's getting himself involved in that battle between himself and Paddy Moore. And what can he do there what can the 87 do as he's having a solid weekend? And, we can have a fight all the way down through the order here. But what can Sorowiak do leading from the pole?
Indeed, I mean, Sorowiak obviously on the pole with a great couple of laps in the two qualifying sessions. However, Mason Foster in the 88 bike, he was really looking pacey in practice. I mentioned earlier, he was the one that I immediately saw and was immediately went, yeah, you're looking very, very quick out there today, mate. Ollie Horner as well, going from fourth, another rider who was looking very impressive in the practice sessions. So plenty of talent out there, plenty to look forward to as we just wait now for the start of the race. It will be Filip Sorowiak and Mason Foster on the front row of the grid. Ethan Sparks, championship leader, from third position. We wait for the lights to go on. It goes on now, and it goes out, and it's underway, and it's a great start for Sorowiak from the pole. And it's Mason Foster slotting in behind. I think Ollie Horner got the jump on Ethan Sparks into third place. As now we head down into the first hairpin. It is Sorowiak that leads the way, and actually Horner having a look around the outside maybe of Mason Foster, but can't quite make it work as we head now down towards the second hairpin. What a start there for Filip Sorowiak. It was perfect, launched away from Mason Foster, nothing the 88 rider could do. And we see they're now heading down the back stretch, and actually Horner having to go a bit defensive maybe from Ethan Sparks on the 62 ride as they now head down into the back downhill section. It is Sorowiak. Look at the lead the two in the front have already. They've completely bolted away from Ollie Horner, and there goes Sparks having a look down the inside of Horner. Horner defends, and Sparks is going to lose a lot of time there in P4. Might actually get done by Huntingford in P5. I don't think he will. He holds on for the time being. Horner though already having to go on the defensive from Ethan Sparks, but it is Sorowiak that leads the way on the first lap.
Yeah, great start from Filip Sorowiak, leading this one out from Mason Foster. Fastest one off the line of 51.497. Mason Foster in second. Ollie Horner, as you say, getting that jump and holding Ethan Sparks behind. Is it for much longer? Because here comes championship leader Ethan Sparks taking third place back from Ollie Horner. So a great start to this Premier Class of FAB, the GP70s. Ethan Sparks now, he's got a mountain to climb. He's got to reel in over a second and a half to Mason Foster and Filip Sorowiak that are up ahead. We know that Ethan can do it. He has got a supreme talent underneath those two wheels. Sitting on the two wheels, I say it's him that's got a talent, but it is also a sensational bike. Behind that battle is still going on. You can see Ollie Horner, Ben Jolliffe and Charlie Huntingford all fighting out here. This is Ollie's best run of the season, but Ben Jolliffe, of course, he knew that he's got a solid bike underneath him and he can pick up some decent points. But it's Filip Sorowiak, of course. Filip without a win so far this season. Can he get that proverbial monkey off his back? He's been wanting that win all season long. He knows that he's got the talent for it. We've seen that he's got the speed. Can he hold on Mason Foster? But Mason has been looking in absolutely sensational form over the last few races. He's picked up 4 wins in the previous 5 races, in the second place finish in race 1 back at Clay Pigeon. What can he do? Ethan Sparks is now starting to bridge a gap between himself and Ollie Horner. Ollie's having to hold off Ben Jolliffe. He's doing a great job of it at the moment. But coming into the final corner, it looks as though that gap is closing, because last time around Mason Foster was fastest of all. This time around he does it again. Mason Foster going a tenth of a second faster than Filip Sorowiak.
Indeed, Foster visually closer on the last lap by quite some margin. And again, Sparks as well is actually beginning to close the gap, I believe, between them. If these two start to battle for the lead, then Sparks is going to just get closer and closer. And then suddenly, Ethan Sparks is in with a shot for the win here. Of course, we know that Sparks is a very talented rider. He may catch up anyway. But at the moment, as you said, Sorowiak leading the way. Foster, though, all over the back of the number 75 bike, and we can see there is Ollie Horner still holding back Ben Jolliffe Ollie got a great start at the start of the race, managed to jump Ethan Sparks actually, and then it's just been on the defensive ever since. I was watching him practice. His bike is very, very agile. He's really able to get it down into the corners, but at the moment, and there goes Ben Joyce having a look at the inside. Horner just closing the door at the last moment, and again Mason Foster even closer, this time by through the opening section. He's not going to have a look again, and Ollie Horner just holding on for the time being. I'm trying to watch what's going on in the street and out the window at the same time, because Mason Foster just getting closer and closer to Filip Sorowiak every passing second. Ollie Horner still holding on though for the time being from Ben John, who's probably going even more frustrated under that helmet, getting stuck behind the bright yellow 70 machine of Ollie Horner. And Ollie's very easy to spot, as I said, bright yellow, very easy to spot, probably from a country mile off, frankly, and he's doing a great defensive job out there at the moment. Sparks got through, but at the moment he's holding firm from Jolliffe, and Huntingford actually having a look on Jolliffe there as well as they're coming to the final section of the circuit, and Horner's just doing what he can really to keep them behind, but it's perfectly working. And once again Foster even closer to Sorowiak at the front of the race.
Filip Sorowiak, who's picked up 10 podiums this season out of 12 races. Can he get that one that has missed? He's just missed the entirety of the season. Is that an issue there for Ben Joyce? The 125 looks as though he might have been slow coming out of the corner. Of course, these guys all running the Metrokit GP70 bike, a liquid-cooled 6-speed gearbox with manual clutch and hydraulic front and rear disc brakes. They've got 12-inch wheels and they're all 8 years old. There we go. There's that issue for the 125. That's Ben Jolliffe that pulls off to the side. The rider that finished on the podium back at Clay Pigeon in race 3. He thought that he had a decent chance of getting on the podium this weekend. It looks as though it's all fallen apart in race 1. Ollie Horner, he's looking at picking up his best result of the season. It was 6th place. He's now holding on to 4th, but Charlie Hunterford tries to go down the inside into the final corner, doesn't quite get the move done. However, this time around, here we go, 6 laps left to go. We're 50% of the way through this one. It's Filip Sorowiak from Mason Foster, Ethan Sparks. It looks as though he's trying to reel them in, but it's not quite clicking off. He's going to have to start picking up some good laps, because at the moment he's not even matching the leader's pace. He's around about 0.6 of a second off last time around. So Ethan looks as though he's in a comfortable 3rd position. Mason Foster, however, there we go, the pressure is now on Filip Sorowiak. Can Filip hold off Mason? Because we know that Mason is well versed on this bike. But Filip Sorowiak, I've said that he's been one of my favourite riders to watch all season long. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting for him to get that first win. Well, he's got 5 laps to hold off an 88 machine behind that is, well, very, very hungry for the victory. And in fact, this is the closest that Mason's been in a long while. Does he take a look down to the inside of the McRae's hairpin? Not this time around. You can see Sorowiak put in bike in all the right places.
He is indeed, but while the pressure is on for Sorowiak, it's actually been taken off. Ollie Horner, Huntingford and Edmonds have been battling behind him, so he's been able to just bring up a bit of a gap to the 2 behind him. As it stands, just a little bit of pressure off, but that's not to say that they're not there. They're still fighting and still pushing him from behind. And again, look how close Foster is to Sorowiak this time by. That's the closest he's been all race, as they're coming to the final section here, into the left-hander at the end of the downhill section and onto the final corner. Foster surely is thinking where he can make a move now, because he is all over the tail end of the bike in front. That 75 bike has held on firm all race, but Foster has been getting closer and closer, and now he is all over the back of Filip Sorowiak. Will he be having a look? He is having a look. Is he going on the brakes? Maybe no. He decides against it into the first hairpin, but if he can get a good launch, no, I don't think he does. I think his entry was just slightly compromised, so he will stay behind again for potentially another lap. But Foster, we know, has the pace. With 4 laps to go here, Sorowiak, all he can do is sit and pray that his defensive performance is enough to keep the 88 behind him.
Yeah, what a race we're having here. Breathless one through the rest of the field. You can see Ollie Horner still holding on to position. Charlie Huntingford trying to make a move down the inside. Can he get alongside? He does. What a move there from Huntingford, getting down the inside of Ollie Horner. Ollie Horner is back on the pace zone. He's bringing Clayton Edmonds along with him for the rides. They're all fighting it out over a top 4 position. But here we come up to the line. 3 laps left to go. It's Filip Sorowiak from Mason Foster. Ethan Sparks has just been left behind in 3rd position. Mason Foster, this is the closest he's been. He goes to the inside. Here's a move for the lead. Can Sorowiak go for the under and over? He does. He gets the switchback. But does Mason Foster look to do the same thing going into Ardale's hairpin? It doesn't work this time around. Here we
go. This one's going to go for the final 3 laps.
Indeed it does. Foster is desperately trying to get past Soroviak, but he just cannot do anything. Soroviak is just countering his every move with the perfect defence right now. And look how close they are. Coming into the back section, you could barely separate them with a sheet of paper as they head into the downhill section. The left-hander now, we've seen a few accidents here today, but they both get through clean for the time being, running a bit of the curve as well. And Foster to the inside, maybe. No, he doesn't, but he did draw alongside momentarily, coming through the last section, and now back again into the first section again. We know Foster is supremely quick through, and look how close they are once again. This is a prime opportunity for Foster to have a look down the inside, but he decides against it. Maybe wise to Soroviak's switchback defence. Maybe he'll have a go into the next hair, but I don't think he will. He's a bit too far back, but Foster, that could be the closest that he's going to get all race. But for the time being, it is Soroviak that's holding on with 2 laps to go, and Soroviak will just be doing everything he can to keep Foster behind him on that 88 bike. And right now he's leading by about a 1/10 and a half, but we know how quick Mason Foster is at the moment. We know how low that gap can get, and all Soroviak can do is just hope he can hold on for these last few laps.
Yeah, here we go on to the final lap very, very shortly, and this is the first race. Well, this is what we're going to get from the 70s all weekend long. Well, we are in store for an absolute treat. There is the last lap flag. And, 12 more corners for Filip Soroviak to hold on to, because Mason Foster, here we go, final lap challenge. Does he go down to the inside? He's making the move. Here we go. He's sat up Soroviak in the mid-corner. He's not going to allow him back. There we go. They're side by side going down toward Ardell's hairpin. Who's going to get the cut in? It's Soroviak that hugs the inside line, but Mason Foster's going to try and get the run around the outside. You can see he's going to tuck in behind and run down towards the back end of the circuit. Filip Soroviak yet to win in the 70s this season. He's been so close time after time after time. Mason Foster, he's probably got 2 more options to make a move, possibly into this corner. He's not close enough, maybe into the final corner. Filip Soroviak, he's been so close. Can he hold on to this one? Mason Foster's going to go deep to cut in tight across the line. They're going to run to the line, but it's Filip Soroviak, the winner in the MKGP 70s for the first time. What a result there from the young man. Absolutely elated for him. Mason Foster, it just wasn't quite close enough. 9/100ths of a second, but it is the man, the 75, who has put in a real show here. What a result. I'm absolutely ecstatic. I've enjoyed watching Filip all season long. What a result. What a rider there. He's been waiting so long. That is going to taste so sweet. You can see how happy he is.
Oh, of course. What a battle we've just seen between Foster and Soroviak as well. You know, kudos to Foster. That was awesome riding from the pair of them. But Soroviak finally gets that win that he's been waiting so long for. And, you can see how much he's enjoying that one. Very well deserved. And Sparks bringing it home in P3 as well. Just wasn't quite quick enough to catch up to the 2 in front. But still a very good performance from him as well. Huntingford eventually got past Ollie Horner into P4. Ollie Horner was P5 in the end after getting a great start. And then it will be Edmonds in P6, Harris 7th, Payne 8th, Saul 9th, and then Moore rounding up the top 10. And then there we can see as well what we've got coming up next. It is the mini F1 sidecars, again, Marshall then was in P11, Dorling P12, and Ben Jolliffe unfortunately having to retire as well, ended up the last run of P13. But what a race we have just seen there in the mini GP 70s. Soroviak and Foster, what a battle between the pair of them. Soroviak with a very well-deserved win after waiting for so long. We've had so many podiums, so close after so many times, but he finally gets that win. But fair play to Mason Foster as well, who is what a performance we've seen from both of them today.
Yeah, and that is what we were talking about, and Tristan and I have been talking about in the early parts of this season, and equally, that is the monkey off the back for Filip Soroviak. Does that mean that the floodgates now open, that he can start picking up some more wins and closing in that gap between Ethan Sparks and Mason Foster? And, Mason Foster, he's going to be very happy indeed, because that means that championship challenge that he's got between himself and Ethan Sparks has closed even further. It was so close coming into this weekend. I believe only 9 points, and with himself picking up some more points over Ethan, that he takes another
4 points off of that. So 5 points going into tomorrow's race 2s and race 3s. Well, absolutely breathless. I had to take a drink after that one. I was so excited. And, well, next we've got to the sidecars out. Sidecars, I can't wait for.
Oh, neither can I. We were discussing how excited we are for this earlier in their qualifying 2 session. And, of course, who else would it be but Mick Williams on the pole position in the 26. Mick Lay lining up alongside him in the number 44. And Mark Parker in the 230 in P3. Jason Greenstreet will line up in P4. Then it's Adrian Ems in P5. John Hosker in P6. And then rounding out the field, it is Dave Glover in P7. But, well, they'll just be getting underway on their green flag lap now, and you can see there Mick Williams leading the pack away. And he's been the rider to beat this season as always, and I'm sure it'll be much the same here at Rowrah. But don't let that distract you, because I'm sure we're going to have a great race on our hands as always. And well, the sidecars, it's always a lot of fun. You can see there, just it looks absurd, honestly, with two people on the bike, one of them hanging off the side through every corner. But it is so much fun to watch. It really is such a spectacle to see. And I must say, Gareth, I'm just as excited as you are.
Yeah, and hopefully at the end of the day, this is going to be my ride on both the 127 and the 76. Hopefully, as both the drivers, John Hosker and Adrian Ems, have offered me a lift. And well, I will be graciously accepting, because I've been looking forward to that for quite a while, let's say. So yeah, looking forward to the sidecars. There's always panel bashing, there's always elbows out in this one from the riders. We've seen collisions, we've seen thrills and spills. It is always a fantastic race. Of course, a slightly shorter race is the sidecars, not as many laps as we see from the guys on 2 wheels, and because it is incredibly physically demanding. However, Mick Williams and Michael Elms leading that one. They're leading the championship, they're on pole position, and the 26 that we're so used to seeing winning, well, I'm sure it is going to take a monumental effort for anyone else to catch up. Mick Lee in second position with Mark Parker in third, Jason Greenstreet and Adrian Ems in fourth and fifth, and then all behind them we've got John Hosker and Dave Glover. So 7 sidecars, which is great to see. Love to see as many sidecars out on the circuit as possible. And there's the 44 filtering into position. But what can they do up against the 26? They make it look easy. Will it be easy this time around? Here we go. Lights on, lights off. There we go. Great start from the pole sisters. The 26 up into the lead. Here comes Adrian Ems all the way from the back of the grid. Gets up past. That's Mark Parker on the 230. So a good start from the Ems pairing. They move into fourth position. It's the Greenstreets that moved into third on the 90 machine. And the 44 of Mick Lee there. Another good start from the 44. They've come back after a few rounds out and put themselves right back at the front of this one. But it is your championship leaders. And a big slide there around the hairpin for Mick Williams, really putting the power down there. And there's a little bit of flair. Yeah, just showing off potentially a little bit. Obviously, you don't really want to be going sideways in a sidecar, despite the name. It's you want to be pointing in the correct direction at all times. So perhaps a bit of a brown trousers moment there for Mick Lee, but still managed to keep it going. Still in the lead of this race as well, of course. But yeah, just potentially showing off a little bit there on the way out of the hairpin, getting the throttle down just a bit too early as they just kick the back end out. But it is, as I said, Mick Lee that leads this race, and it is now Jason Greenstreet as well up into P2, and Mark Parker in P3 as they now head round to complete the first lap. You can see already, well, Mick Williams, that is one lead to behold already. 3.5 seconds to Greenstreet, who's then got 4 seconds to Ems behind, then 4 seconds to Parker. Wow, that's the Red Bull livery machine has just shot off at the front as we expected, as they now head round to the hairpins once again. And a bit of position swapping there as well in the 76, getting past there as well on the way into the hairpin. Very interesting to see them overtaking down the straight. Usually you see overtakes into braking turns, but they actually had a bit of straight line advantage there, so a bit strange to see. Still this battle continuing, trying to maybe defend into the back section, and yeah, they do hold the position as they pull away, but it is still Mick Lee that leads this race. Of course, Adrian Ems now up into P3 aboard that 76 machine, and Mark Parker now, let's see how it responds in the 230. Yeah, it's been a good start from the Ems pairing. They've made their way up into a decent position there into, fourth place, of course. You can see in 7th position on the standings. You can see alongside on the left side of the screen, that is actually your race leader. So Mick Williams is leading this one away from Mick Lee. So the 26 should still be leading away. I can see them out the window. They are, so they're down there at the hairpin section. So to just knock everyone down a position is Mick Lee and Jason Greenstreet are your podium in second and third. There is Adrian Ebbs and Mark Parker battling for position down towards Ardell's hairpin. It's deep into the corner for Adrian Ebbs. Is that going to open the inside line for Mark Parker? There's a little bit of a panel tap there from the 230 coming back past Adrian Ebbs as you can see Aid back underway and into the corner. He's going to slide it around the outside as Claire tries to put all of her weight down on the right hand side to get that bike ready to go in towards the quick kink, and they're almost side by side going down the hill. That would be incredibly brave because these bikes are very, very wide. They don't look as wide as you think, but once you're next to them, it's very easy as soon as you're alongside someone to work out I need to completely change my line into every single corner. That's why they are always so much fun to watch. But behind John Hosker on the 127, and there we go. So my right, the orange and the yellow bikes there as they're battling out over position. I'll be able to test out which is the better bike a little bit later on today. But there's your fight for second, third, fourth, and fifth. You've got the 90 of Leo and Jason Greenstreet. There is the battle still between the 127 and the 76. They're battling out towards the back end of the field in fourth and in fifth, sixth position. Mick Williams and Mark Lum still not showing up on the timing screens, but they may have a transponder issue. They are still out on circuit and they've just made their way around, and 3 laps to go is about to become 2 as here comes the 26 around the final corner. John Hodgson on the 127 is now just dropping back behind the 76 a little bit, perhaps a scruffy lap there from the yellow machine, and it's good to see John actually getting that bike underway because it's been so temperamental over the last year or so. He's had so many issues with it. It's good to see it running and seemingly working well. But it is the 26 that are unquestionably the kings of the Mini F1 Sidecar here at FAB.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what we expected coming into it, and that's what we've got. And they are so far ahead that either their transponder's broken or the lifetime actually thinks they're in last. They're about a straight and a bit ahead now of Mick Lee in the 44. And they are just the dominant sidecar pairing in FAB. They always have been, they always will be, it seems. Once again, it's been an amazing performance off of the pole position already. They've got 2 laps to go, shortly going to be 1 lap to go as they head into the final few corners. And once again, it's been an amazing performance. They've just shot off into the lead and haven't looked back. And that's what they seemingly do every single race, frankly. And it's going to be yet another win as it stands. Obviously, touch wood that nothing happens to them for that 26 ride. And there really isn't much to say. They're on to the final lap of the race now as they head down into the first hairpin, and it has been a phenomenal performance once again. Mick Lee though as well, can't count them out. They've also been pretty solid out there on the 44 bright yellow machine as well. They've also got a very healthy gap behind them, about 10 seconds to Jason Greenstreet in the 90, and that's battle for third place still going on between Greenstreet and Parker. Not quite side by side, but they're definitely within touching distance as they head onto the final lap now. But there we can see coming into the final section now, who else would it be? But it's the 26 machine. And wow, what a finish it's going to be for Mick Williams as they come into the final few corners now. And well, who else would it be? As he comes round now, it's what an end to race one is going to be from pole position. But it will be Mick Williams and it will be the 26 machine who takes race 1 here in the sidecars. What a performance it's been and what a victory. And actually, hang on a second, no, what? Maybe last lap? What? We think that might be the checker flag, but they've shown the incorrect flag to our knowledge. So that will be Mick Williams possible. No? All right,
don't worry. So they have taken the checkered flag on the 44 for Mick Lee, unless they thought, the 26 are so quick, make them do an extra lap. So they're still going around. So did they even start a lap behind? So they're still going for it. So it was Mick Williams and Mark Elms that were firing their way around the circuit. They should be your race winners in this one. And perhaps a transponder issue for them. They've not been showing up on timing, so they're still going for it. But this is more of a victory tour than anything. They led from the front, and it's been another stunning run from the 26. Mick Lee in second position, and Jason and Leo Greenstreet here in what says first and second, however maybe demoted back to second and third. However, great podiums for them nonetheless. You can see, there we go, what's happening, guys? Why are we doing an extra lap and no one else is? Well, I think they've slowly cruised to the finish now. Well, you've got to get to the checker flag, because if you were doing an extra lap, you've got to take the checkered. Here we go. They're going to take the checkered flag and wonder
Oh, no, we're going to stop. You need to get across that white thing. Oh, there we go. So they do take the checkered flag. So Rob having a quick word with them. They're saying, look, guys, you're so much quicker than everyone else. We wanted you to do an extra lap. We wanted to make sure that you just put some more work in. I said, oh, God, I'm going to have to get an early night now. That was an lap extra on the poor body. So, well, there you go. The Red Bull livery of the 26. And Mick Williams and Mark Lambs, they'll be making their way back into the paddock, and another race win under their belts once again in the Mini F1 sidecars. Sidecars will be back out for race 2s and race 3s tomorrow, so make sure you join us, of course, tomorrow. So much racing to come throughout the rest of the weekend. Here we are here at Cumbria Kart Circuit. It's round 5 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships from Rowrah up in the Lake District. And my name is Gareth Hall, joined by Ross McIntyre for this weekend. We're bringing you the rest of the action throughout the rest of the day, which is one final race, the Extreme 200s and Moto team class. And then, of course, we'll be back all throughout tomorrow, where you see the race 2s and the race 3s before we have a month's break. You've got around about, is that a month? Maybe even longer than a month before we head over to Ella Park. So these guys will be taking a little bit of a late summer break, recharge the batteries, and they'll be going again. And, going for the first time this weekend is now Moto Team and Extremes, and they are been joined together once again, like we saw back at Clay Pigeon. They've been put together, and it went quite well last time. We know that Moto Team like to go out and enjoy themselves together, but the Extremes, with a slightly smaller grid, they run quite nicely with the Extreme 200. So, well, watch out for this one, because it's always it's going to be a good way to end the day. I do like the Moto Team. I've always had a soft spot for the Moto Team. Of course, it's the bike that scores the points and not the rider. So, you never quite know who's on it. So it's a category made to confuse commentators effectively. But yeah, Ross, final race of the day. Well, how have you found it? It's been a pretty good day's racing.
Oh, it's been a brilliant day's racing. Of course, today being my debut at FAB, my debut in commentary, and it's been awesome. Every single race there's been drama, there's been thrills, there's been spills. I'm sure that this final race today, of course, isn't going to change any of that. And then, of course, we've got race 2s and 3s all day tomorrow as well. And actually, I'm going to hand over my microphone to Jay. So hang on a minute, I'll just pass you over this.
Jamie King is just joining me here on the microphone. We'll make sure that everyone can hear you.
Hello, Gareth.
There we go. How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, so you're not lining up in this one, so let us know why you're not on the bike for this one.
I did a competition on my YouTube channel to win a ride with me, because obviously in Moto Team, like you know, it's more than one rider. So Josh Birkin from Senior Mini Motos won it. So yeah, he's out there, first ever time on a geared bike, and he's put it on second place on the grid in Moto 2, so I'm very impressed with him.
That's not too bad. You could have done that yourself.
I know. Well, I'm hoping he keeps my records for top 2 in the Moto Team class.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do, because you've got the likes of Jason Pugh's running very nicely, and Jackson's been running good in this one as well. And then you can see the grid just in front of us, the likes of Mark Pollitt, Reese, Todd Brown, and Phil Mapplebeck. They've got a little bit of catching up to do. However, you can see Jason Pugh and Josh and Ian coming ahead of the Extreme 200s.
Yeah, so yeah, it's really good to see, and obviously we've got the Extreme race in this as well. Got Reese Peacock, who beat me in the 140 race. He's up the front, and I believe Bernie Hook has gone out on his friend's KTM and is on pole position, so that should be interesting to see how Bernie does.
Yeah, well, so he clearly doesn't like being out on missing when Josh Birkin is on circuit.
I know, he said he wants to pull some moves on me, so we'll see.
Of course he does. There's Iona Glover there rolling into position. She's down on the 34. She's on the penultimate row of the grid, and we've got 18 riders out on circuit. And well, tell us a little bit more about the category you've been in this season.
So you have 2 classes in Moto Team. You have the stock class, which we're hoping is going to be a lot busier next year. We're going to make some rule changes, so hopefully we'll have a lot more stock bikes in the class. And then you've got the open pit bikes, which are basically 125, do what you like, tunes as much as you like. So that's basically what Jason and my pit bike are. And you've also got Mark Pollitt on his 50cc 2-stroke out there, which is going very nicely.
Well, there we go. It's and they are in with the Extreme 200s, and it will be on pole position. This one, Bernie Hook in on the 200 with Reese Peacock, Owen Mellor, Nathan Riggy, and Dylan Mellor. Your top 5. Then comes Moto Team pole sitter Jason Pugh on the 8. Sean Whittaker back in 7th position with Jamie King 76, with Josh Birkin riding on it in 8th position. Ian Jackson, Harrison O'Keefe, Ashley Thompson, and Mark Pollitt. Your top 12 with Reese, Todd Brown, Phil Mappleback, Iona Glover, Phil Joyce, Charlie Ems and Elliot Newton. You're 18 on this grid for the Moto team and Extreme 200s. And, where are we looking for a win for this one? Because it can come from anywhere.
It doesn't look like... Is Bernie lined up? It doesn't look like Bernie's lined up. So I'm feeling... Yes, I'm feeling confident that it could be a Reese win, but whatever Mellor it is, it's either Dylan or Owen. I know they're twins, so I can't tell the difference.
Oh, if you can't, then there's no chance of me doing it. So, here we go. On the 29, Reese Peacock, he will be lining up on de facto pole position. And then behind you've got Bella and Riggy on the second row of the grid as we go. Lights on.
Oh, Josh, no!
Jamie, that's your bike. It's not worked for Josh. He's going to try and get it restarted there. That's not what you want. And your competition winner there, he's stalled the bike. There we go, as he tries to get that bike restarted.
He's got it going, thank God.
So that's the last thing you want, is giving your bike up and someone else breaking it. But here we go, lights on. And we're waiting for lights off. But there we go, it's a front lift there for the 29, but he manages to get it clean. Yes, Bella tries to go down the inside. Jason Pugh, equally good start, managing to go up into 4th place.
I think Reese getting a good start here. He could pull a gap, but Riggy's gone with him, to be fair, these first few corners. It looks pretty good. Jason's made a good start as well, first to the Moto team.
Now, you've ridden in categories before where there's been multiple classes in one race, both, of course, in Moto team with your stock and your opens, and equally you've been in with pit bikes. And what's it like when you've got this almost dual category race going?
It's good because me on the Moto team bike, I try and go with the 140s because that can bridge a gap on the rest of the Moto team bikes if you get it right. So it's good being in the class because obviously I try Josh going up the inside there. It's good being out. It makes you ride harder because you're trying to keep up with the bikes that are faster.
Well, it looks as though Josh has got that bike working. He's underway, and here we go. We're coming up to the line. We'll get the timing up, and you'll be able to keep tabs on what he's doing with your bike throughout the rest of this one. But it's a good start from Reese Peacock on the 29.
Just pulled a comfortable gap there in front of Mellor. I still can't remember which one it is.
That's fine.
Riggy using all the track. Good we're not at MotoGP this weekend, or that would have been an out tracks limit.
Well, I think that's the best thing about all these pit bikes and MotoGP bikes is you can basically use as much as you want, and you seem to get away with it. I think the likes of Charlie Nesbitt, when he comes back down, just makes up his own circuit. It's there we go. A good race underway. Reese Peacock off the line. Fastest a 55.913. Dylan Mellor in second with Nathan Riggy. Sean Whittaker now up to 4th position on circuit. Jason Pugh down to 5th, and then comes Ian Jackson and Josh Birkin. So Josh, solid run so far. He's making his debut on the bike.
He'll be looking to get past Ian because obviously he's in our class as well, and he's not a million miles off Jason. So hopefully we'll be at there might be a race win yet. We'll see.
So how difficult is it for Josh, as you say, making that jump off onto a geared bike? How difficult is that?
He says it's very easy to ride compared to the Mini Moto. He says it's lovely having suspension compared to the Mini Moto. So he thinks it's an armchair riding around the track. But he says it's just getting the suspension right and things like that, because you're working with it to try and work with the bumps, where the Mini Moto you kind of just plough into it.
And how is it with setup? Because a lot of riders like their bike set up differently. Has he had it set up for him, or is
he hasn't changed a lot, to be fair, because me and Josh actually weigh quite the same. So he hasn't been a million miles off, to be honest with you. There's been a few clicks here and there, but apart from that, he's got on it and he's rode it really well straight away.
Well, he's solidly holding on to his 6th position at the moment behind Jason Pugh. Rider down. That looks as though that's 3-1. There's Charlie Ems, so the son of Aid Ems, who we saw out in the sidecars pulling the bike to the side. So he'll be looking to get that one back underway. And it's a shame there for Charlie, starting from the back end of the field.
Good to see Riggy going with Mellor here. Riggy again using all the track limits.
It's really, as you say, using that extra bit to really, well, not cut yourself too much time and taking the inside line, just to open up the bike a little bit earlier.
He had a DNF in the 140, so this would be good for Riggy to get on the podium in this one.
Absolutely. So completely forgot about that one. It felt like ages ago that happened.
His fuel tap had a bit of rubbish in it, so it wasn't powering correctly, and he had to pull in, unfortunately. So he'll be happy that it's good to him for getting the bike sorted for tomorrow's 140 races.
So you obviously you're in here because you've given away your bike for the race for the your channel. So tell us a little bit more about your channel. What have you put on there? And
I kind of do a bit of of everything with the pit bikes, also with a bit of Max at BSB, who's at Donington this weekend. Just do a bit of everything really, mostly the pit bikes, that seems to be what people like. So just the behind the scenes stuff's really what people really don't get to see. Like, they see us going round on the brilliant live stream we have now, but they don't get to see what happens when we go back to our gazebos and things like that. And we are a sociable bunch, so it's really good.
Yeah, and what's the community like for you back, well, as you say, in the paddock? Because everyone seems to be working with each other.
All of us pit bike, like, we're all very tight and we all get on with each other, we all help each other out. So it looks like that's Sean there, who he rebuilds mostly everyone's pit bike engines in the paddock, and he's having a good battle with Jason here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean, who was one that Taylor Lawrence had tipped for a decent result this weekend. So he's
not many people know, but he was the 2016 FAB pit bike champion a long time ago now.
There we go, that's a new one for me. But so he's currently holding on to 4th position ahead of Jason Pugh. Jason, of course, who's always involved in that battle for the championship in the Moto team class.
It's good to see Josh has got past Ian Jackson now, so that puts us up into 2nd in the Moto team now.
Yeah, and he's actually starting to close into this battle with what's going on just ahead of him. So clearly just needed a couple of laps under his belt, and now he can start putting the pressure.
Maybe that stalling on the line just gave him a bit of nerves, but you can see him in the background there. Hopefully Sean can hold Jason up a bit, and Josh can get on the back of it.
And how frustrating is it when you're perhaps stuck behind someone and you think, like in Jason Pugh's situation here, where he's looking at the back of Sean Whittaker thinking, God, I think I can get past you. How annoying is it?
It is, especially when you're in different classes. I had it our last meeting at Clay Pigeon, where I was battling with Jack, who was in the extreme, but I could see Jason closing up behind me, and you do get a bit, I've got to get past it, because the person who's not in your race is holding you up and stopping you from getting ahead.
And how focused are you on what's happening behind you? Do you look behind you often?
I have a few peers behind, but I try not to, because I find it puts you off your rhythm. At Rowrah, it's very easy not to look behind, because you've got the hairpins. You can see what's coming the opposite way, so you know if you can't see them, they must be right behind you.
Yeah, absolutely so. Well, there he is, Josh Birkin, chasing down the battle for the class win as they're on the exit, and there you go. So that's with the gap that he'll be able to see.
He's closing, but I just don't think he's going to have enough time here.
Well, we've got 5 laps left to go. In fact, what we'll be able to do is in a second's time, we'll be able to find out what their last lap times. So we'll be able to see if he's got that extra boost. But even picking up a second in class is a solid result.
That's good. So I haven't fit there. I've had Chris Wells, who did a race for me at Leeds. He comes 2nd. So we're going to keep that 100% record of staying in the top 2 all season. I'm also doing the competition again for Landau, so it'd be interesting to see who gets on the bike at Landau.
Well, there you go, Fizz. Make sure you go and subscribe to Jay's channel. And here we go. It's still Reece Peacock, the 29, leading away from Dylan Miller in 2nd position.
Slightly starting to catch a little bit.
He is, because the last time around, his lap time, he took half a second out of him.
Reece got caught behind a back marker.
Yeah, it's 2.3 seconds, so he's still got a bit of a gap. He can hold on to this one pretty easily. If he's got 4 laps, he can afford to lose those 4/10 a second a lap. But as you say, Reece, maybe not after the best 140 race earlier.
Dylan is on a 160, where Reece is only on a 140, so there's not a lot of difference between the 160 and the 140, but it just has that a little bit better top end, so that might be where Dylan's just catching it a bit.
And obviously here, going up towards the 2 hairpins, that's where you can really open the bike up.
Just the 160 hasn't got a lot more on the acceleration, but the top end, it does just gain a slight little bit.
Well, Reece Peacock comes across the line now, leading by 2.4. This is held around about the same. The pair of them matching each other by around about 1/10 of a second last time around. Dylan going slightly faster, beating his best lap time of 54.255. Nathan Briggy now in 3rd position. Sean Whittaker has still got Jason Pugh for company. And then you've got Josh Birkin trying to close in, but it looks as though the laps are just going to fall away from him.
He's got it down to 3 seconds, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. It'd be interesting to see if his lap times are as good as Jason's.
So we've got Jason Pugh on a 56.6 last time around,
so he has got
JB on a 56.5.
Yeah, so if he maybe just got his head into gear for those first few laps, he could have come with him. But he's got another 2 races tomorrow, but tomorrow does look like it's going to be wet, and obviously that'll be his first time on that bike in the wet, so be interesting to see.
Yeah, might need a new paint job after the end of tomorrow.
Don't say that.
Well, here we go. On to 2 laps left to go. Goes Reece Peacock, last time around, fastest lap of the race, 53.6. in fact, absolutely blitzed that one. The only rider in the 53s really starting, you can see, putting that gap out to 4.5
barring a
seconds
mistake now. I think he's done this, and he's got a few back markers in between as well.
Yeah, and, so it looks as though Reece Peacock should hopefully be cruising home to this one. There's Jason Pugh. Jason is still, as you say, right on the rear tyre, as he has been for the majority of this race. Is this just waiting for the final lap now and just thinking, just send it into one of these corners?
Jason hasn't got to worry. I think he's probably had a few glasses behind to see Josh isn't that close, so he's probably settling behind Sean now, I reckon.
Well, here we go. There's Reece Peacock is coming up to the final corner to start his last lap in the final race of the day. Of course, 2s and 3s for the races will be coming up tomorrow, so make sure you tune in all day long for them tomorrow. It is going to be across the line. Reece Peacock leading from Dylan Meadow, Nathan Riggy, Sean Whittaker and Jason Pugh. Your top 5 leading Moto team is Jason Pugh, with Josh Birkin making his debut on the Moto team bike. A solid second position. In third in the Moto team class is Ian Jackson. He's sitting behind Harrison O'Keefe for the moment, 0.8 of a second, but it is the 29 of Reece Peacock who's cruising now. This one's easy. Yeah, very deep into there. He's got plenty of time. 5.3 seconds he's got the advantage over Bella in second position. And well, when you're leading this one to the end, I'm sure you can afford yourself a few mistakes in that last lap.
Yeah, it's easy to lose concentration, but when you've got that big of a gap, I haven't had that big of a gap in a while, not in the 140s anyway. It is nice, just there you go, he's doing a bit of showboat and getting his elbow down now, so yeah, he's loving it, is Reece.
Well, here we come, final corner for Reece Peacock, and he's going to be your race 1 winner here for the Extreme 200s. He takes the checkered flag and the race victory for the opening round of their week, or opening race for their weekend. Oh, that was pretty easy. Takes a quick glance behind him there just to see if there was anyone behind him. Dylan Bella in second. It looks as though Nathan Riggy should be picking up third position.
He'll be happy to get I think that'll be his first ever FAB podium, so Riggy will be happy.
Oh, solid. What a great result there. Here's the battle going on for 4th and 5th. Jason Pugh, he's been sitting behind him all race long, but he does take Moto Team class win. Exactly what we were talking about earlier when I found him in the paddock. He was saying, I'd like to be back on the top step. Well, he is in Moto Team, and a solid result there for Josh.
Good second place. Well done, Josh. He's done a lot better than I expected him to do, so I'm very happy with Josh to get second. Especially beat Ian as well, who's obviously on another Moto Team pit bike as well.
Yeah, so Ian Jackson in third position in the Moto Team class. Mark Pollitt and Phil Maffelbeck 4th and 5th in that category too. And thanks for joining us, Jake.
No problem. It was great to be in here. Thoroughly enjoy it.
No, come back anytime, of course.
Cheers.
And I'm sure you'll be looking after that bike overnight, making sure Josh is ready for some slippery conditions tomorrow.
I'll probably take the wheels out now, so I know what decision to make in the morning.
Leave them on slicks.
Cheers, Gary.
No, lovely. Cheers. That was Jay King, of course, running in the Pit Bike 140s and in the Moto Team class. And well, he's leading the Moto Team Championship, giving his bike away with that competition. Of course, as he said, that he will be running the same competition to give you a ride on his biking competition at Landau in 2 races time. So make sure you do go over and check out Jay King's channel, Pit Bike Sonic, on YouTube, and subscribe over there. Give him some love. He does a lot of work for FAB, working on the social media and equally in the paddock as well. And well, yeah, ends a fantastic day's racing. Welcome back, Ross. Oh, there we go. We just turned you back up again. Now I can hear you now.
Yeah, hello, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, we wanted to keep you quiet to start with. But yeah, your first day, how'd you find it?
Oh, it was brilliant. No, brilliant day's racing. Of course, I mean, as expected here at FAB, and again, Rara, great track to provide lots of action. And, through all the classes, through all the qualifying, through all the races, it was brilliant. There was just action left, right and centre, some great results out there as well. And yeah, pretty good day to make my commentary debut on as well. Got a bit cold towards the end, had to go slip a jumper on at one point, but the wind stayed relatively low. It was not raining, which was nice as well. So yeah, ultimately I think it's been a great day's worth of racing, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you do join us tomorrow here on Motorsport Radio and FAB Racing. My name's Gareth Hall. I've been joined by Ross McIntyre. We'll be back tomorrow for race 2 and race here from Rowrah.
Let's go! The official BSB Partner Series. This is FAB Racing. Yeah.